Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for Grand Final Day, the final round of the Trico 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and everything is on the line across the board with all of our categories. And the first category on track will be Formula Ford this morning. Who will be crowned the star of the future for the National Formula Fords? That and many other questions will be answered throughout today. We started this journey at Sandown on the 14th, 15th and 16th of February. We proceeded through to Calder Park in March, back here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in May. Sandown for the last round, the hot dog round as it's affectionately called round 4, and here we ended up at this magnificent motorsport facility, the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We put the stands up so that we could accommodate all the fans that are coming to the track today, and we have got a packed program. Improved production will be the second category on track, promising to be an absolute starring race meeting this weekend for these cars as they get themselves ready for the Nationals here at Island Magic at the end of November. The Australian prototypes have made their way to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for their national round here as well. Mark Lauke did very, very well yesterday there. The Superminis have made their way down from Queensland, a couple of interlopers from other states there as well, but it was a terrific race yesterday with the Supermini, the big bangers, the sports sedans. Can we see lap records fall today in the sports sedans? Darren Hossack eclipsed an over 20-year record yesterday, and Luke Youlden was dethroned from that spot. But Darren Hossack takes that one. Can he improve on that? BMW E30s, Hyundai XLs, historic touring cars, HQs, MG and invited British sports cars as well on track. The RX8s and big V8s and the Victorian sports cars. Without too much further ado, I'd love to hand it over now to Matt Dunlop and Tom Reed with the National Formula Fords.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. The voice of sports sedans cannot get it off his brain, but we've got so much more action to come before those big bangers take to Phillip Island. And Formula Ford is on track now. As Darren mentioned, it is Grand Final Day. It's the last day of school for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at Phillip Island. It's also the last day of school for the Australian Formula Ford Series. We have a lot at stake at the moment, and even though we've got 2 races to come, all 3 Formula Ford championships are on the line, the National Championship and 2 state titles, and they could all be locked up theoretically today. Kobe Williams leads the National Championship. If he wins it and Joey Fawcett, who is 13 points behind, finishes 4th or lower, then Kobe Williams can lock it in. There's a few other ways that Kobe can lock it in, but Joe Fawcett needs to be able to get in the points and stay within touching distance of Kobe Williams to keep this one rolling to the afternoon. The Victorian State Championships is a much more simple equation. Lockie Evanet in the 88. If he finishes 8th or above, he will be your Victorian champion, but Jamie Rowe is still in with a shot. He will be starting rear of grid, but we've seen how fast he can fight up here. Richard Davison in the Kent class is in a very similar boat. He's almost got it locked away, but he's got a couple of drivers nipping at his heels in the form of Peter Fitzgerald and Craig Arnold. My name is Matt Dunlop. Tom Reed is joining alongside me, and let's run through the grid for what is set to be a cracking race to start our Sunday proceedings here.
Thanks, Matt. Looking forward to this one. We've got Kobe Williams off pole, like you touched on before. Lockie Evanet, the leader of the Vic State points. Then we go to Joe Fawcett and Seth Burkhartz, who make row 2. Bradley James, the first of the Marcus Ambrose Spectrums, off of P5. Jared Hurst in the ex-Sonic McGale off of 6. Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec Spectrum off of P7. Caleb Black will be alongside her. Then we go to Jack Johnson, Ashton Geely and Jamie Rowe, who are all starting from rear of the grid. We'll quickly move to the Kent field as well. Andrew Torty picked up the race win yesterday from Craig Arnold. Peter Fitzgerald home in 3rd. Adrian Wilkinson home in 4th. Frank Harris, Jason McGrath and Richard Davison rounds out the field in his Van Diemen.
So we touched on Jamie Rowe there. He is rear of grid in the Duratec class, and that is because of a fuel discrepancy which was picked up by the stewards. They've disqualified his National Series points from yesterday, but they have not disqualified his State Series points, and that is crucial because it means he is still technically in with a shot at the State Championship. Yes, it's going to be tricky. He's starting from 11th on the grid, but those who were here last time Formula Ford raced this track will remember Jamie Rowe rolled his car at the top of MG, got it fixed up, and was back on track and finished in a very, very good position, put together an incredible recovery drive the next day. He will need to put together a very similar performance today if he wants a shred of hope of keeping his State Series championship hopes alive. There is so much to play for all the way up and down this field, and those who were here yesterday or saw this race yesterday on the Blendline TV broadcast for race 1 know that it was an absolute banger, and today's outing is going to be no exception. Kobe Williams lines up on the grid. He will be on the inside on the run into turn 1. He is our national points leader. Next to him on the right of your picture is Lachlan Evanet. He is your current points leader in Victorian standings. Behind Kobe Williams in the number 23 car on the left of screen as well is Joe Fawcett. He's the only other driver who can challenge for the National Series points. The rest of the grid has just formed up and the green flag is waving at the back, and we'll have 5-second board up now. This is going to be exciting stuff, to say the least, folks. The red lights are on. We're underway at Phillip Island. There's a lot of tyre smoke from the number 88 of Lachlan Evanet, but it's a very even start from the front row. Both cars get away pretty evenly, so Kobe Williams should have the advantage, but he gets pushed all the way to the inside. He's got a pretty good run, and Joe Fawcett's going to tag along behind him as they go through turn 1. So Fawcett makes his way up into second, but only briefly. Lachlan Evanet does have to duck out of the way, has to run a little bit wide on the exit of 1, and slots in behind there to hold third position, ahead of Seth Burkhart's in fourth. But it is Kobe Williams with a couple of car lengths behind him in the lead, but that car looks chattery.
Fantastic start there from Kobe Williams, your pole sitter who leads the field through Stoner Corner into Honda for the first time. A move here from Caleb Black, but look at the front of your shot. Lockie Evanet all the way on driver's right, gets it pulled up for P2. Fawcett can't hang tough around the outside there. So these guys have settled the top 3. Moves further on back in the field. I think that would be between Tabitha Ambrose and the people that started around here. Caleb Black around the outside here. Johnson can't get that move done. Ashton Geely rounding out the Duratec field. He unfortunately snapped a drive shaft yesterday on the grid. Jack Johnson, a DNF also yesterday. His ignition module broke.
Great to see all 11 of those Duratec cars back out on track here for Sunday's action as they're going side by side over Lukey Heights and into MG for the first time. This is going to be a crucial passing opportunity all day, and these drivers will be rehearsing these moves very, very carefully as we see that midfield pack going through MG and around the last couple of corners here. So this is another really important part, especially with today's conditions. A little bit more wind means that the slipstream is going to be a lot more potent here at Phillip Island.
Big tailwind.
Indeed, massive tailwind down the main straight, so that means you can expect a little bit of tow up the back straight and a lot of speed down the main straight as they cross the stripe for the first time. It is still Williams who leads, line astern, Evanet and Fawcett behind, but now there's a battle for fourth position. That is James, who sits in fourth right now in one of the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport cars. He's got Seth Burkhart's behind him, who is swarming all over trying to make a move.
So through turn number 2 we go, looking at Brad James here on shot with Seth Burkhart's behind these guys running in P4 and 5. A fantastic effort there from Brad James. First of the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport cars. Up the inside here goes the McGale of Seth Burkhart's, looking for P number 4, but our attention turns back to the battle for second and third. Joe Fawcett applying huge pressure to the back of the Lachlan Evanet McGale. These guys do need to work with each other, because just out in front of your shot there was Kobe Williams, your race leader, who seems to be skipping away ever so slightly. Back to the Kent field here. Andrew Torty battling hard with Richard Davison. These guys battled all race long yesterday. Richard spun a couple of times, unfortunately putting him to the rear of the grid, but he'll be looking for the race win here in the Kent field and hopefully wrapping up that championship today.
Yeah, that rear of grid start from Richard Davison hasn't played any significant disadvantage for him. He's already all over the back of Torty for the lead of this race, so Richard Davison is in a very, very good spot here as they round Lukey Heights for the second time so far in this race. There's just over 10.5 minutes left to go on the clock, and we've got a great scrap forming here for fourth position. So that is Brad James leading ahead of Seth Burkhart's, Jack Johnson, Jared Hurston, the number 3. And as we cross the line, they go side by side behind for this battle for fourth as they cross the stripe. This is super, super tight stuff. Kobe Williams are pretty happy with the gap he's got now. That's the quickest lap of 1:37.979 at the front. But they go side by side through turn 1 right behind there. That is super close stuff as Seth Burkhart's goes just around the outside there and just gets that in. Geez, that car is really skittish. It's cold. These tyres are going to be a little bit frigid as well, so they're just doing the best that they can to dance these Formula Ford Duratec machines around here.
Huge battle pack here from 4th, rounding out your field to 11th place. All the Duratec runners here, and another move from the inside here. Seth Burkhart's looking to close off on Brad James in car 61. Watch for Jamie Rowe to go the long way around the outside. If he can hang tough here, he will get the inside for Siberia at turn number 5. And he looks to have completed that move. Further back here, Caleb Black dicing with Jack Johnson. He's going to stick his nose up the inside of Brad James. There was a tiny bit of contact there. No harm, no foul. Jack Johnson dips a wheel on the exit curve there, out of Siberia, through the hay shed. We're still side by side here with Jack Johnson. Caleb Black, look for Tabitha Ambrose trying to make a move here on car number 3.
You can throw a blanket over them right now, and it's impossible to call how this battle's going to pan out. So keep your eyes peeled on the Blendline TV broadcast of the Trico Victorian State Race Series, because you don't want to miss a moment of it, folks. Seth Burkhart's is going to be feeling a little bit nervy right now in 5th position, or I should say 4th position in the lead of this battle pack, and it has split into a couple of groups. So this is James now leading the 6th place battle ahead of Jack Johnson, as you mentioned. So we've got quite a few cars streaming through, and this slipstream, they're all going to be testing the waters to see how the conditions have changed from today to yesterday. Everyone fanning out, trying to find pieces of real estate as they cross the stripe once again. Not the widest main straight, and it gets pretty tight pretty quick when you go into turn 1, so you've got to make sure you don't tangle wheels, keep it nice and tidy. All these drivers yesterday were really, really on the edge of just how close these cars can get to each other, but the racing was impeccable. They kept very respectful of each other, very firm but very fair racing, and it's what Formula Ford has been renowned for such a long time with all these young drivers.
The racing was outstanding yesterday between the top 5. Watched it back last night and couldn't believe how close they were. Here we go. This is the guys in 2nd and 3rd, Joe Fawcett and Lockie Evanet. They've lost touch with your race leader, Kobe Williams, who stretched almost a 2-second gap, 1.8 seconds there on your timing screen, setting the fastest lap last time round of a 37.8. So I get the feeling that these guys have got to press on hard here if they want to catch Kobe Williams, especially Joey Fawcett, who's running 2nd in national points.
They certainly do. And even though Lockie Evanet will be aware that all he has to do is finish 8th on the road or higher, and he's got that championship locked in, that's not going to bother him one bit. He is here to win. He knows he's one of the fastest drivers on this field. He knows he's got boatloads of talent. He's only 17 years old, but he drives with the maturity of someone who's been doing this for many, many years, and it's so good to see him in action around this track.
Back to the Kent field here, Andrew Tordy and Richard Davison still going at it. Saw them having a dice down the front straight a little earlier on. Let's see if Richard can close this gap through the hay shed up to the top of Lukey Heights we go. Does he pop a move here down the inside? Thinks better of it, perhaps just setting up a run down the front straight. Richard leads the Vic State Kent Championship on 278 points. Peter Fitzgerald behind on 241 points, a 37-point difference there. Richard coming home with 4 wins so far this season.
It's a pretty tidy gap that Richard Davison has behind him at the moment, but it's not all done and dusted yet. There's 30 points up for grabs for the winner in class today, and there'll be 40 points later this afternoon for the feature race. So 70 points left up for grabs in total in today's proceedings. They go down the main straight here in the Kent class, and we go back to the Duratec battle for 2nd. These two are dicing back and forth. Kobe Williams would be loving this battling because it means he can get further and further away, as Lockie Evanet is now leading the way as they come out of Miller Corner and into Siberia. Joe Fawcett cannot get through, and he is desperate to get as close to Kobe Williams as he possibly can. He needs to make sure that he's on the podium if Williams wins it. Otherwise, he is out of the shot for the championship battle. So even if he just sticks with Lockie Evanet and doesn't lose any other further positions, he'll be right. There's a bit of a gap behind them to 4th place, but 4th place is Jamie Rowe, who started 11th, but he is rapid.
He is starting to close here with Seth Burkhardt. They seem to be working together to catch 2nd and 3rd, but out to your race leader, he's pulled a 2.5 second gap, so further extending that, doing a 37.9, his personal best being a 37.8, so very consistent from your race leader. Watch for Joe Fawcett here though, through the final corner. At this point in time, he sits 3rd with a 14-point haul. Kobe Williams, your race leader, will bring home 20 points as it stands, so that's another 6-point swing to Kobe Williams' favour. Here we go down the front straight. Caleb Black looking for a move there on Jack Johnson, I believe that was, and he's going to go down the inside at turn 1. 240 k's an hour these guys hit in qualifying down here on the rev limiter.
Great move from Black there. Just gets in front of Johnson, and behind them, Brad James is all over the back once again in the number 61 Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine. So this battle pack for P6 is nice and tight here, all the way down to 10th position, even 11th position. So this is a 6-car battle here, and it's on for young and old, all the way up and down this Duratec class field. There'll be a lot of cars swarming in and out, trying to find spots here as they go into Miller. Caleb Black will still stay in 6th position for the time being, with Johnson, James, Hurst, Ambrose, Geely behind them. So now we go to the Kent class field, and it's still Torty who's leading. Richard Davison is still biding his time, but that is Craig Arnold in the number 90 swarming behind them as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Richard needs to risk anything too much here. He's leading the Kent Championship by a handy margin, like I touched on before, but you're a race driver, so of course he's eager for this race win. Let's see if he pops a move here on car 55, the Brett Francis Racing Spectrum. Does he send it around the outside? That's a risky move to pull off. Like I said, if he can stick with it around the outside, he gets the inside for Siberia, but nothing's going to happen there. Torty just opens the steering wheel up and sort of runs him slightly out of road there.
Still plenty of time. It looks like plenty of time. You sort of get the feeling as the race settles on, you start to get into that feeling of, yeah, I've got some time to rehearse this and make a move. But at any point, there could be a safety car, and that could just absolutely neutralise everything. If there's a safety car at this point, it would have to be basically race called from here on in. So these drivers will be aware. Look how twitchy these Duratec class cars are going through the Southern Loop. These cars are putting these drivers, I should say, they're putting everything on the line and giving it their absolute all.
These guys are on it. They're at the point of their Formula 4 careers where they've pretty much mastered these cars, and they're driving them to the absolute limit. Car 39 there of Jason McGrath off at Honda. Hopefully he can keep that car rolling. He's just there on shot, so if he can keep this rolling, we won't get a safety car. And looking out the window, he has got that rolling, so no dramas there. Lockie Evanet still holding on to P2. Joey Fawcett can't seem to get a move done on the McGale just up the road there. Kobe Williams again extending his margin to 3-second race lead.
Those of you lucky to watch yesterday will know that Lockie Evanet is an incredible defensive driver, and he's doing his best to hold Joey Fawcett back. Now, this battle for 6th place is going to be interesting because it's coming off the back of the black car of Jason McGrath. So they're going to try and use him as a pick. He'll get out of the way. They get quite close to him as they go across Linkey Heights, but everyone makes it past with no issue there. So now they all tuck back in. It is still the number 14 of Jack Johnson who's leading this pack, and then it's Black and James through there. Craig Arnold has found himself very close to this lead battle for the Kent class.
Wow, this is heating up big time here. 2 minutes to go. Torty just covered that move off there from Richard Davison. This is P1, 2 and 3, and look just behind them. I think I saw the red car of Peter Fitzgerald just there on shot, so he's a little bit further away in P number 4. So 30 points up for grabs here for the Kent winner. That would so far go to Andrew Torty, 28 for second, 26 for third. So at this point in time, yeah, Richard would be extending his championship margin by a couple of points there over Peter Fitzgerald, who's running second in the championship, fourth on road. Craig Arnold there running third on the road. He nearly spun. Oh, he has spun. He locked the rears there down at MG, got on the curb, and it just got a little bit unsettled from him.
Almost a half spin, but a half spin is still a spin nonetheless. He keeps it going, and he's back underway. Now in the Duratex, there's a lot of passing happening. Jack Johnson moves into P6, gets ahead of Caleb Black, and Brad James is trying to have a look as well. Has to slot in behind in the run into Siberia. Can't get that move done.
Brad James's engine cover here has come loose on his Spectrum, so hopefully that will be a big parachute down the front straight. So car won't be as slippery in a straight line that he'd like it to be, and hopefully that doesn't fly off.
Yeah, you can see it there on that number 61, the Carac machine, especially on the right-hand side as they come around. Look at the massive gap just behind the driver's head there. That is going to be sucking in a massive amount of air that can't go anywhere, and that will slow him down quite a bit. Wow, big lock up from the number 3. Just keeps it together, doesn't collect Caleb Black. Gee, that was so close.
I don't know how they didn't run into each other there, but great awareness from Caleb Black just to open the steering there and allow Jared Hurst to get on with it. This will bunch these guys up big time down the front straight. Having to Ambrose with a move on her fellow teammate there of Brad James. She'll be looking to tuck into the toe of the car ahead. Caleb Black, they're side by side, so they're almost both sharing a toe from each other. Here we go down into turn 1. The lap car there of Frank Harris in the historic eligible RF86 Van Diemen. Down the inside goes Jack Johnson gets that move done on the lap car, who gets out of the way nicely. Jared Hurst, big lunge under brakes here on car 14. Can't get the move done there, but he will set his run up here into turn number 4.
I tell you what, Marcus and the rest of the crew at Marcus Ambrose Motorsport will be watching their two drivers battling it out through fingers and with gritted teeth here because they're so close. Really dicing here, but it's great spectacle for us watching here as they all filter through Miller once again. So it is the number 14 of Johnson who keeps a very tight inside line, does very well there to defend. So he keeps in the lead of this battle for P6. Balak is all over the back of him, as is Jared Hurst there. And then the two Marcus Ambrose machines of James and Ambrose are there just behind as well. So this is an awesome scrap here. And we've just seen, wow, look at them go side by side over the top of Hayshed and into Lukey Heights. Balak might have the inside line here. Does he have the pace? Or is Johnson going to hold it there side by side? If Johnson can keep that line, he's going to have it into MG. Lots of opposite lock there over the top of the hill, and Johnson is able to hold on. Jared Hurst is up the inside of Brad James, but he can't get that done. James is going to slot into 8th position here, but let's see how much pace he loses down the main straight here with that big old gap in the fairing on the right-hand side. Jared Hurst will know about that, as will Tabitha Ambrose. They'll both be pretty keen to try and make some moves here as they all try and find some more real estate as they cross the stripe. Last lap board is out. We do not have much more time left in this race. This is the final lap here of race 2 in the Formula Fords here in round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Race Series.
So here we go through turn number 1 for the final time for this battle pack. This is the battle pack here for 6th down to Tabitha Ambrose in 10th. Ashton Geely's just dropped off that pack, unfortunately. Brad James here with a big run on car 14. Pulls to the inside for Stoner Corner. Has to slightly back out of that move. Watch for Jared Hurst all the way on driver's right. Does he get this pulled up? Hopefully no contact here. And Honda, there was a little bit of wheel-to-wheel, but they somehow get away with it.
Somehow. That was so close. You saw the jolt as the number 14 came into slight contact there. Now a bit further up, this is Jamie Rowe, who's got Seth Burkhardt on a toe strap behind him. This is the battle for 4th position. They're a long way off the podium here, a couple of seconds in front of them as they go over the top of Lukey Heights, but still some pretty valuable points here. At this stage, Jamie Rowe is not going to be able to hold on to the Victorian Duratec Championship as they go in the last couple of corners. We now look to the main straight. Kobe Williams, he's not going to be able to lock in the National Championship today, but it is match point ahead of race 3 as the number 94 car of Kobe Williams crosses the stripe to take race number 2. Lockie Evanet will cross the stripe in 2nd, and he will be your 2025 Victorian Formula Ford Duratec champion. Congratulations, Lockie Evanet. That is a fantastic performance. Just reward for a great season. Joey Fawcett keeps the national hunt alive with 3rd. And then look at this battle.
Caleb Black just holds off that battle pack, for P number 6. Brad James, Jack Johnson, Jared Hurst. Here is the Kentfield, though, with Andrew Torty still leading from Richard Davison. We saw that spin there from car number 90 of Craig Arnold. He has dropped back to P4. Peter Fitzgerald inherits P number 3. So we'll stick with these guys as they make their way through the Hayshed for the final time. Richard has had a number of laps here to think about where he's going to pull this move off, and I dare say it might be out of MG and the run through the last corner where he toes past, hopefully at the start-finish line, and picks up another race win. This will be his 5th race win, I believe, in the Kentfield for the Victorian Championship, if he can pull this off. Here we go, out of the penultimate corner. He's definitely close enough here. If he times his run perfectly, he should get a nice slingshot on car 55 through the final corner. He'll be eyeing up a move here. Does he swing to the left or the right? As we come to the start-finish line, checkered flag waving. Torty doing a brilliant job of breaking the toe, and it will just be enough. He holds off to pick up race number 2 over Richard Davison. Coming home in 3rd will be Peter Fitzgerald, who just crosses the finish line, and Craig Arnold rounding out your top 4.
So Peter Fitzgerald crossing the line in 3rd will ensure that the Victorian Kent Class Championship will continue on to later today's race, because Richard Davison doesn't have it locked up just yet, but it is match point for him. Let's take a look at those provisional results now. Kobe Williams, our champion-elect effectively for the National Series, wins by 3.24 seconds over Lockie Evanet, your new Victorian Formula Ford champion. Congratulations, Lockie. Joey Fawcett is still keeping the national hunt alive in third, and then it's Jamie Rowe and Seth Burkhart's in fourth and fifth. Caleb Balak, Bradley James, Jack Johnson, Jared Hurst, and Tabitha Ambrose will round out your top 10. And then we go on to Ashton Geely, who was the last of the Duratec runners ahead of Andrew Tordy and Richard Davison and Peter Fitzgerald, who were our top 3 place getters in the Kent class. That was an incredible Formula Ford race. We have something absolutely just as spectacular, if not more, coming up right about now. It's improved production. You're about to hear from Steve DeVries and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's going to be a cracker.
Big thank you to Matty Dunlop and to Tom Reed for Formula Ford, and now out rolls the Prestige Hino improved production field. So 30 or close to 30 cars strong this weekend for their final hit out in the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. It's becoming a very, very close run affair at the top of the standings with 2 races to go. It's just 9 points now that separates Matt Logan and Ian McLennan in first and second, and a further 34 points back is Brett Lehman, who's still mathematically in the hunt for the top honours in improved production in the state title race. My name's Steve DeVries. Opposite me, as Matty Dunlop alluded to, is of course multi-time state champion Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. Luke, what an interesting way to start Sunday morning, but this grid, I'll tell you what, it's definitely a bit of a mix-up compared to where we started yesterday.
Yeah, it sure is. It's going to be interesting to see how we go. Again, we've got Andrew Butcher, the 6-cylinder off the front row of the grid, so he's going to have his work cut out into him into turn 1. But more ominous than that, what the viewers at home haven't seen is we've got a screen here with the radar on it, and there's a bit of rain lurking over to the west, and it's coming. So can we get through this race with a dry track? We'll find out pretty soon.
We'll soon find out, but it is Adam Poole who will start alongside Andrew Butcher there. And a couple of V8s behind, Jared Tonks, Damien Milano, Cade Lehman, Ian McLennan, Mark DeFarnis and Brett Lehman. So 7 V8s in the top 8 on the grid. Peter Dixon in the Monaro in 9th. Brett Porter, the best of the under 2 litre cars, in 10th. And that was a bit of an unusual swing of things yesterday when it looked like it was going Reece Howe's direction. Royce Lyon starting 11th with Andrew Tickner in 12th. Matt Logan, the championship leader, he's made his way through the field. He started 27th yesterday. He's up to 13th, so at the moment doing his best to mitigate the damage there. Callum Jensen in 14th. Larry Merrifield and Andrew Barstow rounding out 15th and 16th. And we've just seen Reece Howe with a bit of smoke coming out of that Honda Civic, so we'll wait and get a bit more info on that in the next few minutes.
Off to the left of driver's left at turn 11 there. That's not good. That car had a crank angle sensor problem, is why it shut down yesterday. Not sure what's going on with it today. This could possibly be a delayed start, depending on where he can get it safely out of there.
Yeah, so he's actually pulled over to the side of the road, hasn't he? He hasn't actually made it back to pit lane. Yeah, there he is. That's a turn 11. Yep, that's definitely a not ideal start to proceedings for Reece Howe. And as you said, I think it was the crank angle sensor problem. And on top of that, I did see, I think it was Brett Porter running around in the pits yesterday trying to find a method to be able to assist that car. I think there were some pins and some wiring and some other things that they were looking to try and resolve. But he has pulled off there at turn 11, and we'll just wait and see what happens here. All the other drivers are on the front row of the grid, and most of the cars are in position. There is a car missing, I've noticed, next door to Andrew Tickner. And I think that's actually Royce Lyon might be one. There's actually a car that's out of position somewhere. But we'll wait and find about that a bit later on. Revs are rising. We are set to start, so they may be able to get that car recovered pretty quickly. And away we go for race 2 of improved production. Bit of an awkward start for the front two cars. Jared Tonks off the second row of the grid had a really decent start. He'll challenge them into turn one. Have a look at Milano. He got a really good launch as well. And the two men that were on the second row of the grid have swept to the front of the lead here in improved production.
Paul had to dip the clutch a second time. I saw a burst and a wheel spin, and it looked like it almost stalled there for the second part of that launch. And he's kicked the throttle and away. It's gone again, but he's lost 2 positions.
He certainly has. What did he say to us after race one yesterday? 11s are better than zeros, was it?
Left a big set of 11s off the start line, and we were having a chuckle. 11s are better than zeros. That was almost a zero, that launch.
Yeah, that almost went from go to woe in a nanosecond for the Monaro, the white one on your right-hand side of the shot there.
How's the braking performance of that car into there?
Big, heavy car, big, heavy stop at turn number 4, and he went right around the outside and grabs Jared Tonks, and he's in position then to hold on to that all the way down to Siberia. So he will get second place away from the rod and gun number 91 here if he can. But I'll tell you what, Tonks has had a brilliant run around the high line at Siberia, and he actually will come out the other side with it all but briefly. And in fact, he dives down the inside of the 88 of Milano at Hayshed. What a move.
Stout move through there. It's big commitment going into there, especially on cold tyres. You've got to trust that it's not going to understeer wide when you've got a car on your left there.
Yeah, that was a full send at Hayshed there, and now it's a case of Paul has to get down the inside of Milano at the turn number 10 MG corner. He's on the wrong side here for turn 11, and then he'll get a nice little run though around the outside. He just pulls ahead. Here's Milano, maybe just shifts into gear, and the Monaro is in a different gear of its own, and he pulls slightly ahead and through turn number 12, and he will now give chase to Tonks down the front chute.
Going to be a drag race down the front chute here. They've pulled, sitting in the toe.
Listen to the roar as they run underneath the camera under the start-finish gantry there. And for the moment, he had a decent run, but he just elects to pull back in for the moment in the 28, the TRP Duckwork Monaro. He just sits back there, might just bide his time for a little bit here. A bit further back in the field. And a moment for Travis Mitchie. That's at the top of the circuit, I think it is, at turn number 12. Bit of a moment for him. Yesterday's winner in that little under 1600 class in a gaggle of 5XLs, which has been a great addition to improved production this weekend. Double wave yellows as well. There's a car that's stricken down at turn number 4. It's Brett Lehman.
The championship third place runner at the moment.
Certainly is. That is a disaster for him, being dragged in by the recovery crew, and we have gone to a safety car intervention here. So they've managed to get the 97 dragged in. I'm wondering if there's another car out there on the circuit potentially that is... Yes, it is. It's Travis Mitchell, who can't get out of the gravel trap. The Waverley Mini Garage safety car has been deployed. Now, I'm just looking to see where that is there. To me, that looks like it's up over the back somewhere. In actual fact, it's on the run down the hill on the left-hand side on the approach to MG. For a moment when I saw him spin out, I thought he was at the top end of the circuit. He was actually up around turn 11 or turn 12.
Turn
but
11.
Bit of an awkward camera shot there, sort of undid a bit of what we thought where he was hiding. But that's a bit of an awkward spot. Looks like that means he's had a moment around the top of Lukey Heights and he's spun to the inside of the circuit.
Yeah, and odd, being a front-wheel drive car, it's facing downhill in reverse. I wonder if there's actually more to that story and that car's got a problem with it or not.
Yeah, it was a bit sad for him. He was the leader in that little group of XLs. As I said yesterday, they came across the shot a bit late in the race, and there was all 5 of them together. There was that moment for Lee Seelenmeyer that he had that sort of very sideways moment coming out of turn 12.
That'll be on the highlights reel, Steve. I reckon that was a good bit of car control to get that back up.
I think I commented yesterday on the socials that it's a replay or a highlight he doesn't want to relive today. He probably wouldn't want to do that twice over.
I'm on a couple of highlights reels of Blendline, and they're all not ones I like. So.
Yeah. Well, you were on the intro again, wasn't it? Your Dukes of Hazzard style moment at Winton from a couple of years ago.
One little observation I did make on that last lap was that Tonks car is not short of horsepower. It's went blow for blow with pull down the front straight, so that new engine they've got back in that car is working nicely.
Certainly is. Now, the one thing he did say, I said to him this morning, I said, how are you going? He said, I'm going to go and try something new. I didn't inquire what the something new was because he was in the midst of getting ready, but, well, it very well might have been that maybe they turned the engine up a little bit or did something. But, yes, he did have quite a nice amount of horsepower in a straight line there, and he did go toe-to-toe, and Paul had to sort of tuck back in and play second fiddle for a little bit. So he's managed to wrestle the lead away, though, unsighted to us while we were honing in on what was going on with the Travis Mitchie XL.
I think he's managed to get around him around Southern Loop there. That's a real shame as they're towing the Brett Lehman car in, because I think with the way the points are, if he gets a 0 in this race, that'll probably knock him out of the running for the championship this year.
It certainly will. Well, attention will turn now to where the other two title protagonists are in the queue. So Ian McLennan, according to the timing there, is in 6th place. So look for that yellow Minare. He'll come around the shot here. So there go your two leaders, Milano, Butcher. And then you've got Kay Lehman there, and there's the yellow nugget, the Pro Cut Monaro of McLennan. And then Logan's made his way up to 9th, so he's actually made a few extra spots in all of this. So that's a good start for him. If they stay where they are now by the end of the race, that would put the deficit at 3 points between Logan and McLennan. Logan would still be leading it, but it'll be that's a very tight battle if it becomes that way going into the final race of the weekend. Now, I can see as well as the yellow flag and the safety car boards there, they're holding out the yellow and red striped flag there, which is usually a deteriorating surface flag. So there might be something down here at turn 8 and 9.
Looks like they're having a bit of trouble recovering that car. It's still sitting in the gravel trap off the side there. The marshals are working on it, but it hasn't moved, and they've done a whole lap under safety car, so maybe there's something extra going on there that we're not sure of.
Yeah, I think maybe first and foremost they'll be checking to see whether the driver is okay, and I guess in that case you can see there it is okay. The second part is going to be the surface is a little bit damp still underfoot there up at in the grassy parts of the circuit. I think Matty Dunlop, who was on the Formula 4 commentary, said a bit early this morning when he arrived, he tried to shortcut his way from where he car parked across the helipad, and then he went and stepped in the grass and then sort of sunk about half an inch. So it's still a little bit damp underfoot out there.
Yeah, I went for a walk down on qualifying down to turn 4, and I was sinking in the mush down there, so it is quite wet off the track. So
we're getting some word that there might still be a bit of something being looked at from turn 6 all the way through to turn 9. And if that's the case, I'm wondering if that then harks back to what we saw going on with the Reese Howell Civic and the smoke that was coming out of that car. Maybe there is something that's down there on the surface. I mean, I'm not saying that's the cause of it, but I mean, you start to put 2 and 2 together, don't you?
You do, quite possibly. And I haven't driven an XL, but it looked like it had an awkward spin there, like it just disconnected on him. So maybe there is something down there, but I guess we'll talk to the drivers after the race and we'll know more.
Yeah, we certainly will. So in the meantime, under the Waverley Mini Garage safety car we are, as we come down into turn number 1 here. This was the big scene of one of the big incidents yesterday afternoon. And it was the Danny Time Well Spent Commodore that went up in a plume of smoke. Turns out that car actually dropped a valve right at the critical moment, and Damien Milano right behind him had to take the avoiding action. Actually talking to Damien, he sort of said, well, the first thing I got is the big amount of smoke, and it wasn't a reaction of slipping on anything that the car was emitting. It was a case of I didn't know if he was going to slow down, and I was going to drill him. So I reacted and went around to try and find some clear air, which in actual fact is the logical thing to do. And that sort of split-second moment, I mean, you've been in these sorts of scenarios where you have to make split-second decisions. Your reaction is super critical in a moment like that, isn't it?
It really is, because you're doing a lot of meters a second down there, and especially in that part of the track, and you just don't know if something's stopped in front of you, if there's going to be debris, or sometimes when you're coming around and there's actually, fortunately for Damien, he actually got to see the car explode there. But if you're trying to follow another car and you come around and you don't see what's actually gone wrong and there's smoke there, you actually don't have a single clue what's going on. So you've got to make a split-second decision, and there's a real sort of sick pleasure to it almost. There's a wiring problem with some of us race drivers where you're going into a situation, you don't know what's on the other side, and you're just hoping for the best.
Well, we're getting some word through as the XL has been recovered for Travis Mitchie, so he'll continue on here. You did see a really good shot of the officials there trying to clean up what on earth is going on down at turn number 6 and through obviously to turn 9. A little bit of a sick-looking wound, I guess, there on the front of that car. We're getting some word through that the checkered flag is going to be displayed at the start-finish line this time around, so they need a little bit more time to clean up whatever has been deposited out there on the circuit, and the race will not be resumed. But however, they will have done enough laps here to warrant this race being classified, which is important. So there has been 2 laps completed, one of those under the safety car, and then there'll be 3 by the time they get to the flag. So that's usually enough for the points to be awarded. We'll wait for confirmation on the other side of that, but usually that is the case. That means it will be a pool victory for the second race running. Jared Tonks in second, and Damon Milano will be in third with Andrew Butcher fourth. So that puts Ian McLennan there in 6th place, and you can see Matt Logan in 9th. So that's where we were talking about them finishing potentially if the race ended in a certain situation. Well, it is going to officially end, and that's what they will inherit. We look a bit further down the order, just looking to see where the leader in the under-2s is. It's actually Callum Jensen who's managed to go ahead of Brett Porter in all of the chaos, and Larry Merrifield right behind him. So that's a little bit of a change there in unders. So a different winner there, as the Waverley Mini Garage safety car leads them across the line in a similar format to what happened yesterday afternoon after a handful of laps.
I feel sort of sorry for Butch there, because he got swamped off the start, unfortunately, with all the V8 horsepower around him, but then didn't get enough laps there to get a benefit out of that car being able to look after its tyres well. So poor old Butch has probably been the net loser out of the safety car here.
Yeah, I agree with you there. He definitely did not have enough time to recover that. Oh dear.
Matt Logan.
Well, that's about to change the script. So Matt Logan, the Mack Trucks 43 entry, has come unglued somewhere, or something has come unglued in that car at the final corner. That then changes the whole dynamic of the state title race in improved production. That's a big moment.
Oh, they were having drive-by-wire issues, I believe, with that car, and normally with the ECU that he's got in that car, you can normally reset it with the power cycle, fire it up and it goes. Hopefully there's nothing too sinister wrong with it.
Well, that's something we're going to be paying very, very close attention to now. The point score will flip even further. If that happens to be the case, it would actually turn the title race on its head. It would put Ian McLennan in the lead on the point standings with a race to go. But we're going to wait and see what has gone wrong with the number 43 entry until after this, because we don't know where the race has obviously been declared. The checkered flags are out. It's not a red flag scenario, but that has completely turned the race on its head. The cruel mistress that motorsport can be sometimes. There's confirmation of the top 10 there. So Poole, Tonks and Milano, as we said, ahead of Andrew Butcher, and then Cade Leben, Ian McLennan in 6th, Mark DeFunis and Royce Lyon in 8th. That actually moved Andrew Tickner up to 9th. In the old Commodore, and Callum Jensen, the leading under-2 runner there, in 10th, having got the best of Brett Porter and Larry Merrifield there at the start of the race.
Yeah, it sure has. It's good to see Cal Jensen break into the top 10 there too. Obviously got a gift there with the safety car, but it's still nice to see for Cal.
Certainly is. Well, we are going to take a very short break here in Central Commentary while the recovery crews clean up things around the circuit. And before we get underway with the Australian prototypes, we're going to have a bit of a look at what happened a little bit earlier in the week. We had a little track to town event that took place from the Phillip Island circuit all the way into Cowes. And here's what happened.
Out the front of Pino's, a favourite pizza restaurant down here at the Island Resort location, and we've got 10 beautiful examples of VSRS's finest cars, which have actually made their way from the track to the town.
Yeah, look, you know, it's always good to show the people how good motor racing is and what we've got to offer, and great experience.
It was pretty rough, but it's good. Yeah, good. Cool to come down into the town and show everyone what we've got.
It's great. I love it, especially when the kids come along and they all want to sit in the car. I could almost make an income from it, to be honest. There's a lot of kids that love it, but yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it was really cool driving in a convoy of all the cars in all the categories. It's lots of fun.
I was thrilled to bits to be asked, and it's a privilege to be able to come and do it. And we're having a ball here today, and we're getting some kids in the seat.
When the Mentone Premix car came in and when Ben came in, the people just came out of shops and everything. I just happened to be in the surf shop buying his surfboard and came trundling out and went, oh, I'm going racing this weekend as well.
As soon as we came over the crest, the crowd was here, and it's grown since. It's been great. The council, absolutely. Thank you to Janine especially at Bass Shire Council. She's been fantastic and guided me through what was necessary to get this to happen. So next year, bigger and better.
Of course, the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 2025 are drawing to a close today, but we have got a championship calendar already released for next year. Round 1, Sandown, February 13, 14, 15. Round 2, Calder Park in the suburbs of Melbourne, March 2021, 22. Round 3, Winton Motor Raceway. Get up there for a bit of country sunshine on May 1, 2 and 3. Sandown Raceway in the depths of winter, August 21, 22, 23. And I've got to say, it is the depths of winter in Melbourne, but we always seem to get great weather for that round in August. And rounding out the season, we'll be back here again at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit on October 2, 3 and 4. Only one visit to the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for the championship in 2026, but we look forward to the rebranding, the Trophy Tour of Victoria as well throughout season 2026. So keep an eye on things, keep an eye on the social media at Vic VSRS, and keep engaging with us right across the off-season. Still plenty of motorsport going on in Victoria. Of course, we've got historic Sandown coming up and Island Magic at the end of the year. We've got this Sunday to totally divulge all of the championships that are still taking place. A couple of non-regular categories coming up next with the Australian Prototype Series on track here. And these things are absolutely rapid. Really enjoy watching the prototypes. Very compact field. Only 7 cars made their way to this round, which I guess is a bit disappointing. There's probably a dozen regular competitors. And sadly, we're missing Jason Macris, John Paul Drake and Phil Hughes out of the championship. Those 3 coming 2nd, 3rd and 4th so far in this year's title hunt. Up after them will be the Supermini Challenge, which gives a huge spotlight on the minis, and it's really, really cool that the promoter, the organiser of this event this weekend is the Victorian Mini Club. And fantastic that they've been able to get the Super Mini Challenge down from Queensland here this weekend. The Super Mini competitors really enjoying the fast-flowing layout here of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Sports sedans, the big bangers, will be out on track at 10:25. Yesterday we missed it during the race, but Darren Hossack has eclipsed an over 20-year lap record. Darren Hossack took his little rotary RX7 sports sedan and he beat the rotary RX7 sports sedan that Luke Holden used over 20 years ago. The centerline suspension Silver Bullet has been eclipsed. So Luke Holden no longer has a lap record here, one of the longest standing lap records at this circuit that has now gone to Darren Hossack. So we look forward to the sports sedans at 10:25. BMW E30s on track at 10:45 with the Hyundai XLs, which combined really good yesterday. Great race for those categories. Historic touring cars and HQs will be sharing the track for their second race for the weekend at 11:05. MG and invited British cars. There's been an opening up of the rules there, so there's more cars eligible for season 2026. Get in touch with your friends down there at MG and invited British cars to get an understanding of how many more cars, and there's quite a list of cars that are now eligible to join that series. Formula RX8 on track. They joined us at Sandown for the last round. They enjoyed it so much at 11:45. They've come back for this round, and then we go racing in the afternoon, and we start off with the sports sedans on track for the start of this afternoon's program as we see the Australian prototype series going out on track now. Mark Lauke just making sure he's got grip on the dirt there as he's testing the grip out on the grass. Not sure what Mark Lauke was up to there, but it's great to see the Australian Prototype Series join the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And of course, a big shout out to 888 Home Loans for all of their support right throughout the numerous seasons now. It's great to have 888 Home Loans on board. And of course, joining Trico for this season with the championships. As I said, a compact field of prototypes making their way around. I'm Darren Smith. I've been joined by Tom Reed. Tom, for the first time yesterday, mate, you got to call the prototypes. Your thoughts on these missiles, essentially, aren't they?
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting race yesterday between the different dynamics of the cars, notably car 5 there, starting off P5, the Paul Trengrove West WR1000 with that low-hanging rear wing that can just sail around the outside. Seems to grip up anywhere and just immense grip on that car.
Certainly is. There's definitely a number of different chassis, and that particular WR1000, the West of Paul Trengrove, these are not new cars anymore. They've been around for around about a decade, but the newer cars are certainly the ones that are leading this field around. Yesterday, Paul Trengrove shared the front row with Mark Lauke, and it was he sort of got, I guess, the age of the car started to show as the aero package started to come into its own yesterday, and Mark Lauke managed to bring it home for the victory with car number 23, Phil Andrewis, who will line up right alongside of him. It's a rolling start, and the cars do line up behind the Waverley Mini Garage safety car. And we thank the Waverley Mini Garage for their support of this round. Cool-looking safety car leading this field around. So Mark Lauke will start out of pole, and he will take over pacing the field once the safety car pulls off. Phil Andrewis in the number 23 sitting right next to him. Simon Gardner. The interesting thing about Simon's car is this is the Norma M20, which we haven't seen here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit before. So great to have Simon on board. Glenn Stalbaum, a guy that's been around the prototypes for some time. He'll start out at P4. Paul Trengrove, as Tom's just mentioned, the WR1000. Ian Eldridge in number 19. Ian is in the store, WF1. A car of a similar vintage to the WR1000. And Andrew McKee, he rounds out the 7-car field in car number 13, the Wolf GB08 F1 Mistral. We cast our eyes to the straight now. Cars, great tail shot down this magnificent straight. There's a grandstand where Bass Straight used to be at the bottom of that straight there now. Mark Lauke got the field sitting very nicely. That's what the pace he wants to sit at in his Wolf, and away they go. Sitting beautifully right in the rev range of that turbocharged car, and he streaks over to the driver's left and absolutely flying through turn 1. There goes the West WR as well. It comes into its own. The faster it goes, the air under and over all of these cars. They are very much an aero package. Only small in the big realm of things, power plants, 1600 cc 2-litre in these cars. There are a couple of the bigger V8s that aren't running here this weekend in the Wolves, but certainly we're seeing the littler turbocharged cars there as well. Nice push there by the store, and that's Ian Eldridge in the clumsy Pelican Racing outfit. A bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car, but then we also look to the GB08 F1 Mistral at the back of the field there with Andrew McKee, and they fly. We just see the slippery surface flag there, or deteriorating surface flag there as well after that improved production racing. A bit of coolant and oil going down on the track, so we just see these cars go wide around that. The entry to Lukey Heights, they crest the hill, plunge down into MG Corner, and the 99 there of Glenn Stalbaum, the Wolf GB08 SM designation, goes through. 2.4 litre, it's the highest capacity car in this particular race as they come around to complete lap number 1. And we're just watching the store. Have a look at how its aero efficiency just drives up when it's in the hole behind it. And Cam McKee looks out. Sorry, Andy McKee looks out, drives on by there. So using the slipstream very, very nicely indeed. Lap number 1 completed. Mark Lauke heads the field, 0.7 of a second back to Phil Andros. And then Paul Trengove, as he did yesterday, magnificent opening stanza of this race. And then the car just started to drift away from Paul a little bit there. So vastly experienced racer. He'll know the car he's got under him, and he knows he's going to attack early with the incoming tyre set and what he's got his tyre pressures set at. This is the bunch, I guess, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. And it's being led there by Gardner and Eldridge.
Off the road there.
McKee
gets it back on the surface nicely, but look at all the gravel that's ended up on the road there, so that'll be difficult for your race leader, Mark Lauke, to navigate next time by. Here we are back to the race lead, so very similar circumstances from yesterday's opening race with car 5 there, the West WR1000 of Paul Trengove, sticking with the top 3 through the corners, but you start to see the Wolf Tornado of Andreas drive away in a straight line down the front straight. A little bit more power in that car and slightly better aero package down the front straight away. Watch for car number 5 though, haul him in through the corners.
Down to turn number 1 now, our race leaders. This battle pack again. We're being with Simon Gardner, Glenn Stolbaum, Ian Eldridge, McKee just drifting off the back there after he went off at Siberia. Tom, something you touched on very wisely there was a big spray of stones that came off that. He probably lost a second and a half, 2 seconds out of his lap time. But it'll be interesting now as Mark Lauke will be the pioneer. He arrives at that corner. Last time round, there is a yellow flag, so they will have a bit of a warning. But certainly Andy McKee, he's actually only just coming out of MG corner now, and we've got a safety car deployed. We lost someone else somewhere around the track, not too sure. But certainly this is our race leader, Mark Lauke. Last time across the line, 1.7 second lead. That'll be totally negated now as we see car number 13 just coming down the straight. So can't really see any other cars parked around the track. He did get back off.
We've got
at
7
9.
cars.
So yeah, we've got the whole field intact. So it might have been that Andy McKee came off and has regained.
He dropped a heap of time there, so I'm tipping he might have spun somewhere and they've called a safety car perhaps a little bit early, but this also gives them the time to sweep up any of those stones out on the exit of Siberia.
So the Waverley Mini Garage safety car comes out, information we've just had in, and we thank Matty Dunlop for his sharp shooting around the track down at MG. Andy McKee went off, and it didn't look like he was going to be able to recover back onto the track, and obviously that wasn't a great spot. It is a big plunge down the hill there, and if anyone's in sort of earshot of the track, they do tend to try and get it out of the way. I would suggest that after refuelling the Waverley Mini Garage Paceman wagon, after the improved production race, they've now got them out, and this will probably be a very, very quick turnaround. I would expect that we probably see the safety car will be in this lap. They've still got 3/4 of a lap to get round to the pit lane there, but Mark Lauke doing what all race drivers do under safety car, just weaving from left to right. It's more about keeping the mind on the job than it is keeping the tyres warm. The on and off the brake pedal is certainly getting the heat out through the rims onto the tyres is a very effective way of keeping the tyres warm, but certainly swerving from side to side can keep the driver's mind well and truly on the job. Coming into this round, Mark Lauke leads the championship on 451 points, and as I touched on in the opening remarks, Jason Macris 358, John Paul Drake 348, Phil Hughes 215, and Julian Newton 162 points. None of them have fronted up for this round.
Andrew McKee coming into the pits on our timing screen there, the blue box illuminating, so something obviously wrong with that car. He may not be taking any further part in this race, but touching on the top 4 here. This invites Gardner in his Norma back into this equation, and that's probably bad news for car number 5, who lacks a little bit of straight line performance down the front straight. It also does bring car number 5 there of Paul Trengrove in the West WR1000 closer perhaps in the corners. So this could be a very interesting restart. I think lights are out on the safety car as it pulls into pit lane. So it is Mark Lauke in the Wolf Tornado S, followed by Andreas in the Wolf Tornado, who will lead them across the line. When does Lauke decide to go? He's holding them a little bit here. Lights ablaze on the front of the yellow machine. He drops the hammer and goes, and it's an even restart between the top 3. But watch for car 54, like I touched on, with the better straight line performance. Can he sweep around the outside of Paul Trengrove? That is a no through turn number 1.
So they hold on P1, 2 and 3 as the restart took place. But Trengrove looks wide, holds the pedal down, and he absolutely challenges for P2. And have a look at Phil Andrews now, the Andrews Auto entry, holding on to that spot there. I reckon he's anticipating rain. He's already got the high-intensity rain light switched to on. There is certainly rain around, that's for sure.
Yeah, looking at the radar, wow, car 5 of Trengrove trying to go the long way around there. Can he stick it up the inside or outside here by the time they get to Siberia? No, look there on the inside from Gardner, but just touching on before, it is quite dark out there for the drivers. Definitely the lights on the front of the Wolf Tornadoes illuminating here.
It's actually quite interesting here at the track. We've got quite bright sky across into the eastern sky, but certainly coming from the west, there's a little bit of dark cloud. There's certainly some rain around on the radar. Trengrove to the inside here on Phil Andrews. He's got to stick with it. Mark Lauke's right parked in the way there as they get out of the corner, but Lauke powers down and drives away magnificently in the Wolf here. But Trengrove gets that job done on the number 23 there of Phil Andrews. And the Wolf Tornado has to use its straight line speed to try and catch the West, and it does. Draws alongside, the power available there, and there's definitely a power advantage there. Trengrove just moves over, covers off the charging Simon Gardner in the Norma M20. This is pretty much, Tom, how it played out yesterday, wasn't it?
Exactly.
It was early couple of, up to about lap 4 or 5, where Paul Trengrove had an advantage in the West. These newer designed cars seem to, I guess, use their tyres better over the journey in these races. We've still got over 4.5 minutes left in this, so that's got to be the best part of 4 more laps at least for these cars, if it stays true to sort of how yesterday played out. But Paul Trengrove here, he's having a go every opportunity he has, and the store now all over the back of the number 99 there of Glenn Stahlbaum. So Ian Eldridge in the store. It's also this very low slung car. You can see the airbox with the green detail just over his head. And then the channels either down the side of the car. They're using every surface available to create downforce. And you can see the rear wing is more there to tidy up the air that's coming over the top of those side pods and out from the back of the car. So very, very low slung rear wing as opposed to the Wolf in front of it. The GBO8 SM there of Glenn Stahlbaum.
Have a look at
race leader.
Have a look at this, Andreas, much closer to your race leader of Mark Lauke by the time they head into turn 1. Battle packs all the way through the field. Still here with car 19 of Ian Eldridge, who's looking to go the long way around Stahlbaum in car 99. Does he have the performance to stick around the outside, similar to car number 5 there of Trengrove? Doesn't really seem to have the grip over the car ahead. And then the straight line performance shows here with car 99 of Stahlbaum.
It's interesting, the West and the store seem to work better in the dirty air behind the car in front, as we see Ian Eldridge looking to the inside.
Race lead change here, up the inside. Sorry to cut you off there, Darren. Andreas going through on Mark Lauke. So now he will have those bright yellow headlights behind him, trying to distract him as much as possible. Car 5 of Trengrove now making a 3-car fight here.
Mark Lauke. This is pretty much what happened yesterday as well. A bit of a mid-race reset there for Mark Lauke. Phil Andrews in the Andrews Autos entry takes full advantage of it. Just hear a bit of turbo noise from either one of these two front cars. Certainly Mark Lauke is very slow getting out. Uses a different line to everyone else coming out of Honda corner, but it seems to set him up for the run on the straight. So that's what he is using the advantage of his particular car. Draws right up into the back of the Wolf in front, pulls out, draws alongside, and streams on by like Phil Andrews was standing still, sweeps back into the lead of the race. Andrews not even logging a leading lap there. So Lauke had got through on him before they got to the start-finish line to log lap number 7. A minute and 45 seconds left on the journey, so you'd suggest next time round they'll probably get the last lap board. They may not be, but the lap times are in the 33s. Phil Andrews in the 23 there, the car second on the road. The white lights are blazing there. It's like they're coming out of through the dawn at Le Mans, like LMP2 sort of thing, doesn't it? Looks very cool as they come down through there. And a 133.37 for Phil Andrews. He's the only... sorry, I tell a lie. Paul Trengove also into the 133.8, but a 133.3 to Phil Andrews is by far the fastest lap, well over half a second faster than Trengove. At the moment, Mark Lauke hasn't dipped below a 134. He's done a 134.03. He's still 0.03 off getting into the 133s.
There's that line you touched on before, Darren, of Mark Lauke. He sort of holds it tight out of MG, which gives him perhaps a better run through the penultimate corner there, maybe squares his exit off and he's able to attack that left-hander, whereas Andreas seems to flow the car more and maybe compromises him.
Last lap board being shown to the field. Paul Trengove acknowledges, just raises the finger through there, and I don't mean the middle one, I mean the index finger, just to acknowledge the last lap board. Paul Trengove, forever the gentleman racer, and acknowledging the start-finish line there for the last lap, and it's a good signal for him. He has to get on with it. Oh, look at this. Phil Andrews slowing in the Wolf, number 23, going backwards. The Wolf Tornado from Andreas Auto, just slowing there. He does it, just some sort of performance thing, isn't it? He's looking down. I would suggest gear selection, the way he's looking around, and actually to see him coming down into turn 4, he hasn't been able to get down a lower gear. The car's sort of bobbling around like it's hunting for a down change.
It's a big shame because that was looking like it would set up for a nice race number 3 this afternoon between those guys. Lauke now with a big margin out in front from Trengove and Gardner, who's still hustling the back there of the West WR1000. Back through the field, just navigating the stricken car 23 there, Andreas, who's just limping back to the line at this point.
Certainly just holding his spot there on the track as Mark Lauke lines himself up for 2 from 2 so far. He loves the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It rewards a fast and flowing driver who absolutely studies the art of racing. Mark Lauke takes race number 2 after taking race number 1 yesterday. Phil Andrews wondering what's going on with his car as he just trickles down the straight now. But Paul Trengove gets into P2. Fantastic driving by both Mark and Paul. And the car number 54 seeing Simon Gardner in the Norma M20, the only Norma in the field, getting his way into P3. Glenn Stahlbaum, Ian Eldridge, and Phil Andrews does bring the car to the checkered flag, so will be registered. Sadly, Andy McKee not getting to the line in the Wolf GBO8 F1 Mistral, as we've no, he has. He's got back out and motoring on as well, so he will get to the line. Checkered flag still being presented there for our final contender as car number 13 works his way around turns 11 and 12 and comes to finish race number 2. The Ducati engined Wolf here, the Mistral, comes to the line there and Very similar sound to the Superbikes here a couple of weeks ago, as the property here gets itself ready for MotoGP in a couple of weeks' time. Looks a picture. So that is it. Race number 2 for the Australian Prototype Series draws to a close. Mark Lauke takes the victory to Trengove and Gardner. Stallworm, Aldridge and Andrews McKee getting home there, 1 lap down. Thank you, Tom. Fantastic to have the prototypes here at Phillip Island this weekend. We've got the Super Mini Challenge coming up on track in just a couple of minutes. We'll be back with more here at the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, with big thanks to 888 Home Loans.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen, as the VIPs roll into the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit to take up their spot to watch the final round for various categories. Of course, we've already seen Formula Ford running this morning, and a fantastic race we've had. And of course, everything Formula Ford can be found in the new book. If you get onto the Formula Ford website, make sure you get the new Formula Ford book, coffee table book there, friends, and it's a ripping read. Get yourself one, or get one for someone who likes motorsport for Christmas. I even think it might have even been reduced for Christmas. Super Mini's now on track. I'm Darren Smith, and Matty Dunlop has jumped right alongside here. Really cool inclusion yesterday for the Vic Series, having the Super Minis, and I guess it's right on point, isn't it, when this round is promoted and run by the Victorian Mini Club? Why not showcase the modern product, which I guess is different to when the Mini Club started in the early 60s, when BMC bought out the original Mini. And we're now looking on the screen the next couple of decades of evolutions of these potent little pocket rockets, great fun race cars, and some pretty highly modified ones too, Matty.
From BMC to BMW Minis.
Yes,
so these are the modern ones that are out on track, and they've been putting on a great show, and it's going to be some more sensational racing here in race 2 today. So let's take a look at the grid. It is Craig Lindsell who takes pole position next to Stephen Turner. Neil Turner is next behind them, and then it's Anthony Elliott. Jim Campbell in that spectacular-looking number 72 machine starts 5th, and then it's Blake Mills, Trent Spencer, and Tom Campbell rounding out the 4th row. Then we go to Andrew Mills, Adam Juice, Brendan Cawley, and Chris Batista in 9th through 12th, and then we have Bernard Hogan, Alex Lee in 14th, Lockie Campbell in 15th, and Stephen O'Malley in 16th, and then we go to Braden Larkin in 17th. Josh Mills, who had a tyre let go yesterday, has started back in 18th, and then behind him we've also got Alan Murray, Chris Cotton, and Leighton Ward, who either did not finish or did not start yesterday. Hopefully we can get as many of those cars out on the grid as possible, because that would bring us up to 21 cars. If so, even if we can't get all those guys out, we've still got a bumper grid of minis here today, Darren.
Certainly is, and there's one that dragged our attention yesterday. Car number 72 came from the rear of the field, James Campbell. A very interesting frontal aero package, looks like heavily modified on that car. Of course, Trent Spencer is the class champion from 2024 and currently holds the lap record at QR with a 1:19.77. We're watching Trent in car number 39 out of position number 7, so we'll keep an eye on that. There's the number 72 I referenced just a moment ago. It certainly looks like it's got that open rear arches, like a time attack sort of car or a sports sedan sort of thing. So it's certainly got a bespoke aero package. There it is there. A couple of purposeful openings right in the front of that car to get air through. And we touched on the car that was just in the back of shot there, that one right there, car number 37 or 337 as it says on the side there with the gnashing teeth on the grill there. So looking forward to seeing how this, 339, not 337, 339 is the number, and that's Trent Spencer there. So they make their way down, front row of the grid is Craig Lindsell and Stephen Turner as it was yesterday, and they take up their spots. Just hearing them idle there on the grid. And magnificently brought to the line there, Matt. I love a category that comes down like Formula One. They all come down and almost stop at the same time. No one's left sitting on the grid for excess amount of time to cook the engines. But watching very closely that 3rd row out of position number 5, car number 72, to see how it gets off the line today. So started yesterday's race from the rear of the field, grabbed our attention because of the wild body kit on it, and it answered the questions in performance. So revs rise on the rev limiter, and away we go. Double dip at the clutch there in car number 33, Craig Lindsell, and there goes James Campbell there as well. Big move from the rear of the field as well, pushing pretty hard up. But the double dip at the clutch there, that's a very interesting starting style, front drive style, and that is what Craig Lindsell has done and got down into turn number 1 in first place, looking quite good. Adam Deuce there getting a good look at the side of his car as they get their way through turn number 1. The 83 there, the super cheap auto car of Thomas Campbell. Started out of 8th, looking to make up some positions. There's James Campbell there as well. We touched on it yesterday, Matt, the number of brothers and father-son combinations right throughout this field, isn't there?
It's very much a family affair, so forgive us if we get a little bit mixed up with which Mills is which and the Campbells and whatnot as well, as there's so many families involved here, and a lot of the time they're bumping shoulders together, as we see here. That's the number 25 car of Blake Mills, but next to him is the 83 of, that is Tom Campbell. So 2 different families here throwing themselves at it, and then behind them that's the 339, the up-class machine of Trent Spencer. as we touched on earlier. So side by side as they go through Exeter Siberia, it looks like Mills is going to try and get up the inside, hangs the back end right out, and when you're driving a front wheel car, the way to get out of a slide is just plant your foot, and that's what he's done. He's kept it together. He's around the outside once again as they go across the hill into MG. He might try and have a look here up the inside of Campbell, but Campbell shuts the door.
Fittingly, the number 25 has ABC written on the side. The ABC of front wheel drive racing. When in doubt, power out. And that's just exactly what Blake Mills has done. Fittingly here, this is look, they're getting together here. The QR lap record holder just in the back of shot here, but the driver, Tom Campbell, just holding off this battle pack. They're all starting to line up behind here. You're like a champagne cork and a champagne bottle any minute now. It pops out, and they all pop out left and right and stream on by the 83 there. And then we've got another ABC car, a yellow one this time around, pushing into that there. The 118 comes into it. Neil Turner started off the second row of the grid right behind Craig Linsell. And Neil Turner holds on to his P3 early doors in this one. But there goes James Campbell.
So James actually had a pretty far from ideal start there. He bogged it down a little bit and got a bit swamped. Lost at least one spot off the line and dropped to 6th, but he's made his way up to P4 by the time he made it back around to the stripe. So that thing is very, very quick, and there's a big bit of a lock up there. Some puffs of blue smoke out of the side of the number 5 car of Crawley, I believe that is. Yes, it is. But keeps it on the black stuff and makes his way around Miller Corner once more as they proceed around with just under 10.5 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of racing still to come.
Interesting you reference the start there, Matt, because at the moment Craig Linsell has just disappeared. He has absolutely bolted open the gate and the horse has run free. Got himself 4.5 seconds on the opening lap here, and in one-make racing, yeah, it's different classes available here, but generally the classes are grouped together on the track. But 4.5 seconds in lap 1 of the 4.48 kilometres of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit is an amazing start in this race. So that's what happened off the start. Really clearly had a double dip at the clutch. Maybe that's the secret. Just get the car moving over that first metre and then give it another dip, get the revs up, and away you go. But certainly worked very, very well at this point in time. A 146.88. Terrific lap time also in the Mini. So awesome start for Craig Linsell to start race number 2 for the weekend.
Next fastest car on track is Neil Turner with a 148.7. That is just how quick Linsell is. Almost 2 seconds a lap faster on sheer pace. So he must be double clutching out of every single corner here to keep that pace up. And you did mention the class sort of structure here, and we touched on it a bit yesterday. Basically, there's 2 classes, unlimited, which means if it's a Mini, you kind of do what you want within reason. And then there's the Cooper class, which is designed to be much more structured and one make, which is what you're kind of seeing here on screen right now. But the beauty is you can compete for each class's points, but there's also outright points. And what that means is you can be, if you dominate, like you're seeing Linsell there, braining everyone in the unlimited car there, if you could have like a similar run of the Cooper class, you could still win the outright championship just because it's based on, like, it's fully separated from that. It doesn't take into effect where you are standing on the track in regards to every other car in the category. It just takes into effect where you stand amongst your peers. So that's a really cool points format in how it works. This is a non-points paying round though, so all these drivers will just be having a bit of fun, but also throwing everything at it and just getting stuck right in, as we see here.
It's more about bragging rights here this weekend, isn't it, really, these guys? Just watching Alan Murray in the 23 there, it's a pretty wild-looking Mini. In fact, it's got that high-mounted rear wing off the top of the rear window there, and it sort of seemed to be wobbling under load a little bit there. So he started rear of grid, and the 23 is not quite inside the top 10 yet, but is certainly pushing behind. A couple of team cars getting together here, the number 24 and 25. So we've got Andy Mills and Blake Mills, the
father
Cooper
and son
SR56 and just the Cooper S. So yeah, father and son. This could be interesting.
It certainly will be. We saw Blake Mills duking it out with his brother Josh yesterday, and through this corner is where Josh unfortunately came unstuck with a puncture. Couldn't figure out where it came from, but the inside sidewall basically disintegrated and that car was going nowhere fast. So that means Josh is right at the back of the field in 19th right now. So Andy has it all to play, just holding off his son Blake there. But then we've got Spencer in the 339 swooping past in that fearsome looking up-tiles machine, trying to make it a run on both of them.
Certainly is, pushing very, very hard there under brakes now. Who's got the bigger brakes, the 25 or the 39? Inside running goes to the ABC car, the 25. So that's Blake Mills holding on as the Queensland Raceway lap record holder gets through there. Here comes the 72, who started out at position number 5, James Campbell, and he has currently made it up to P2, is it, or 4?
He's up to P2, so he's gotten past both of the Turners now who are sitting behind him, so he's made up both those spots in this lap alone. That car is absolutely rapid. He was right behind them as they went down the main straight last time by, but he has a gap of 8.2 seconds up the road to Craig Lindsell. That is how fast that number 33 machine is here. We're seeing the rest of the cars, second, third, fourth, come in the last corner. Lindsell just crossed the line. See, fastest lap again, 146, Boeing 707.
Be interesting to see when Campbell gets to the line what his last lap was, because he goes to P2, 145, so he's eclipsed it, and it is definitely, it's by 0.8 of a second over Lindsell. So the 72 has found his groove and is now fastest car on the track with 5.5 minutes left remaining plus a lap. Well, if he can keep those lap times up, as we have a bit of a lock-up down there into turn 2, but if he can keep those times up...
If he can keep the car running, because there's a lot of smoke coming out of that 72. I don't know if it's a tyre rub or if something else is going on, but we will keep a very, very close eye on that 72 machine because it doesn't look ideal. It's petered off a little bit, and we won't be able to see a great shot of it as he comes through into Miller. Jumps on the anchors, keeps it in the middle of the road. He's still wary of the two Turner machines behind him, wanting to defend. So let's see what happens. It looks anticipated for now. So fingers crossed he can keep that thing pedal to the metal once again and hopefully catch the back of Craig Lindsell.
Great job by the cameraman there to get in through that open passenger side window. We could just about see him changing his mind as he went down into turn 4 then. So terrific camera work here. The Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships will try and get you as close to the driver's seat as we possibly can. White gloves help. We can see when he's changing his mind, the gloves go up and down as he weaves his way into a corner. That always helps. No, I do like white gloves and those iridescent yellow gloves. You can see right inside the car and see what the driver's doing with the steering angle. But certainly down there at turn 4, great camera work to pick up right inside the car there and get that detail from what the driver's doing.
It's the same reason why I like to use a hot pink golf ball on the course, as you can see it a mile away in the most dense scrub possible, no matter what you're doing. So
sounds like you play like I do, mate.
Oh, absolutely horribly. Someone's got a black flag. We can't see who it is, but we'll keep an eye, which means they'll have to roll through pit lane and take a drive-through penalty. Let's keep an ear out or an eye as well to see if we can get any further updates there. But in the meantime, we've still got Craig Lindsell and Jim Campbell running first and second. The gap is still 8.5 seconds at the front, so Jim hasn't been able to catch so far, probably because he may necessarily be nursing a car.
72.
So the 72 has that black flag. That is Jim Campbell. So, wow. We're not sure what that is for, but we will keep an eye out. It doesn't look to be a mechanical black flag. That is a pure black flag with no disc on it.
So start line incident or something. He's slowing, so he's seen it. Definitely slowing and looks to be coming up the return road into the pit lane. So that's a real shame. That's a real shame. Probably should have motored around to the pit lane and come down that way. But a black flag, generally, it's probably a start line incident. We don't see a 5-second penalty on the timing screen, so we can only really surmise what might have gone on there. But what does go on is the race out in front, and Lindsell is doing an absolute ripping job. 5 laps completed. The car that has just come into the pit lane is definitely the fastest car on track. But Lindsell, last time round, dropped into the 145, just a 145.966. So that was 2 cars that had dipped that low, but only 1 remains in the race.
So there's still plenty of racing all the way up and down this field as we see the 5 and 9 going side by side. Brendan Cooley and Chris Batista and they, right behind them, are trying to hold off Bernard Logan, and I believe that would be Alex Lee behind him as well. No, that is O'Malley in the number 19 car. So O'Malley is right there, but the vast majority of this field have come from Queensland as well. That is the 11th, as a matter of fact. So that is Bernard Logan, and then behind him is the number 30 car of Lachlan Campbell. So that's the Red Bull machine, Lachlan's son of Jim Campbell, who just peeled into the pits. So runs in the blood here, does racing, and especially mini racing, as we see these 4 cars flying around this last corner and onto that long main straight. The wind has picked up a little bit. These cars won't be able to do a whole lot of slipstream with it. They're giving it their absolute darndest here down the main straight, as Jim Campbell has fully pulled into the pits now and finished up his race, unfortunately. But still plenty of racing, as we see the number 5 going up the inside of Chris Batista there. So these two still scrapping it out. There's a bit of a lock-up. Just keeps it in check.
Stephen Turner in the CMA number 9 goes right round the outside. Big amount of lock on the number 5. Just to make some speed a little bit there. Understeering off Southern Loop, but gathers it all back up, covering just a little bit of the straight with the CMA car number 9 of Stephen Turner. And this is great racing here. All Class C cars. We can see that off to the right-hand side of the windscreen. Line astern with each other. Brendan Hogan, or Bernard Hogan, sorry, and the R56 JCW, the red car there, just in the back of shot. But certainly these two are going for it. Car number 5 there, Brendan Corley, has gathered it all back up again, and a position change. The number 11 goes through, Bernard Hogan. He was setting that up all the way around for exit of turn 2 when these two were ding-dong battling with each other here, but the 9 has gone back 2 spots since turn 1.
And the 9 both threw some blue smoke from the front, so they were locking it up into Siberia, and Hogan's going to keep the car moving, and he gets past there, and he'll be up into 11th position now for car number 11. So great racing here between these three, and no, that's Josh Mills once again. So this is the car that came unstuck yesterday. That's the same corner where he's gone off, I believe. So that's turn 2. He's looking to rejoin, and hopefully he can get back out on track, and we won't see this one end under safety car once again. We don't have a whole lot of time left in this race because the clock has just gone to 0, which means once Craig Lindsell comes around, he will receive the last lap board, which won't be too far away, and these drivers will know about it. They've got plenty of passing to do to make up as many spots as they can for those super important bragging rights.
Craig Lindsell is absolutely giving them a lesson, isn't he, at the moment? 12.5 seconds clear, and he's just eased up on the lap time at 150, so he's eased up 5 seconds off his best.
Whoa!
Coming together there out of turn 2. It was always going to be on between those guys, the 5 and the 9. Start to get a bit more aggressive with it in the dying stages of this one. And the 9 gathers it all back up, sands the right-hand front headlight. The number 5 just having a bit of a look around in the back, wondering what had happened there, but just below the 8-speed sign, a bit of damage on the bumper. But what has happened now is that Campbell has taken full advantage of that and taken the Red Bull machine and just driven on through.
Awesome pearlescent paint job on that thing.
Isn't it?
Shifting as it rolls past the camera shot there, especially under these changeable weather conditions here today at Phillip Island. We saw a brief glimpse of the radar earlier. Looked a bit ominous, but it's looking dry for the rest of this race at the very least. But here at Phillip Island with the weather, anything can happen, and it usually does.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's actually cleared up during the improved production race. It's quite menacing at that point in time. Those clouds off in the background there just hanging around a little bit. They're nice big fluffy ones that don't look like they've got too much rain in it. Certainly the radar has cleared up. So if you're watching on from Melbourne, certainly plenty of time to get back down to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We'll be here right until after 5 o'clock tonight racing. And, well, the time is only now 10:30, so you can be down here for the entire afternoon session if you want to get trackside.
Let's take a look at what happened. So Corley's leading here, and then that's the number 9. Just tags him as they go through the southern loop there. Geez, at the speed they were going and just how much the cars were loaded on the right-hand side, that could have been quite a bit worse, but they both held it together. But they're going to have some stern words for each other when they get back to the garage.
Here's our race leader, car number 33. An absolute emphatic drive here again. today. Craig Linsell has put the pedal to the metal. He had a very, very trick start. It's certainly one that dragged our eyes and our attention to him off the start there. Looked to be a double dip with the clutch, and he just drove away. Has not been fronted since then. There's the checkered flag, and he takes 2 from 2. Craig Linsell in the mini challenge, the Super Mini Challenge, and he does a tremendous job. As we look back through the field now, and this is positions 3 and 4 on the racetrack, or is it 4 and 3? They're switching around, coming around turn 12 as we look now for Neil Turner,
who just crosses the stripe to take second, and then this will be the battle for third position. So it is the 66 of Elliott, who is currently on the podium. Can he hold off the other Turner? Yes, he can. So Elliott, and that is the number 4 coming unstuck of Leighton Ward, unfortunately, who didn't make the start, or did make the start, but I think he stalled on the grid yesterday. Hasn't been able to finish that race today, which is very unfortunate for the other ABC machine there, that number 4. But still plenty of action here. This is Brennan Hogan, Bernard Hogan, I should say, we were taking a look at earlier, trying to hold off the number 52 of Adam Juice. This battle, I believe, is for 9th position, and they have Campbell up ahead, so this is actually the battle for 8th all the way down. Campbell is going to have a very, very quick 11 car to try and hold off as they come to the line. Can he get it done? I think Hogan is going to get the pass done and move into 8th. So Campbell in the 83, that is Tom Campbell, will cross the stripe in 9th. Adam Juice will round out the top 10. But we still have the rest of the field filtering through here. We have Corley in the number 5 that we saw earlier getting involved in that little bit of a tangle in 11th. Lockie Campbell 12th. And then we have O'Malley, Chris Baptista, and Alex Lee in 15th. Now, here's those top 10 results again. It was Craig Linsell with daylight, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, effectively. 18.226 seconds the margin, Darren. That is a massive gap.
It's huge over a 9-lap race, isn't it? That is an absolute lesson in mini racing there, and I'm going to say in car preparation there as well. Neil Turner, Anthony Elliott, that confirms our podium for the Super Mini Challenge for race number 2. We've got plenty of racing still to come at Trico, seeing you through the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big shout out to 888 Home Loans. And we are set now to go racing with the Sports Sedans, and they are on track next. So we're looking forward to seeing the big bangers of Australian motorsport. Thank you very much, Matty Dunlop, and you've got plenty more races to call today, mate, as well. So looking forward to hearing a lot more from Matt Dunlop throughout today. Sports Sedans will be on track in just a couple of moments.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We're just in a bit of a holding pattern right now for the sports sedans to make their way out on track, brought to us this weekend by Bollards Direct, protecting what's valuable for you. So we've got a recovery still going on out on track there. So sports sedans are poised for their return to the track. The Advanced Car Carriers Victorian Championship, also supported by QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies. So there's the cars, the big bangers of Australian motorsport, and of course Darden Brown right in the middle of that shot there. The Bendigo Specialist Brake and Clutch car number 18 is an absolute stalwart of the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Great to see that car in the field there, and Darden, he's at every round, and either side of him he's in a bit of a McGlurkin sandwich there, the Calibra and the Chevy TA type of chassis car. We are missing Dean Cam out of the field here this weekend. So Dean has recently run the national round at Sandown, acquitted himself very well, as he always does. Just looking into the side door of the Graham Gilliland RX7 there, as the Bollards Direct RX7. That's the orange one, sort of smack bang in front of the shot over the front of Darden Brown's car number 18, and then on the other side there is the 33. Mark Carr of Warren Cleland, new to the Mark Carr world about a year or so ago. Just getting his head around how these cars work. He was racing an RX7 prior to that, and then it looks like just in front there that might be one of the black Commodores. I'm not too sure who that is. Is that Andrew Cook? No, it's not. Ben Kelly, maybe. I see the 1 minute signal at the front of the marshalling area there, and they're being told to give it a kick in the guts and get out on track. A guy that will be sitting on pole position is the new lap record holder in that 3 litre capacity zone, and he's also 2 times national sports sedan champion, not in this RX7, which we're just seeing rolling out there. Car number 5, red number 5 as it's known in the family, and Darren Hossack returning to sports sedans after quite a long time off. Of course, raced for a long time for John Gourlay in the Saab and Audi era, and certainly raced in, I'm going to say, one of the golden eras of sports sedans with the Kerrick Sports Sedan Series and some of the most fearsome national sports sedan racing between him and Tony Ricciardello. And I remember so fondly being at Queensland Raceway in 2013, and that was just an absolute battle royale between those two. It was that good a race. I can't remember who won it, but they turned it on, as sports sedans tend to do right throughout through the year in state racing all around the country, and of course the National Series, which has been supported by Hollinger over recent times. Of course, at the last round of the State Series, the National Series ran, and it was a huge weekend for Stephen Tomasi. Took 3 from 3 and emphatic victory in that particular round of the National Series. The Advanced Car Carriers Victorian Sports Sedan Series now out on track this weekend, sponsored by Bollards Direct. Looking forward to seeing how this pans out as Dean Cam Dean Cam's not even here this weekend, but Darren Hossack rolls out. Jim Policina has all but grabbed this year's championship in the Victorian Sports Sedans. The New South Welshman decided he'd come down here and get some different racing compared to New South Wales, with Stephen Lacey and the crew up there running a very, very strong championship in New South Wales as well. Joseph said, Nick Smith and the guys up there. Here is our grid for race number 2. I'm Darren Smith, being joined by Callum Brannigan, who a sports sedan fan for a long, long time. Welcome, Callum.
Good morning, Darren. Good morning to everybody around the circuit, as well as tuning in live and free on Blendline TV. And indeed, I've been a massive fan of sports sedans ever since I can remember, Darren. I remember back in the late 90s attending V8 supercar meetings, and they were always my favourite category on the circuit because they were just bigger, better, meaner than the regular supercars, just because they had such stage presence. But starting at a pole, as you've alluded to, Darren, Darren Hossack starting from P1 alongside Jim Pollicina and that beautiful Team Vodafone 888 Commodore. It's probably the most desirable V8 supercar, or former V8 supercar in existence at the moment. Brett Dickey starting out of position 3. He was very fast yesterday. It'll be curious to see how he goes today with overcast conditions alongside Alan Nash, a true student of the sport in the number 11 Perkins Engineering Jack Daniels Commodore. You can see they're warming up the tyres in the background. Johnny Bolito starting out of position 5 alongside Adam Poole in position 6, doing double duties this weekend at Phillip Island. Graham Gilliland in the triple rotor Mazda RX7 starting out of P7, and Jeremy Davison starting out of position 8.
Greg Lynch is the next one there. He's looking to round out the big V8s championship, and he features in the podium for the Sports Sedan championship there as well. But starting out of 9th in this one, Andrew Parker alongside then Andrew Butcher in his improved production car. Aidan Munger is also there in the number 75 Nissan. Andrew Cook in the 66, back to Ben Kelly in the number 69 there. Ben Kelly in the Holden Commodore, which is the one in the marshalling area there, the black car. So getting a good look at the number 69 in the marshalling area. Warren Cleland in the 33. Bruce Henley in the number 67, starting out of position number 16. We look further back, it's Rand McGlurkin in the pink Calibra this weekend, the ever-changing colours of that Calibra. Darwin Brown back to Rand McGlurkin Senior in the black Corvette, or the TA style bodied car. Ben McLeod, David Shaw, and I don't think we've had Tegan Collins rejoin the field. Not too sure. There was some interesting comments on social media that car had done a rotor. Interestingly enough, it's a V8, so it might have done a rotor button or it might have done a rotor brake, but there it is. There's Tegan right there in the mix, so great to see Tegan on the back. The field former, Darren Hossack, has probably had the most experience in this sort of race start, the rolling start in sports sedans, but not in a rotary-powered RX-7 car number 5. He's pacing the field. He'll pick the sweet spot for his car to launch from. Brett Dickey is suffering from old tyres. No budget to put new tyres on that car, and he was actually interested to see how long Darren Hossack can keep the pace. He's put on some nice new tyres for this weekend, and away we go. Hossack uses that advantage. Poole steps out. He, in fact, under power. The car stepped out on the rolling start. That car is designed to do a standing start in improved production. Sweeping through in turn 1, though, is the Hossack RX-7. Brett Dickey lines up in behind. So this is interesting. Poole out over the ripple strips there. Lucky there's a hard stand off the back of those ripple strips. Gilliland gets very close to the 28 there of Poole, but the triple rotor just gets on with business here. Have a look at Greg Lynch. He is absolutely powered down. And Aidan Munger, he's ranging up in this battle as well. So they pan out, underbrakes down into turn 4. Poole looks down the inside of Nash in the old supercar. Thinks better of it. The supercar will haul up brilliantly under brakes. Brett Dickey, just a little bit of a rear lock-up. Cold tyres there, just at the top of the shot. We get a good look down the side of the G&G Racing Bollards Direct RX-7 for Graham Gilliland. Great to see Graham back inside the top 10. This car has had a massive transition over the last 18 months. Triple rotor on board. They've made some fairly significant aero changes as Lynch goes right around the outside. He's got the aero package working very, very well on that Commodore. Holds the inside running here. You park the big sports sedan between you and the Apex, and the two coupe-style cars or two-door cars have to go right round the outside, and that's what Aidan Munger does. Graham Gilliland gives him the room. Gentlemanly racer there by Graham, and powers away across the line to lead. Lap number 1 goes Darren Hossack, and he is in hot pursuit by Brett Dickey. So a rotor and a turbocharged 4-cylinder here at a track that generally is dominated by horsepower, and we're seeing Jim Pollicina trying to use that horsepower to get through on the Bollards Direct number 29.
He's still there, Darren, just around the outside, but he falls away and back behind the Honda Prelude. So very spirited start between the two competitors here. This is, of course, the battle for P2. We saw this yesterday, actually, during the race, and up the inside, is this going to be Pollicina in the number 7 Team Vodafone Commodore, and he gets that done nice and tidy. So can he replicate what we saw yesterday, where he started to make ground onto Darren Hossack, who was absolutely dynamite on cold tyres, especially in these starting conditions in the opening sequence of this race. Hossack is just a very experienced hand, especially racing these style of sports sedans, and he's doing a terrific job out the front as well. But this battle rages on. So this is Jeremy Davidson. I correct myself, in the number 37 RX7. He's made his way past the car of Greg Lynch, who of course is also doing double duties like so many people here this weekend, and he's got 2 sets of tyres allocated for that car, and he's got the good set, he will, by his own admission, he'd call them the prime set of tyres bolted to the cars for the sports sedans appearances this weekend. Here's Andrew Parker in the Sentinel Commodore, Adam Munger all over the back of him in that S15 Sylvia. Doesn't it look absolutely spectacular, Darren? But it's another Japanese JDM car with a thoroughbred V8 power plant underneath the bonnet. So it's playing tricks on the viewers, but it's when you hear it live and in full HD trackside, you hear just the it's a bit of a shocking moment when you can hear a V8. Oh, extremely close there between Gilliland up the inside of Greg Lynch there. There's about an RX7's width between those two going into turn 1, but Gilliland getting up the inside as well. And we should point out the fact that Gilliland, with the raft of changes, as you pointed out before, Darren, to that car, as it's made its steady evolution over its existence since the early 2000s. It's something for Graham Gilliland to continuously change his approach, change his driving style, get used to all of the raft of changes as they continue to bring it up to spec. Here's Monger on the outside. He's just a little bit on the grass there, and that allows Andrew Butcher up the inside in the E46 BMW. Monger on the apron to the far left-hand side as well. He's definitely exploring track limits in this morning's race day.
Here comes Ben McLeod, sporting the damage on the back of his car after he clouded the wall coming out of turn 4 yesterday. And that won't make him happy at all. He always pays very close attention to the cosmetics of his car. And for that fact, even all the effective working parts of that car as well. Ben presents a very, very fine sports sedan. But he's ranging his way back up through the field, of course, starting from rear of the grid. And just trying to pick up where he is. 13th on the timesheet, but he's made a couple of spots since the last lap around. And this is Aiden Munger. I might have called Davidson Munger before, but sorry about that. Jeremy Davidson doing a terrific job in the RX7 FD. Oh, Aiden Munger goes all 4 wheels off into the dirt. There's not too many that get to save that, particularly in a sports sedan at these rate of knots that they're going through there. Gathers it all back up. I'm pretty sure I'll be reaching for a new driving suit for this afternoon's race after that little experience. There's Jeremy Davison. He's in that black RX7 that is ranging up onto the back of Poole. And here comes Graham Gilliland as well. Graham's actually really found his pace today, doing personal best there, 139.51 for Graham Gilliland. And there goes Andrew Butcher. He's getting plenty of practice in before the Improved Production Nationals, which will be Island Magic this year. Munger down the inside now. I tell you what, and then Ben McLeod's just picking up an Uber as he goes around through turn 4. The door's open, you've just got to catch up and get in if you want to ride around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. As door now closed, continues on. Munger fighting back with Andrew Parker. And there goes Hossack. Hossack has wheeled off the track, and I think he's going to try to continue, but with slicks on, no, he has stopped. So that's a shame. The car was going so fast. Impolicina now with the fastest lap and leading this race. As we go back to Andrew Parker, looks to be the cork in the bottle at the moment because he's got McLeod and Munger lining up behind him to get through. And the 72 of McLeod just gets through on Munger, and now he's got to get through on Andrew Parker. He looks to go wide, ducks back in, late apex, and he'll set up Parker for the run down the straight here. 2 Commodores line astern with each other. McLeod pulls out and looks for track position, draws alongside. Has he got the job done? Parker notoriously holds on and nicely does it there. Parker in the Sentinel car just holds out Ben McLeod for one more corner. You get the feeling though, Callum, that it's inevitable that Ben McLeod will come through in the number 72.
Yeah, he's got plenty of pace, and he's shutting the door on your opponents to a literal level with that door, the left rear door opening. We'll see it here as he comes up to turn 4, and there it goes flying open, and he actually got the meatball flag from the start-finish line as well. So race control indicating to Ben McLeod that the car is not mechanically fit for track conditions at the moment, which is an unfortunate thing for Ben McLeod to face, given the amount of effort and time that his team has put in to get that car turned around after yesterday's accident. And it looks like they visited Francois Habib, who is here this weekend, and borrowed the rear bumper bar from his Dodo Commodore, which we saw in competition at Sandown about a month ago. And it actually looks like it fits rather splendidly at the back there. Yeah. Munga's he's got the best view of it, but he's going to have a try and look around outside. He opens the door and makes that Commodore even wider, and it's a much harder opportunity, but Munga thinks nothing of it. 'Tis but a thing, and sails up the inside coming through turn 11, Darren.
Yeah, so Ben has been given the meatball. Let's see. No, he doesn't come pit bound. He'll get it for a second lap around, and then they'll withdraw the scoring on that car. So the meatball flag goes back out again. No, missed the car down there, so that won't count. But Graham Gilliland for the G&G Engineering and Bollard's Direct is just trying ever so hard to get onto the back of Poole to get inside the top 5. This is a good run for Graham Gilliland. Just up the road a little bit is his teammate, or the Bollard's Direct crew, and that's Brett Dickey, currently second on the road. And this is a ripping run at the front here. The turbocharged Honda, 2-litre Honda, and a 5-litre V8 in front here. Of course, Brett Dickey is now a veteran of the Pikes Peak sprint up that massive mountain in Colorado, and has been doing it for a number of years in the Project Imports entry. And now this weekend, back in the family car, back in the family sports sedan. This is where it all comes back to when he comes home. Formula Ford racer from many years ago. And of course, the family sports sedan, his dad and his brother all get together and they present this car right in behind Jim Policina now. Just doesn't have the answer for the Commodore, or does he? Looks to the inside. There it is. Paul Dickey puts the nose of the Honda in the lead of the race. It is only the nose. Gets back over, tries to hold some real estate. Jim Policina gets tight there, so you'd have to say maybe gave him a little bit of room, or just gave him enough racing room so that they didn't come together. But Brett Dickey leading the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedan race number 2 for the weekend on old rubbish tyres. He is leading a race.
This is a fantastic battle, Darren. The F-Series Honda engine from an S2000 with a turbocharger will be loving these relatively cool conditions this morning, and this is where we can expect to see some of the Hollywood numbers in terms of outright pace from the entire field of sports sedans, proudly supported by Advanced Car Carriers here this weekend at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Brett Dickey, how about that run coming out of Siberia through the hay shed? Opens up a few car lengths over Policina in that beautifully presented Team Vodafone Commodore. You can see on screen, of course, that car running a very famous livery and has had some very famous alumni behind the wheel in its long and storied history. Look at this, Poole and Gilliland almost coming together there through Siberia. That was a very awkward moment there, and we're just getting reports from the timing tower.
From the skirt flies off Poole's car.
There's fluid coming out, reports underneath the Poole car. So the skirt has obviously flown off, and perhaps that was what was leaving a trail behind the car. But that was extremely awkward between Gilliland and Adam Poole. So we're not too sure what's occurred to the South Australians. Holden Monaro, the number 28 car, you can see on screen there. It's been a few seasons since its last appearance at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and he's got a very busy schedule here this weekend, competing not just in sports sedans but also in improved production. Here's Gilliland getting a good run onto the main straight. How does the horsepower compare between the massive power plant of Adam Poole and the triple rotor Mazda RX-7 of Gilliland behind? He's very smart under brakes there. Now, Poole might have just been a little bit spooked there, because he would have heard, the drivers behind the wheel, they are in the best possible position to know exactly what's going on with the vehicles underneath them. And the skirt flying off the car there would have just maybe just unsettled him ever so slightly. So here's a replay, Darren, of what has taken place. We've got Davidson flowing through the screen there, and we've got the car of Brown as well.
Here we go. This is the battle that's live now with Gilliland, who understeered on the entry to turn 2 there. Lynch now looking to grab a hold of Poole as well. So this is getting very interesting. But Poole, of course, he is running the Yokohama Control tyre for improved production. Here's the replay coming out of 4. Gilliland gets the job done, under brakes and into 4. Poole then dives deep. Ooh, that was awkward. That was very, very awkward. Poole went very deep there, and I don't think Graham thought he was going to go so deep, and that was a bit of a Hail Mary there, but awkward stuff. Both thought they had the corner. What it has, though, is we are back out in front, and I reckon the next 1 or 2 laps in Brett Dickey's life are going to be the longest of his life here. He's got a lead on Jim Policina, 1.2 seconds. Jim Policina's got a championship to win here at the moment. Chasing down Brett Dickey, who has no championship. He is here just to take a win and give the car a good run and a boost, as Ben McLeod's going slow there now as well after he got the meatball flag. And that'll be the first time that car's ever had a meatball flag. It's always been so magnificently presented, but that door just staying open. What a horrible, horrible thing to get a meatball flag for a door that is just not closing properly. What is not horrible is that this white Honda, is another slowing car, the 94 of David Shaw. So good to have David back on track, and it is slowing there as well. Here's Ippolito here as well, and Davison in behind. So this is a good battle, but Ippolito is trying from position number 4 to stay in this championship hunt here this weekend. And we are coming down to the time certain clock, and it has just eclipsed. And we are waiting for our race leader. The last lap board has been readied for Brett Dickey. He will start his last journey of the 4.48 kilometres of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Davison and Ippolito, the advanced car carriers, sports at Anfield. The Bandit Security RX7. This car was driven recently in a test day by Cadell Ambrose at Winton Motor Raceway. And he gave the seal of approval from a national sports sedan competitor with John Gourlay. He'll step out of that car. Rand McGlurkin Jr. now. Rand McGlurkin Sr. has withdrawn from the race, and there is the pink Calibra. I did ask him on social media if it is a reference to the Porsche Pink Pig, but it is certainly a weapon of a sports sedan. We go back to John Ippolito and Jeremy Davison. The RX7, weapon of a thing. 2 menacing black sports sedans carving their way around. These guys at the moment, John Ippolito 4th on the track, and Graham Gilliland just off the back of this battle with Greg Lynch. But at the moment, we're winding it down on the last lap for this guy here. Brett Dickey in the Bollards Direct ACL Pistons, car number 29. Charges his way around turn number 12, fronts down the front straight here at Phillip Island. The goosebumps are rising on all the sports sedan competitors to see Brett drive this Honda. They have worked so hard on this car. What a result. Well done, Brett Dickey. Well done to the family and the team. Bollards Direct and ACL for all of the work that they have just pressed on with that car. Brett Dickey takes a very sweet victory indeed. Jim Policina will make it into P2, and certainly closing the door rapidly on anyone else trying to challenge him for the Advanced Car Carriers Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Alan Nash, what a lonely drive he did in car number 11 to get home into P3, as we see John Ippolito be the next car with Jeremy Davison right behind. Davison will be left wondering what might have been there, but Ippolito really, Callum, trying to keep that championship points thing alive with Jim Policina.
And yes, like doing a fantastic job indeed. And yeah, you just pointed out Alan Nash in that Perkins Engineering Jack Daniels Commodore. A rather lonely race, but takes his racing very seriously. And that Jack Daniels car is, of course, Perkins Engineering chassis number 46, as raced by Jack Perkins in period back in 2007. So here's a replay. Adam Poole getting very unsettled there under brakes. That is a very hard, very difficult braking area, Darren. It's downhill and it's extremely hard to modulate the brake pedal and arrest all of that speed. And we should point out he's running on semi-slicks in this race as well. So here's confirmation of the results from race 2 of the sports sedans, supported by advanced car carriers. Brett Dickey, home in position 1. Fantastic effort from Brett, using the conditions to his absolute optimal maximum performance to come home in the win. Jim Policina home in position 2 ahead of Alan Nash. John Ippolito scoring crucial points, remaining ever consistent in position 4. Jeremy Davidson in that beautiful sounding RX7 in position 5. Graham Gilliland home in 6th. Greg Lynch in 7th. Adam Munger home in 8th position. We should point out that he did leave the track on Friday and came back on Saturday, so hard effort there from him to get that car sorted out for this weekend. But that was race 2 of Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans here at round 5, the grand final. It's the last day of school, Darren, for the Trico Vic State Race Series. And coming up next, we've got the BMW E30s combined with the Hyundai XLs. We'll have Tom Reed and Steve DeVries coming up to call the action.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the next category is getting ready to roll out onto the circuit, so led out by the BMW E30 field. And as Callum Brannigan just alluded to, this is a combined grid race. Right behind the BMW E30s is, of course, the Hyundai XLs. Now, normally what we see in split grid scenarios, as we didn't see yesterday, normally the case is there's a bit of a hold for the other cars before the second grid is released. But yesterday they were all released at exactly the same time, which is a little bit unusual. But they are fairly close in terms of their pace. You know, the lap times between the two categories are not that dissimilar. And you can see here now come the XLs out onto the field. So Steve DeVries and Tom Reed joining you for this one. I guess it's tailored two stories yesterday, Tom, because the BMW E30 race was well off into the distance, and in that case it was settled by Ben Munro, eventually getting the win over Brett Stevens a bit late in the piece, with Brian Burke finishing ahead of Jesse Bryan. So that sort of keeps Brian's championship going quite nicely along in E30s. Yeah. But then we get down to Rory Plant, Shannon Cooper, and Zach Dunn and Roderick Martin, and then following over to them as Adam Trapsky and Peter Knight. But that was the E30s, and then from a Excel's point of view here, Tom, that's where it got a little bit interesting, because there's a little bit of contact between the likes of Will Twining and Rio Campbell, who are starting either side of Emily Jones.
Yeah, it played off in the dying stages of that race, and it seems to have all been sort of, just quickly run you through the grid there. Twining and Emily Jones off the front row, Rio Campbell, James Sarah, then we go to Jake Harwood, Aidan Carradagli, Lachlan Harvey and Josh Marsh there in 22nd, Jensen Talevsky in 23rd. We move back to Isabel Rowe in car 50 off of position number 24 there. Then back to Carly Fleming, Brian Bell, John O'Keefe, Jared Anderveld, Daniel Harvey and Campbell Fraser definitely won't be taking part in this race today after a fairly nasty shunt at the last corner. Glad to see he was all okay though.
Yeah, if you have been with us here on Trackside this weekend and you go down and take a look at that car, in the paddock area, it has copped a whack from almost every single corner. I think the only thing that didn't cop a whack on that car was the roof. Quite the nasty hit coming out of the last corner, and looks like he did it all on his own too, just getting a little bit too wide on the outside of turn number 12 and then just pitching sideways into the fence. It's hit many cars over many years, that particular corner. I think it's claimed Francois Habib's Dodo Commodore a couple of years ago at Island Magic. I think it's going all the way back to 2019 when that happened. It's claimed a couple of sports cars in its life. It's claimed about a car, at least a car in every single category at some point in time over the last several years. And you can see there a lot of tyre marks on the backside of that curb. You don't want to be going beyond the blue and white stripes, because if you do, you're almost certainly flirting with disaster and then flirting with that pit lane fence, because it just turns around and spits you out. You can actually see it actually is a little bit undulated there on that camera shot there as well. It isn't exactly a flat surface. Right, rolling up to the grid here. There was a little bit of an interesting story from the BMW E30s yesterday, because Ben Munro in the 66 machine had taken 4 wins at Phillip Island in a row up until that point yesterday. He then made it 5, but he had to earn it because Brett Stevens got him off the line yesterday afternoon. Is it going to be a repeat of that scenario today? And if it is, well, it'll be a very entertaining battle out in front between the 17 and the 66. The man that they're all looking at, though, is the 27 on the second row of the grid. On the left of your shot there is Brian Burke. He is ahead of Jesse Bryan, who starts alongside him by approximately 15 points. He extended that by a couple more points yesterday afternoon. Can he get the job done this weekend for a state championship in the BMW E30s? We're about to find out. He's had a pretty poor getaway, though, off the second row of the grid, Brian Burke. He's actually lost some ground there to a very fast starting Jesse Bryan, who actually has ranged up by the looks of things onto the back of the leading two. In fact, he might actually be in a position to go around the outside of Brett Stevens here into position number 2. So sluggish start for the man who started in second spot on the E30 grid, and a great start for Jesse Bryan. That's going to do his championship hopes very nicely indeed.
Yeah, for sure. Good start there from car 66 of Ben Munro. Taking a look there, back through turn 1, a wide moment for Shannon Cooper in one of the BMWs. And now look at that, the XL field has already caught up to the last few runners and even passed a couple of them here down into turn 3 and 4, led by Will Twining, Emily Jones and Rio Campbell looking for a move here on Emily Jones for position number 2 in the XLs. Gets that move done. 994 there of James Sarah just following as these guys navigate the slower of the BMW E30s.
Yeah, so the two cars at the back there, the 666 Adam Trapsky, and then the other car in 9th place there is Knight, who's Peter Knight there in car number 86. They were the two cars that are a little bit closer to the XLs than they otherwise would have liked to have been as they worked their way up through the back section of the circuit at the moment. And we saw this yesterday as well. This leading group of 3 XLs broke away and sort of had their own little fight. Will Twining, Rio Campbell and Emily Jones. So in terms of the case for Emily Jones, she doesn't need to do anything too exuberant, just needs to finish and make sure she finishes well, and the state championship will be awarded to her at the end of today. But that championship is a little bit more settled than this championship. This is probably one of the closer ones leading into the weekend. It still is very close with 2 races to go. Oh, Brett Stevens, super wide there on the outside of turn number 12. He might concede a little bit of ground to Jesse Bryan there. He might also then give up a bit of real estate to the pursuing Brian Burke in the number 27 directly behind him. And the good thing, I think, for this little battle here is that Shannon Cooper has just started to stay in touch. He's had a much better start compared to what he did yesterday. He's a little bit closer to this leading group of 4.
Yeah, he jumped the start yesterday, and that put him on the back foot. Didn't seem to get a penalty out of that, though, as he dropped a number of spots there. Around the outside goes car 27 of Brian Burke, and these guys are door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel through turn number 3, back to the race lead. Car 66 still out in front. Take a look a little bit further back here It's the 27 going to go down the inside of car 17 there of Brett Stevens. Thinks better of it, so these guys slot in a nose to tail, the front 5 all together.
As you were for the beginning of the second lap of the race. So you can see here, it's the 66 of Ben Munro trying to push on, trying to extend that winning streak to 6 races in a row. Not only just 6 wins at Phillip Island in a row, but 6 race wins in a row, because he did get disqualified from the opening round of the E30 Championship for the state titles at Calder Park earlier in the year. Meanwhile, where's Emily Jones in this? She's just dropped back by a handful of cars. She's just gone back here behind the number 40. That's Roderick Martin. So he's now been rounded up by the leaders in the Hyundai XL group. And Jones is just sitting off the back here. And I guess she knows, based on what happened yesterday, these two did come to blows on a couple of occasions. They went a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact down at Siberia. They then fed themselves both off, and then there was a further argument at the top of Lukey Heights.
Possibly a little bit of bad blood between these two as Campbell goes down the inside of the final corner, but this will, of course, give the slipstream to Will Twining, who's maybe playing the long game here and setting up a move further along down into turn number 1 as they come across the stripe. We'll just take note of the fastest laps between these two guys, and it's fairly even. 2/10 give it to Rio Campbell, so these guys even on pace.
Yeah, the 2/10 purely would have just come from that pass at turn number 12, so that's all is there. Oh, he's very wide though. Big super sideways moment for Campbell. Surfs it out through the kitty litter. He's going to come on and rejoin halfway through turn number 2. Oh, it's so close. Then Emily Jones cuts underneath with the little gap that remains. That was a wild moment for the 333 machine. Super crossed up on the approach to turn number 1. Spat out the other side and had to surf it out the long way round. Coughs up 2 spots.
Boy, he was lucky there. Look at the wheel work from Rio. He was struggling to get that car back on the track, but in the end did it nicely and gave that position back to Emily Jones. It's now allowed Will Twining to skip away to a fairly handy lead here at the front of the XL field as he still navigates car 40 there of Martin in the BMWs as he runs about P8 in class.
Now, when a similar scenario happened with 2 cars coming together yesterday afternoon and Emily Jones inherited the lead of the race, we thought that she had quite a nice insurance policy over that, but it turned out not to be the case. As that race wore on, Twining and Campbell were both able to mow her down and be able to get back to the front of the race. So I'm not so sure that Will Twining's safe just yet, because Campbell has definitely got the pace. If he can clear Jones, he can probably catch back up in the same way that these drivers are trying to catch up to the other drivers that are ahead of them. So as we go through the hayshed with this shot here, all 4 cars sort of glued together here. Or there's 3 cars glued together and one of the E30s on the back of the group. So that's the 135 leading this group here. That is John O'Keefe. Started out at 27th place. And ahead of him is some nice clear track at the moment. Then right behind him, you've got the 28 machine there of Perryman. And then I think the 3rd car in the group is the 29, the Blue Marlin Pools entry of Ed Narkowitz.
So these guys through the final corner, they've got car 86 there from the BMW E30s. That is Knight just tacking on to the back of this little 3-car battle.
Here's a replay of
this. This is Rio Campbell with a huge moment at turn 1. Surfs it through the kitty litter. Very lucky actually to stay out of that fence. A little bit more overcorrection and that thing could have been pitching sideways in the wall, but luckily he keeps it back on track.
Yeah, that looked like it was pure. It was on the right line for turn number 1, but maybe just carrying a little bit too much speed in there, and the rear just got away from him and disconnected from the front of the car. Nothing down there at turn number 1, so a little bit of a driving mistake from him. I'm going to keep an eye on his progress to see how quickly he can catch back up. It looks like he has passed Emily Jones on our timing, and we'll see if he can make up that deficit to the race leader, Will Twining. Meanwhile, the race leader in E30s has got a nice little handy margin, getting close to a second in hand here over second place car. So there goes a little bit of tail happy sliding there for Ben Munro down at MG corner. I think that's actually cost him a little bit of time, not too much, just went a little bit too deep. But for Jesse Bryant, he's holding firm here over Brett Stevens in the 17 as they come around the top part of the circuit and then down to commence another lap. So A little bit of a settled moment there in E30s. Meanwhile, James Serra has got his hands full here in the number 994. Jake Harewood all over the back of him. The 83 in there behind them as well of Josh Marsh, who's had a fairly decent start. And then the 22 entry of Jensen Teleskivi on the back of this group of 4 cars. They're trying to catch up to the back of Aidan Karadagli in the 530, who's got quite a couple of car lengths on them at the moment. And in fact, he must have made a little mistake because he's just been caught up and passed by James Serra. So coming down MG, he had a good couple of car lengths in hand. I'm not sure what went on there. Maybe missed a gear or something, but he has been swallowed up by this group now.
I missed that there. It looked like even the 944 and driver behind him were almost bump drafting down the front straight, and we could go 3 wide here. No, they think better of it, and Harwood tries to sail around the outside of James Serra. Also thinks better about that, gets a little bit loose on the exit curb. Look at the rear left dancing there on the white XL in the front of this group. Watch for the 530 trying to go around the outside there of Aidan Karadagli. He can't do that, and a bit of door-to-door contact behind him as well between the 83 and car 22 there. Jensen Teleskivi.
Yeah, so Jensen trying to hold firm here against the opposition, and he might just struggle to do that here because down at turn number 4 it is a mooted passing zone, and he defends that pretty heavily there against the 83 of Josh Marsh, and he's just going to force the issue there and just give him no quarter on the outside at turn number 4. So that'll hold the place for the moment. Harewood is through though on James Serra, so now he can set his sights on hopefully catching up to the back of Emily Jones, who you can just see just disappearing out of the shot there. She's still tucked onto the back of Rio Campbell, hoping to try and have Campbell drag her up to the back of Will Twining, who has got quite the nice margin at the moment. He's got nearly, actually a little bit over 4 seconds in his pocket. So in XL racing, that is an eternity, but anything can still happen in these last 4 minutes.
Yeah, Will seems to be pulling that margin out just ever so slightly, pulled another 3/10 on Rio and Emily Jones, and we'll update you when they cross the line again. But this battle pack is still raging here with James Serra, Harwood and Teleskivi right in the thick of it. These guys for 4th or 5th in class, right down to about position number 9 there with car 83 of Marsh rounding out this small battle pack down the front straight away.
And it'll be the 25 of Harvey would be then the last car inside the 10. That's the Lachlan variety. And he'll be on the screen right about now. Yep, just behind the 666 there of Adam Trapsky as they were coming across the line. Here's 2nd and 3rd on the road in XLs. Campbell has not been able to pull away from Emily Jones once he got back past. And that surprises me a little bit here, Tom, because we saw at the beginning of the race yesterday, we saw it in the beginning of this race today as well. Once the two were clear, they were starting to gap Jones in the number 6. So Jones has just found a little bit of something in the last few laps or so to stay with the 333 in the hope that maybe there might be a way past in the closing stages. Keeping a check on the radar here as well, just to see what might be happening. It still looks a little bit ominous around. It sort of has just a little abated for a moment. Any of the little spits of rain that were possibly hitting the circuit in the last hour or so, they've just decided to vanish. There might be something still on the horizon a bit later on, but for the moment, the XLs and the E30s are enjoying nice dry conditions. Same won't be able to be possibly said maybe a bit later on in the day as the schedule continues to go on.
Still Jones, balmy 20 degrees here. We're just waiting for the sun, hopefully, to poke through at some stage.
Don't think we're going to see the sun today, mate. I think it's a bit too overcast for that. Beautiful, bright, sunny conditions yesterday. Nothing today so far. Right, here we go. Jesse Bryan under siege down the front straight from Brett Stevens and holds station for the moment. This is now starting to up the tempo a little bit more. Brett starting to wind the pressure up on the seasoned veteran aboard the number 19. In Jesse Bryan. He needs to hold on to 2nd spot. He needs to keep Stevens behind him, and Stevens, he needs to hope keeps Brian Burke behind him, because that will then reduce the margin and keep it nice and tight going into the final race of the weekend for the BMW E30s. As we said, state championship still very much alive in this group of cars on your screen now. 1st and 2nd in this group. Brett Stevens is 3rd in the championship, so he's looking to consolidate that. He needs to make sure he keeps scoring points nicely against Ben Munro, who is 4th in the championship. So in terms of how it all sits, the man who's leading it, fourth in the title race. The man who's in second is second in the title race. The man who's in third is third in the title race, and Brian Burke, who's at the back of this little group of 4 cars, he is the one that they're all chasing in the championship race.
So this race is heating up here with 1 minute to go. It looks like car 66 of Munro has just skipped away ever so slightly, and perhaps leaving these guys behind him to battle it out between Jesse Bryan, Brian Burke, and car 17 there of Brett Stevens, who's sort of a couple of car lengths off the back here of Jesse Bryan, who runs in P2 currently. Last time by, Jesse did his personal best of a 53.5. That is close to the fastest lap, though. That is achieved by Brian Burke with a 53.4. So very close times between the top 4 drivers.
Have a look at the lap times last time around. So 53.6 for Munro, 53.7 for Bryan, 53.9 for Stevens, 53.7 for Burke.
But
so
crucially, a personal best for Munro in the race lead.
Absolutely spot on. So crucially for him, he turns his best lap of the race on when he needs it most. And he's probably got this one and one more to go. Out of Southern Loop, down this long, fast chute, this big sweeping left-hander. If you're brave, you've got to keep your foot flat in it all the way through. Car naturally wants to wander off to the right-hand side of the circuit, like Jesse Bryan's 19 did there. In some cases, that's not a bad thing. You can just let the steering wheel open a bit, just let the car naturally wander off to the right-hand side, because it allows you to play the defensive game against anyone that's having a go at you at turn number 4. It's a very, very easy move to make, but you've got to be very, very careful. You don't let the car wander too far, otherwise you end up in the weeds. There's a little bit of lap traffic about to come into play here. One of the, actually 2 of the Hyundai XLs who are at the back of the field. I think that's Jared Angevelt in the 29, I think it is, at the back there. Sorry, the 24, I apologise. So I think he's about to be rounded up here. There he is. And then the 22 machine.
Daniel Harvey.
Yeah, is Daniel Harvey. Oh, dear. Speaking of Harveys, Lachlan Harvey in the wall. Car 25. Where is that? That looks like it's around the back side of the circuit somewhere. And I'm not sure if he looks like he might be facing the wrong direction for good measure as well. Checkered flag shown. Actually, they've declared the race. Checkered flag is being shown because they need to recover that car. That's unexpected. We were expecting another lap after that. So honours in E30s go to, actually it was turn 1 and 2. So Ben Munro gets the win in E30s over Jesse Bryan, Brett Stevens and Brian Burke, with Shannon Cooper in 5th. It looks like Will Twining will get the honours here in the Hyundai XLs. He's well clear of this little battle for the 2nd and 3rd spots. Big, heavy defence by Rio Campbell. Lock up from both Campbell and Jones running down the hill into MG corner. Now, it's strictly no contact here, but Jones is the one that's got to find a way past. Is there a late-minute surge here at turn number 12, or does it stay the way that it is? It looks like it's going to stay the way that it is, barring a mistake from Campbell as they round the final bend for the final time. They'll see the checkered flag off in the distance. There goes your race winner in Will Twining. He's well clear of this battle. Great fight by Emily Jones to keep the pressure up on Rio Campbell all the way to the line, but has to settle for 3rd. 4th is going to go to Aidan Carradagli, who just holds off Harewood at the end of the day there. And a car off in the back of the shot. Is that a wheel? Is a tyre that's departed?
I think a tyre has departed.
Oh, it's Marsh.
It's a wheel.
It's a wheel, not just a tyre. It's a wheel. The 83 of Joshua Marsh has come unstuck somehow at the last corner. So 2 XLs that have come off at 2 different ends of the circuit. The first one was Harvey down at turn number 1. So here's the replay of that. Oh, very, very wide. And there's got to be contact here. Got to be contact.
Very light in the end.
Oh, there goes the left-hand indicator. And the water in those barriers, I think, has actually sort of helped the impact there. This one's a curious one for me. No signs of visible damage that I can see from there on that right-hand side of the car. So that's a very curious outcome as to why the front right corner has departed the 83 at a critical moment, at a very heavily loaded part of the circuit too.
Yeah, quite lucky not to make the fence there, but all that gravel trap doing the work to arrest the car. Go back to your final results here. Ben Munro coming home first in the BMW E30s. Jesse Bryan second. Brett Stevens third. Brian Burke fourth. Shannon Cooper, Rory Plant. Zach Dunn seventh. And then we go to Martin home in eighth. The first of the XLs being Will Twining, Rio Campbell, then Emily Jones coming home in position number 3 to round out the XLs. That has been the second race for the BMW E30s and the Hyundai XLs. These guys will be back for their final race this afternoon at around about 2:30, give or take. Up next, we will have the historic touring cars and the HQ Holdens. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
out the front of Pino's, a favourite pizza restaurant down here at the Island resort location. And we've got 10 beautiful examples of VSRS's finest cars, which have actually made their way from the track to the town.
Yeah, look, it's always good to show the people how good motor racing is and what we've got to offer, and great experience.
It was pretty rough, but it's good. Yeah, good. Cool to come down into the town and show everyone what we've got.
It's great. I love it, especially when the kids come along and they all want to sit in the car. I could almost make an income from it, to be honest. There's a lot of kids that love it, but yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it was really cool driving in a convoy of all the cars in all the categories. It's lots of fun.
I was thrilled to bits to be asked, and it's a privilege to be able to come and do it. And we're having a ball here today, and we're getting some kids in the seat.
When the Mentane Premix car came in and when Ben came in, the people just came out of shops and everything. I just happened to be in the surf shop buying a new surfboard and came trundling out and went, I'm going racing this weekend as well.
As soon as we came over the crest, the crowd was here, and it's grown since. It's been great. The council, absolutely. Thank you to Janine especially at Bass Shire Council. She's been fantastic and guided me through what was necessary to get this to happen. So next year, bigger and better.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit on the final day of the season for 2025 for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A number of championships certainly being decided on this final day. A couple of the club level championships might go on to say the historic Sandown or to Island Magic, or even to in the case of the HQs the 4 hour which they have as their traditional end-of-season blast, but certainly the last day of school for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we've had some awesome racing already today. A couple sadly finishing under safety car, but that's modern motorsport. We used to just hang out the yellows and cruise past the incident and race the rest of the lap around, and I'm standing right next to a guy that knows exactly what I'm talking about. Welcome, Dave Amor, and we're end of season 2025 for the State Series. It's probably about your 40th one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it almost is, Darren. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, volunteers, and everyone who's here this weekend and today, especially Sunday, for being it. Blendline TV, thank you very much. Trico, magnificent sponsors, and it's good to see they're right here with Grassroots Motorsport, Darren.
Certainly is. Of course, 888 Home Loans have been with us for a number of seasons. If your home loan needs a health check, and whose doesn't these days, give the crew at 888 Home Loans a call. They're red hot on trying to get your business, and as we always say, support the sport that supports your sport. And pretty much from motor racing, no matter where you look, there's someone sponsoring something trying to get our business, isn't there, Dave?
Well, there certainly is, and that's what it's all about. The sponsors go on the race cars because it's a mate, it's a friend, it's someone helping you out. But if you can actually go into their store and just mention it, please. I saw it at Phillip Island. I saw it on such and such's car and all the rest. Gives them a bit of a buzz and also helps that guy out when he puts his sponsorship proposal in for the following year.
I suppose the other thing, we just saw a really neat package that Callum Brannigan and the team at Blendline TV put together from the track to town, which, in modern vernacular, that's an engagement with the public and getting out there. And I even made the cut there as well in my air-powered services cap there, just with a coffee and getting a new surfboard for the season ahead. Everyone's mocking me for that, but if you get down to lawn over Christmas, mate, I'll be hanging 10.
Yeah, Darren, look, I'm a bit surprised I actually make a surfboard that huge. But, let's face it, there's different sizes for different blokes.
There is, and different age groups as well,
different
mate,
age groups. So, it'll definitely have a couple of carrier handles, I'm sure of it. But, no, it's good to see you trying to get back to your childhood and...
It's good. Hey, talking about HQs, John made his way down there as well and popped the bonnet in the HQ, and everyone was having a good pour over his car, and a great result there for the guy yesterday, wasn't he?
Well, it certainly was, mate. It was absolutely fantastic. That car is better than brand new.
Yeah.
let's face it, why is it better than brand new? It's got some shiny bits when you lift the bonnet up, and that's what HQ Racing is all about, ladies and gentlemen. It's affordable excitement. Still looks like Mum and Dad's car. We've had to put a roll cage in it and a race seat and a harness and things like that.
So it looks
but when
just
you
like
have a
Dad's
look at
car.
the car, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's been in the back seat of a HQ, mate. Ask Mum and Dad.
This is the one we're talking about on screen
Yes.
now. Car number 81, JDM Services Australia. He drove that down into Cows along with Jess Bell, Matty Chester, Tegan Collins, Gary Finnemore, Ben McLeod. They all made their way in there. Johnny Michael Trathen. They all made their way down there, and it was really good. And as all those drivers said, the kids were just loving it. It being the end of the school holidays, people just flocked. There may have been 100 people in the street when the cars turned in. 2 hours later, when they left, there was easily a couple of hundred people still milling around. Coffee shop did a roaring trade. The surf shop was selling surfboards out flat out. So, lots of people I spoke to were just general public. And what was interesting, and this is something that needs to go back to the people on the island here, is that they were down here holidaying, and some people didn't even know there was a racetrack on the island.
Yeah, well, it's always a hidden secret, I feel, Phillip Island and everything else like that. But when you had a look at that whole sequence of going down the road and everything else like that, the bit that hits me right between the eyes is the gentleman that said, wait until next year. Now, to me, I feel like there's got to be 20 plus cars going down there and a couple more V8s because they sound awesome and great.
I actually wanted a rotary because they'll set the alarms of the cars off as they go past. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, all mate, she's about ready to happen. We've got 2 races in one race here, ladies and gentlemen. The reason for that is it's a fairly tight schedule and we all have to fit in and make it happen. But we have got some fantastic racing with the historic touring cars right up the front. There's 7 of them. And then we've got 11 of the HQ Holdens. And this is race 2.
Yeah, it is. And yesterday the historic touring cars put on a ripping race. And it will be Jeff Monday that starts out of the pole position in car number 68. And that car's won some races, as has Jeff over the years, his Chevy Camaro. What's really cool about that is that we've got this traditional Australian tin top argument going on. No matter what way we look at it, the General's got the numbers in this one.
Yes.
Full field of HQs, all the GM product, but certainly right alongside is Pete Muleman in arguably one of the best presented Mustangs going around. Glenn Mills will be on the next row in position number 3 in car number 16. He's got the Valiant Charger. Then we go back to Mark Johnson in the, Trevor Talbot in the 76. Trev, better not miss him. Trev's in the Camaro there as well. The 6-pack of Glenn Miles out of 3. We go to position 5. Brent Trengove in the 22 in the Chevy Camaro there as well. And Stephen Pillikers is off the rear of the grid and isn't actually here. So did get into qualifying, but Pillikers not making way onto the grid. The next part of the grid, of course, is the HQs, and it will be Andrew Magilton on pole position with Steve Banks. Now, you said, Dave, that Banksy was happy with the car, but had a slight vibration, and they've done a wheel balance on it.
Yeah, he's had a vibration, and it's been getting better, but it's still there. So
let me guess, it's better up the rev range.
Yeah, well, mate, like I said to him, if he didn't back off, he wouldn't have a problem.
That's right.
But apparently, turn 1, 2, and 3 is a bit of a killer.
Yep.
So you have to wait and see. But Steve Banks, keep an eye on him. Absolutely fantastic. John Mahoney, first time ever, top 3 in the 81 car. That's the maroon car. We've got Warren Truan in the beautiful 77 4-door HQ. Eric Hill, Graham Crawford, Tony Maloney in number 99. Mick Magilton in 75. Graham Francis, yes, that's the old Graham Francis that used to race on the Thunderdome. He had a tappet cover oil leak, which then put him rear of field for qualifying. He's fixed that, and James Kenner. So we've got a race within a race. Keep an eye on it. Darren will be talking about his bit. I'll be talking about my bit and trying to keep you all involved, ladies and gentlemen.
Certainly will. The field making their way around. This will be a grid start, so the cars will come, all make a stop on the start, And we'll have a split field, as we've alluded to. Historic touring cars and HQ Holdens. There's certainly some points on offer. Brett Trengove came into this weekend with a lead in the championship of only 8 points over Jeff Mundy, but Jeff Mundy's got 58 and Trengove only 20. So they've now swapped around in the title hunt as far as points are concerned. Mark Johnson came in with 131. Mark's only amassed 18, so really the focus for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for historic touring cars is between Trengove and Mundy, and you'd have to suggest, looking at the grid sheet, that right now the balance of power has swung right back to car number 68, the Chevy Camaro. Of course, Trengove also, he's in 22, also in a Chevy Camaro, so pretty much a line that the General's going to get a good result. Steve Banks came into this round leading by only 2 points over Andrew Magilton. That pretty much puts those guys side by side on points.
Level head, you might as well say, Darren. If you
so,
hold your fingers up and start counting, mate. Yeah, that's how close it is. It'll be very, very interesting. That'll go right down to the wire, and always to race 3 this afternoon. And by the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, we've been told that the rain is going around the outside at the moment.
Like two Buffalo girls around the outside.
Oh, you remember
certainly
that one,
out over the Wales on Bass Strait at the moment. So I'm going to say we're going to stay dry all day here. It's just one of those overcast days on the edge of Bass Strait.
You've just killed it, haven't you? Hey, the commentator has just put the curse on, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully he can inhale his salad roll and forget about that and continue on.
Let's have a look at this field as they all come very slowly down to take their grid spot. The time for the race has started, so the more they trundle down slowly here, the longer it's going to be. But I do like that they're all arriving and stop sort of within a good 10 seconds of each other, because these cars at the front will overheat pretty quickly. Peter Muleman in the 43, the all-black Mustang, rolls into position right alongside Jeff Mundy, and the car 2 rows back, the number 22. So it's 2 red or orange with black stripes and all red Chevy Camaros that are fighting it out for this championship. But Peter Muleman, he's also in the points there, so he's trying to keep himself on a podium for the championship, but he'd love to take a race win. And the 43 rides the clutch hard off the line. The 68 disappears into tyre spin there, and the Kiwis go away as well. Andy Magilton jumps away nicely. Go down to turn 1 now. It will be Monday that goes through nicely. Glenn Miles in the 6-pack, number 16. Streams into 3rd position, looks to the outside, which will be the inside at turn 2 over the 43 at Pete Muleman. Dives in behind the 16, shuts the door on Brent Trengove. Not going to let any more flow through there, but early doors in this race, like yesterday, Pete Muleman has just gone backwards. He fights hard towards the latter part of this race, so you'd have to suggest he's playing games with tyre pressures, but wow, he gives up a big margin as they head down into turn 2. There's Mick Magilton in the 75, a guy synonymous, in fact the Magilton surname synonymous, and we talk about Magilton. Turn number 4, car number 4, streaks into the lead as we see one of the historic touring cars retiring.
Banks, here we go. Banks has just been flipped by Tryon and has spun around, so he's gone from second to last, and now he's come on. He's got to get those kenders smoking a bit more harder on the grass. No, he might have to spin around backwards. 3-speed gearbox. Oh, here we go. There's not much tread on those kenders, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it spitting the grass out.
There he goes. He's on in the Pro Plumbing entry, but disappears down the field. Trevor Talbot is the one that has retired from this one, so that's a real shame. The Chevy Camaro protagonist has gone to the back into the paddock via the turn 4 return road. The HQs crest the hill. They plunge down into MG corner and drive their way through. There's the 85. Pressed on hard yesterday to Graham Francis. He's made up a couple of spots. There it is. The Berryman Racing car just gives a little bit of a touch up there, we think anyway. But certainly Warren Truan into the number 7 of Stephen Banks. Have a look at this. Trengove. And that is the Brent variety. In the number 22, put 2 wheels in the dirt, try to get around the 6-pack there of Glenn Miles. and lost a bit of track position there too to the number 16 as he sweeps around the outside. He's now actually got the lead in the race now. So, Hey Charger into the lead of this race. And now here comes the 68. Came out of pole position, Jeff Monday, and he has got Pete Muleman behind him. So the two cars from, well, this car leading the race came from row 3, and at the end of lap number 1 is leading the race here. So fantastic start, trying to claw back that points lead from Monday. So this really is a championship battle starting to play out in front of us.
Certainly is, and Monday left 2 licorice strips when he took off, mate. If you have a look at it, there's a good, what do we say?
50 metres.
150 feet or 100 metres in your length, mate. But, yeah, it's unbelievable. But this guy has really gone, like you said, from sort of the back of the field. All of a sudden he's leading the race by lap 1.
And this is really, really important in that championship hunt because Brent was leading into this race only 5 points, but it's Mundy that's, in fact, right now, live points. They've both got 56 points from this round. So at the moment, Trengover's got 8 points in the lead of the championship. So swings and roundabouts at play here in the historic touring cars for the final round. Big thanks to Just Cars supporting the historic touring cars. They'll enjoy that support right through to historic Sandown in the first weekend of November as well. Check that one out. It's going to be awesome. Smack bang between Springvale and Dandenong. Really accessible racetrack to get to.
Certainly is absolutely fantastic.
And the Kiwis will be there too.
Yep, that is for sure. Righto, we just flipped across to Graham Francis there and Mick Magilton, the 85 and the 75 car there. But they're coming onto the front straight. You can see a little bit of horsepower difference. 6-cylinder Holden, it's got around about the 150 horsepower. The cars out the front there, the historic cars have probably got over 600.
Oh, that's a big spin there for Francis off in the dirt. And he went off there sideways and, rescued it from the wall because he gave it the big flick around and it has parked itself up in the sandpit. Let's hope he can grab a cog, because they do have a bit of ground clearance, the Kiwis, to be able to get out of the sand trap. But when they go belly down, they go belly down.
That sand trap's pretty deep, Darren. You certainly got to get your bucket and spade out for there, mate, because I can't even see the tyre.
Yeah, right.
And part of the rim, mate, it's disappeared in that sand trap. He certainly dug it down, and that's what it's supposed to do, ladies and gentlemen.
The 99 here in that famous Holden lime green colour.
Yep.
Many a Sandman panel van in that colour, that's for sure. And look at John just up the road there as well. He's having an absolute ripping weekend, isn't he? Went to the tour to town and getting on the podium yesterday. Still got yellow flags. Here we go. All by himself.
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
Oof. All by himself.
All by himself, yep.
And he's making his way over there. He's
actually just started to sprint then, I think.
Yep. Certainly looks like he's going to do the Lawn Pier to Pub. He's been eyeing that one off for a while.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's definitely got it stuck, mate. Definitely got it stuck. So we'll definitely see a safety car. So Graham's done the right thing, ladies and gentlemen, and got out of the car because the driver's door was facing the action of the track. So
picked the gap in the traffic and made his way out of there. So that was good. Sadly, we go safety car. Let's hope they can put a snatch and strap on that and get it recovered quick, smart. But let's review the first 3 laps of this race. Pete Muleman got away from the start very, very smartly indeed. Jeff Mundy went with him as they went down into turn 1. And sadly for Pete, disappeared backwards like he did yesterday. This is something I've never seen from him. He's normally a front row guy or thereabouts and holds his position. I haven't actually had a chance to catch up with Pete, but I reckon he's mucking around with tyre pressures. I reckon he's trying to get the car to come on, towards the end of the 9 laps here at Phillip Island. The problem is when we get a safety car, you don't get that distance and your tyres don't get to come on.
Yep, that is for sure. And it's a bit tricky because, mate, there's not much UV out there today at the moment, Darren.
No, it is nice though. Like it's t-shirt and jeans. It's not long sleeve. I mean, I know you are, but
I'm making out that it's
your
cold.
Blood circulation isn't what it used to be as you get a bit older there. Dave. But certainly...
At least I made it, Darren.
At least you made it.
Keep talking like that, mate. You might not be able to make it.
Might not get down the stairs safely, eh?
Yeah, that's it.
There you go. So, yeah, Pete Milliman, I'm sort of scratching my head a little bit there as to what he can do. But I guess Pete's position in the championship is he's down in 6th on 70 points. So he's not really a part of that championship thing. The interesting thing is that Trengove and Monday are, and at the moment we've got Trengove in P1 and Monday in P3. So those points starting to really amass before the end of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. As I said, they'll be on the bill at Sandown, but that's not part of this particular championship. And certainly looking forward to
now
it.
there, mate. He's just got to move himself around.
He's got his quote book out, is he?
Yeah, almost got his quote book out, yep. Both hands waving him back. Hopefully he can just grab a cable and just pull Graham Francis out.
I don't think we're using cables anymore, mate. I think we've gone over those flexi snatch'em straps. Cables were
I'll just be really careful when I pronounce that to make sure I get it right.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. You're going to push me down the stairs. I better make sure it's worthwhile.
Yeah, that's it.
So there we go. There's the snatch and strap out. Probably a point in time to mention, Dave, a big shout out to the Victorian Mini Club as they run this final round of the championship. So they promote it and provide all the staff in the control tower and around the racetrack. Of course, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Club, they've been around for many, many years, harking back to the Women for Wheels days, even right back then when they had that sticker on the side of the HQ ute. We're in some more illustrious vehicles these days, but certainly Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, we always don't go racing without them here to look after that safety aspect of it. Of course, the Medicos here this weekend, big thanks to them. The Mini Club providing all of these recoveries, as we've got the 91 coming back as well, which is Eric Hill under Snatch'em straps. So a couple of cleanups with some HQs to get them tucked away safely off the racing surface. Of course, the Victorian Flag Marshalling crew always do a terrific job, and you always hear the drivers when they're speaking about something, the flaggies, because they're the communication point. They're the point of reference for the drivers. And I remember, Dave, I amazingly do, that there were some flaggies that when they were waving a blue flag, if it was just sort of being rolled over, you thought, oh, that dude's not going to attack me. But if they were flapping it up and down as hard as hell at you, you knew that you were under fire. And same with the yellows. If they just sort of roll a yellow around, you're like, yeah, that's just a rolled yellow. But if they've got it and they're waving it around madly and they're pointing at you and pointing at what's going on, they do a terrific job, and there's nothing quite like a flaggie showing a bit of personality with the way they do it. So all those flag points around the track and all those fire points. Sometimes the job's really, really hard with the weather at racetracks, and we've been blessed this weekend. Friday was a bit tough out there, but certainly this is kind of ideal weather to be standing outside. There we go. There's a yellow flag being waved just casually.
Just hang on a sec, Darren. I reckon safety car lights will go off over there where the hay shed is, if we're very, very lucky, and we might get oh no, hang on. Just trying to work out how far Graham Francis are going, whether they're going to take him right around or just pull him off. No. Lights will stay on, ladies and gentlemen. Lights will stay on. Graham Francis is being towed right around now to turn 2. I just thought there might have been an opportunity there to just drag him straight off, where pit lane sort of enters the racetrack, mate.
Well, where I'm standing, I can see the checkered flag has been unfurled, so we may get another safety car checkered flag finish here today, which I bet Brent Trengove, he'd love to go for another couple of laps, but if you can amass the points from winning this one, then you're going to take it, because Monday's certainly been accruing the points with the win from yesterday's race. But this field front up again. Yep, checkered flag has been displayed, sadly, so we don't get to see any further competition for these cars. But
it's a tight schedule, mate. It's a tight schedule, Darren. Yep. So they've used up their racing time now, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the reason why we're unable to get the car out early enough. So We've got the final race this afternoon. Looking at those gaps there, Darren, it's going to be very interesting between Miles, Monday, and P. Moorman.
Yeah.
If he can have a really good final race, is it double points for the final race for this crowd? Or not?
No, this is
sure?
standard. Feature race. Yeah, it will be for
the
final race.
So there's a possibility. There's 3 people vying for the final position for the point score for their class. All right, from the HQs, thank you all very much. Canteen's open. It's been open all day, ladies and gentlemen. Go get something to eat. There's the tyre fitting guys. There's Coxie over there. Go and say hello to everyone and enjoy motor racing, ladies and gentlemen.
There's even Borough Spares down there, and they can come and meet you, Dave. They
Well,
can come down and get all their spare parts locked away and learn about the back streets of Current Borough. Come down and visit you and get your tyres fitted down there. Historic touring cars at HQs at 2:55, Dave. We'll catch you then.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone, especially the volunteers. Thank you.
Awesome work there. Of course, coming up next on track is the MG and invited British cars. I'll stay here, and Chris Gidney will be joining me in just a couple of moments. Back soon.
Out the front of Pino's, a favourite pizza restaurant down here at the Island resort location, and we've got 10 beautiful examples of VSRS's finest cars, which have actually made their way from the track to the town.
Yeah, look, it's always good to show the people how good motor racing is and what we've got to offer, and great experience.
It was pretty rough, but it's good. Yeah, good. Cool to come down into the town and show everyone what we've got.
It's great. I love it, especially when the kids come along and they all want to sit in the car. I could almost make an income from it, to be honest. There's a lot of kids that love it, but that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it was really cool driving in a convoy of all the cars in all the categories. It's lots of fun.
I was thrilled to bits to be asked, and it's a privilege to be able to come and do it. And we're having a ball here today, and we're getting some kids in the seat.
When the Mentone Premix car came in and when Ben came in, the people just came out of shops and everything. I just happened to be in the surf shop buying a new surfboard and came trundling out and went, I'm going racing this weekend as well.
As soon as we came over the crest, the crowd was here, and it's grown since. It's been great. The council, absolutely. Thank you to Janine especially at Bass Shire Council. She's been fantastic and guided me through what was necessary to get this to happen. So next year, bigger and better.
Well, that guy had a quick change, didn't he? Phil Chester standing in the street of cows. Now he's leading this field of MGs out. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me now, joining for expert commentary on the MG and invited British cars is Chris Gidney. Welcome, Chris. The final day of the Victorian Championships.
Yeah, thank you, Darren. Thanks for having me. Yes, the final day. Anything can still happen, and normally always does on the final day. So looking forward to being here alongside yourself, calling these final 2 races, and let's see if Simon Elliott can take it to Phil Chester for today.
Certainly, Simon had a bit of a tricky run yesterday, but Phil, as he does, if there's a gap to be filled, the multi-power bright blue and orange car will fill that gap. But I tell you what, the Derby Works car behind, and then also that awesome car of Richard Milligan, car number 10. And I got to say, number 1, he's always there, isn't he? If someone has any hiccup, there's Michael Trathen, car number 1, and he could, I think, even take this year's championship as well.
Yes, this year's championship is very wide open. Simon Elliott took an early lead, but after our round at Winton Historics, he's had a weekend of non-starts, so everything has been blown wide open, and Mr. Consistency, Michael Trathen, is definitely within reaching.
So Phil Chester leads the field out in car number 72, a rapid version of an MG, and it'd be interesting to scrape the surface on a couple of the components in that car and see the provenance as far as MG is concerned and how far back that component goes to. But Simon Elliott will start out of position number 2, and he will certainly let Phil Chester know what it is all about. Really looking forward to seeing how Phil and Simon and Richard Milligan go about this. Richard Milligan, of course, in the number 10, and that is a car, as a kid, I used to come to the racetrack to see that one run. Been so much history with that thing, so many race wins and championships, and Richard now punting that car very, very hard. Michael Trathen in car number 1, and it is not a V8. In fact, it is just 1.2 litres. No turbochargers, nothing like that. It is all about engineering weight out of the car and performance into the engine, and more importantly, the driver and how he approaches the race.
Yeah, Mike is a very, very good driver. Obviously, to be up the pointy end of the field and taking 3 consecutive club championships, he is very particular in how he goes about his whole weekend, from rolling up on the Friday to going home on the Sunday. But everything in between is just down to perfection for Mike, and that's where he gets his results.
If he was in a Lotus, he'd be Colin Chapman, I reckon. That's how it'd be. David Bagent's next on the grid in car number 64. Then Jason Edwards in the MGF, starting out of position number 6. Murray Stevenson in the number 61, the MG ZS 180. Will start out of position number 7. Trevor Dunford in the 83, the MG Trophy 160. So a vast array of different MGs out there as well. Johnny Makem starting out of position number 9. I had word yesterday he was having gear selection problems in his rapid little MG midget 1300cc, so we look forward to seeing how John sorts his way through there. We saw Maddie Chester down in Cowes on Friday night in her magnificent little MG as well, and yes, she was certainly the favourite with the kids. And it's Colleen Chester in the number 8 who had a vehicle swap on Friday. It says Paul Vernell there, but Paul's out of that car, and Colleen has taken it over. And Hank Swaterman in the number 36, the MGB. The HEMA hose service will come out of the rear of this field. The cars trundle their way down across the grid spots. Phil Chester just easing his way down. These guys will now just click it into first gear and get themselves ready. And the field all but coming together as one on the start line. A couple of V8s just thumping the ground. And generally, it's all about who can get the clutch to take it up without just bursting the rear wheels into wheel spin on the first row of the grid.
There was an air of confidence from Simon's garage this morning, so let's see how this plays out.
The 55 out of position number 2, the RV8. Beautiful rounded looking aero package, the big Derby Works rear wing. And we are about to go racing with the MG and invited British cars for this weekend. A little bit of smoke coming out of the 55 there, just coming off the line there, but on the clutch take-up, it was Chester, but grabbing second gear. Elliott just drives away as we've got Maddie Chester. She gets very slowly off the line in the number 73, but joins the field as they charge down into turn number 1. The 72 streams through on Simon Elliott. So Phil Chester absolutely got the bull by the horns, and he's going to ride this 72 like a bucking bronco for the next 13 and a half minutes in this journey. And around through turn 1 they go. Simon Elliott just easing his way through the gears, trying to get onto the back of Phil and doing a nice job of it. Just getting the cars, getting the tyres, light cars, big tyres, get a bit of a time to get the tyres warm, but the RV8 looks to the inside and the 55 covers off the multi-power car of Phil Chester into turn 4.
Yeah, very nice move there from Simon. He set that up quite early on the exit of 2 and carried it through 3 perfectly as he leads through Siberia. And Richard Milligan just holding on to the back of these 2. He's going to try hard to hold on as Simon is leading Phil. Feels quite close through Hayshed as they enter the rise of Lukey Heights for the first time. Let's see how they sign a little bit of a wider entry than Phil, but different aero packages are going to suit both these cars as they dive down into MG corner. And it's Elliott, who leads from Chester from Milligan. Still, as we're going to come around the last corner, I did notice some gravel still on the road from that HQ off, so let's be cautious, everyone, and let's get through that. It was right on the racing line, so that's, as you can see, they're avoiding it there. So here they come down the straight. Two massive power MG V8s, Rover power.
There goes Richard Milligan in the deep, throaty sounding number 10, the open top vehicle. So Chester in the closed vehicle. Gee, it must get hot inside that little cabin in the MGB GT V8. Goes right round the outside of Simon Elliott in the RV8.
That's a great move.
Isn't that? That's confidence in your package. And I'm going to say that is making sure the tyres are at temp during that first lap there. So a bit of caution shown by Phil Chester. An absolute wily competitor. You don't want to try and play mind games with this guy. He'll have you off, scratching your head, wondering what happened.
That was almost Mark Marquez.
Yes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Phil is the thinking man's racer, that is for sure. Not taking anything away from his competitors either. As we see Elliott relegated to P2, we just get a bit of a look back through the fields. Kayleen Chester and James Dodd.
Looks like Maddie Chester has caught up to the back of these two. She's just on the back here. Another lap or so with this battle, she'll be right on the...
Hank Swaterbean didn't take the start there, so obviously didn't make the grid, but Maddie has certainly moved up after she had that bad start, looking to the inside on James Dodd. That's a big move, and does it very nicely indeed. And actually, in fact, the 73 hauled up very, very nicely. Now, do the sisters play well together? Is this going to play out nicely between these two?
I think we're about to find out.
We're about to find out. I think that's why the cameras are on them here. Let's see how Kayleen and Maddie go about it. Normally we can tell them apart because Kayleen's in the green car and Maddie's in the red car, but Kayleen's commandeered the car that Paul Vanel was going to be in, the Bridge Builders Youth Charity, and she's now steering this one, so hopefully she does Paul proud. In fact, Paul's on the radio to both these girls, just helping them through the race, giving them the vital information. I think the vital information yesterday was, look out girls, here comes Dad, and he was charging his way through to win the race yesterday. But these cars here, they're different nuances. They're rear drive and rear engine, whereas James has got the front drive car.
Yeah, you could see on the exit of Siberia earlier in the lap, he got the better drive out. The ZR up the back end of this circuit is a great car to have. It just sits, grips, and goes, and it's flat all the way up to the top of Loopy Heights. It'll be interesting to see how they come. Kaylin looks like she's broken the toe of these two, so if Maddie can just make sure she keeps her head down. Jim's a wily old competitor though, so he won't let Maddie go too far, but Maddie will be trying to catch up to Kayla.
Where are these cars as far as kilowatts concerned? Are they pretty line ball with each other, the F to the ZR?
Yeah, it's the same motor.
Okay.
So they're very, very similar. It's just basically the hatch versus the convertible and the front wheel drive versus the rear wheel drive.
Yep. It is interesting because coming onto the straight, Maddie had the run there, and I guess the F might just have just a little bit less frontal area to get down the straight. If they're line ball on power, then I guess the more wedgy shaped sports car versus the hatchback might just get through the air a little bit more efficiently. But certainly over so many decades of nimble sports car and hot hatches is what MG have certainly built their racing heritage on anyway.
Yeah, they sure have. So it's very blustery out there today as well. So I'm unsure. I can't decide which of these aerodynamic packages is going to be more suited as well. So I think as well we're also going to find that out. It looks like the MGF at the moment. Maybe with the ZR sitting a bit taller, it's copping a bit more wind resistance, but.
At the moment, Phil Chester's done the fastest lap of this race, and it's a 1:43.70 for Phil, a 1:44.1 for Simon Elliott. And Richard Milligan at the moment, just a couple of seconds arrears of these guys, a 146.9. But Richard working very, very hard on the number 10 to get things back where they need to be. He has sort of lost a bit of contact with the two cars out in front. There's only 1.3 seconds between Chester and Elliott, but we're another 9.5 seconds, nearly 10 seconds from Elliott back to Milligan. So quite a gap there in only the first 3 laps of this race. 7 minutes and 6 seconds plus the 1 lap left in this one. And we get a bit of a look back down through the field. In 5th place is David Bajent, and he's doing a tremendous job there, as always, in the 64 MG Midget. And up the road from him, of course, is the number 1 of Michael Trathen. But the 260, car number 260, Jason Edwards, the MGF, with that great green on green MG livery, is chasing down David Bajent. There's got to be a good 3.5 decades between these two cars.
This is also our battle of our interstaters. So David is from New South Wales, and Jason Edwards, along with Murray Stevenson and Trevor Dunford from Adelaide. So this is for a bit of pride, a bit of interstate pride. These two were joined at the hip yesterday as well, so it looks like Bajent's been out of China. Just extend that gap a bit further than he was yesterday. So we'll see as the race goes on. This Group S logbooks midget, those old smaller brakes are going to fade. The newer, bigger brakes of the MGF are going to last a lot longer. David.
So Murray Stevenson and then Trevor Dunford, then back to Johnny Makem in 9th place there. John in the very, very lightweight midget down there for Bennett Science. Car number 33 doing a nice job. But this battle here rages with David Bajent. Gee, under brakes there on the run up to turn 2. The F just came absolutely rocketing up. So more to what you said, Chris, the brakes really start to come under massive fire in the older cars, don't they?
Yeah, you can really see it now. Jason's really on the bumper here. I reckon he's going to have a go here into Honda. There we go.
Just holds mid-track. Ooh, bit of a move. The tyres working very hard under great duress there for David Bajent.
As Edwards, he'll now look. This is where Bajent's car will come in around Siberia, but looks like Edwards is just going to have. Oh, is he slowed there? Bajent's going around the inside of the hay shed.
He might have slowed for a millisecond, missed the gear or something, but certainly gathered it all back up. You have to just flow these lower capacity cars so well all the way from the bottom of that hill. You know, you see some of the bigger V8 sports sedans where they climb up the hill, but these lower capacity cars, you really notice it. They plunge down under brakes now. 64 just holding mid-track, not the ideal racing line to be using through there, as we see the 260 just taking that nice sweeping line. Will probably end up coming onto the straight with a good couple of kilometres an hour of extra speed as that car just gets flowed nicely. But the lighter weight, open top, midget style there just comes into its own under that full load. Here comes the 260 now, right in behind.
He's going to have to try something different. Bajent's going to be aware to that move at turn 4 this time round and for the rest of the race. As they head into 1, Bajent seems to have the horsepower to hold him out. So is Edwards going to try and do the turn 4 move again? Is he going to be able to get closer to the entry of 2? He's gone wide. He's going to try to pass him into 2. No, they can't do it there. So
very evenly matched, aren't they? Performance, these two. Very evenly matched, and they continue on with this battle as it does out in front of this race with Chester and Elliott now just half a second gap between those two guys leading this race. And there they are. There is Elliott into turn 2. So this is where the race really starts to come into it, because these cars will certainly, they've waited for a lap and a half for the tyres to come up to temperature, and then they start to get all that horsepower into it and start to really work it out. The 260 dives up the inside again. Same spot from a lap ago. David Bajent just running a little bit wide, opened up the steering on the car and went, yeah, I'm not got a lot to fight with under brakes anymore.
No, this time Bajan's going to go the outside at Hayshed. Nice brave move, but he seems to have got it done quite early.
He's covering a lot of real estate though, isn't he? Going right round the outside there as well. And Edwards looks to the outside. Probably wants to try and pull off that manoeuvre under brakes there, but it's a good car and a half gap there, so you've got to be closer than that if you're going to try a bit of a dive bomb down into here.
Especially against a nimble Group S midget. You're going to have to be right on the bumper to make that move into MG. Streaming
around turn 12 now. David Bajan, you can see him just cracking it up through the gears, and we go back down. This is Kayleen and Maddie Chester. Kayleen there in the leading car in this battle group. There's Maddie in the 73. And look who's weighing in on this. Johnny Makem appears in the mirrors. The Bennett Signs entry. And this is another one of the very lightweight midgets. John's been around for a long time. Does a fair bit of work in the background with the MG Racing Group. And certainly is keen to get the message out that there's been some not relaxing, but some rule changes on eligibility of cars for this particular series.
Yeah, so the invited British rules have basically gone through their Gen 2. So our yearly cutoff has been opened up to the year 2000, and a little bit more variances are now allowed into the class. So if you've got a British sports car or a British touring car that fits into the rules that are on the website, so have a Google MG Racing Australia, click on the website and check out the rules that are posted or will be posted very shortly. Make the application to the committee, and if all is within the rules, you'll be invited to come race in the Invited British Series and join in all this fun. We're missing our Invited British friends this weekend. Warren Laylord did a head gasket on the Friday, and Keith Ondarchi and your favourite car, the Stag, sadly had to pull out after some issues at testing a couple of weeks ago.
So yeah, that's really good to keep the numbers up. Not that the category suffered from numbers over the last 3 or 4 years. It's certainly, in fact, it's been on the up as well. Even though there's a number of people on the sideline, there's some other cars. These two drivers in particular weren't part of the series not that long ago. Big move under brakes for Maddie. Kayleen opens up the corner and she says, "Yeah, righto. Yep, we got another lap or so. I'll have a look at you." As the last lap board goes out to Phil Chester as he crosses the line. So these girls have got a lap and a half left to fight this out. And John Makem, he wants to weigh in on it as well. He smells blood in the water like a shark. He's circling. Goes to the inside in the midget on Kayleen as well. Has she got an issue there? Because Maddie applied the pressure and she really did just sort of open it up down at turn 4. I don't think John's going to be given the same gracious opportunity.
No, I don't think so. I think the competitive spirit will kick in after losing that position.
That certainly will, as they crest and plunge down into MG corner. 3 red MGs spanning 4 decades. And this is what it's all about. This is what the nice thing about this racing is. You can love your midget from the 60s and you can come and race with these cars from the 2000s or the 90s, and everybody goes away having a good time. Just to give you some idea on where we are in the field there, those girls with Johnny Makem are fighting it out for 9th, 10th and 11th in the race. Talking about fighting it out, Phil Chester now fighting with the Monty Power MGB GTV8 from Yarra Valley Towing, plunges down for the final time in race number 2 for the weekend and just cracks it up through the gearbox. A beautiful sounding car. Simon Elliott just scratching his head, wondering how is he ever going to bridge this gap to Phil Chester. The thinking man's racer, Phil Chester, comes to the top of the straight, buries the boot, runs down the wall now to grab the checkered flag and take 2 from 2 here this weekend. Fastest lap of the race, a 1:43.56.51 done on lap number 4. On the closing lap, a 1:43.8. So not losing any pace. Simon Elliott gets through in position number 2. This battle rages with David Bajan and Edwards, and they are going to come to the line, albeit 1 lap arrears of Phil Chester and Simon Elliott. They come to get, Michael Trathen will get home in 3rd place. Richard Milligan now crosses for 4th. So the first 3 had managed to get lap the entire field. Trathen home in 4th, Bagent, Edwards and Stevenson in the number 61 car there. So Murray Stevenson getting nicely through in position number 7. Confirmation, David Bagent got through on maintained the lead on Edwards for 5th and 6th between those two. Johnny Makem squeezes an extra spot across Lukey Heights for his race. So that will put John into the 10 and just ease Colleen Chester out. And John Makem, well, he looks like he's going to make a run for 9th at this point in time as the 73 just dips in. John's going to take the high line here, isn't he? Yeah.
Let's see. You'll have to hold that gear in 4th. And, he's going to have a good lunge at this, but Kaylin's going to make an even bigger lunge.
Oh, and she gets it back.
Yes.
The Gremlins have snuck back into John Makem, and he gets across the line in the position he started that previous last lap in. And James Dodd gets through, and that is the result. There's Murray going through in the 61, and clearly Phil Chester and Simon Elliott just wobbling their way through down the exit road there as well. So Chris, that's how it looked, that's how it ran. Great MG and invited British race there to take out race number 2, Phil Chester.
Yes, and a big thank you to Shannon's, who are our trophy sponsors for this weekend. So thanks to Shannon's for jumping on board this weekend, and hopefully we're putting on a good enough show for you, and we'll see you again later this afternoon.
134646 Shannon's, get them on the line and talk to them about your insurance. Coming up next is the Formula RX8. Matt Dunlop with Sam Silvestro will be on air right now. They're raking their way out on track.
They certainly are. Thank you very much, Darren Smith, for the call there. We do have race number 3 of Formula RX8 coming up, I believe, as they had 2 races yesterday. So we are in for a cracker here this afternoon, as my name is Matt Dunlop and I'm joined by Sam Silvestro once again. Sam, great to have you in the box. This is going to be a rip snorter.
Thank you. Yeah, it's probably the most mixed up grid we've had so far in the series of 3 races. The top 6 have been reversed, which is our normal arrangement for our second last race of the day. So for the first time in Formula RX8 history, we've got a female on pole in Amber. So she's going to be closely followed by everybody because, as I say, the field is really mixed up, and we've got guys at the back who can run at the front because they've had some penalties and some problems yesterday. So it's a real mixed grid.
It's going to be an absolute cracker. Let's run through that grid. It is Amber Griffin on pole position, as you mentioned, and then Liam Hall in the number 49 machine will be starting out of P2. Justin Lewis in the number 50 car will be 3rd, and then we will see Antonio Cafiso starting from 4th position, as we've got a couple of cars who look to be shuffling around. That is the championship leader of Matthew Boylett, who is parked on the side of the road on the run into turn 4. Just got the car underway again, but that thing is not looking super healthy and it's just stopped there. So we'll keep a very close eye on Matthew Boylett to see what's going on here, because this could have some very big connotations. Boylett hasn't quite locked away the championship, but he's very, very close to it. Basically, the only thing that would be stopping him would be something to go wrong for that car, and I really hope that's not what's happened here. So we'll keep an eye on, see what happens. But in the meantime, let's go back to the 3rd row of the grid. Matthew Boylett should be starting from 5th position if he can get the car up and running again and get it circulated. And then it'll be Jackson Rice, who has been sweeping the round so far, from 6th. And then it'll be Dom Caminiti, Jacob Marr, Ross Forbes, Stacey Vickers, Michael Starr, Terry Lewis in 12th, and then Tom Derwent, Shad Hassan, and Ayrton Filippi bringing up the rear of the grid. But we could see a vacant spot there for 5th. The recovery vehicle's just taken off to see if they can get to him, and Boylett has just got the car refired. I'm looking at the commentary box window. He's underway again.
Yeah.
So
he might be right. If he can get to the grid on time, will they wait for him, do you think?
It'll be a bit of a push for him to get to the grid, and then it also will be a question of, will that car be good to go for the race. It doesn't sound to be unhealthy or anything like that as it flies past our camera. So we'll keep a very keen eye on this to see how it goes as the rest of the cars filter through. They will take a couple of minutes to pull through and find their spots. And how do you think Amber Griffin's going to be feeling for her first time on pole position here in Formula RX8?
I'm sure she's feeling the pressure, especially with Justin Lewis behind her, because Justin, we've seen, is pretty brisk off the line. So I think by the time they get to turn one, there'll be some jostling going on for sure.
There certainly will be. The last car is currently being waved onto the grid, and we're just waiting to see if they're going to wait for Boylett. He is going past pit entry, and he will take his place on the grid. So
yep, looks like it. Looks like he's going to come down and be on the grid.
Very, very lucky for Boylett to sneak in there into P5. It would have been just close to not making it to the start there. So he's just being directed around the side there, and he'll be forming up very, very shortly. Or he may just be going to take his spot.
Looks like he's been given a rear grid. There you go.
Right to the back of the grid.
Oh.
So Matthew Boylett has his work cut out for him, the championship leader, as the 5-second board comes up here at Phillip Island. So the revs in these Renesis 1.3-litre rotaries will start revving up, and we're underway. It's a great launch from the two front starters. Side by side, Amber Griffin looks to have plucked second gear a bit nicer than Liam Hall as they run down towards turn one. Griffin has the position, she has the line, and she has a swarm of RX8s all over the back of that machine trying to make their way into the lead of the race, but it is going to be Amber Griffin who gets the whole shot into turn one.
Yeah, you're right. She managed to get a great start, and she's holding them all off at this stage.
Just for now, because now Liam Hall in the 49 is up the inside at the southern loop and is trying to make a move there as they all try to go side by side on the exit. Little bit of contact. They go almost 3 wide there, and the number 37 car of Jackson Rice immediately finds his way back into the lead of the race, resuming his domination that he's been inflicting on this field all weekend in Formula RX8, and he's got Anthony Cafiso in tow in second position right now.
Yeah, we've still got some of the faster guys like Thomas Derwent at the back and Terry Lewis trying to work their way through. So it is very, very busy there. They're 3 wide and not giving an inch.
Matthew Boylett there as well, doing his best, and we're looking at the 35 of Stacey Vickers, who has Jacob Marr behind him, and then it's Derwent in the 42. Griffin runs very wide on the exit of Siberia. That car doesn't look super fast at all, unfortunately, so she's losing places left, right, and centre, which is not a great way for her to be starting her race, unfortunately. But
no, she may have a problem. She's really dropped off the pace there. It might have been...
Whoa, she definitely has a problem. She has one less wheel on her car. That has jettisoned on the one into the hay shed, shot off the side there. The car's throwing sparks and is going to be almost grinding to a halt unless she can get it around. But with the way that thing is looking, I would hazard a guess to say it's not going to happen, as we have some... Emma Griffin has pulled up to the inside and a safety car has been pulled as a result. Yeah. So the field is going to be brought right back under control as the cars circulate around the last couple of corners. I have seen 1 or 2 cars overlapping there after the safety cars have been come out. So we'll be interested to see if that happens to come out of the wash and if they were in the clear or what's happened there. But for the time being, proceedings have just been put on hold for now as the first lap comes to a close. So a bit of a turbulent start to this race, to say the least, Sam. But as we take a look at a replay here, so
it's crazy.
So yeah, there it was. As soon as she touched the curb on the right-hand side, that tyre just gave. And I think just because of how much she'd started slowing down in the last few corners, she must have obviously felt something was wrong in the lead up to that.
Oh yeah, there was definitely some driver warnings that things weren't right. There she is. She's safe and out of the car, which is great. But I'm impressed with Mr. Rice. Jackson, he's got right up the front in just those couple of short laps and resumed his lead over Cafiso, Terry Lewis, Caminiti, Vickers, Derwent, Boylett, Lewis and Forbes. Mayer's dropped a spot. So there's been a lot of goings on there.
So from P6 to P1 in the space of less than a lap there for Jackson Rice. So an awesome start for the number 37 machine. And as they cross the stripe that time around, let's take stock of where the field now sits. So it is Rice who leads the way with Anthony Cafiso in P2. And then it'll be the number 50 car of Justin Lewis in third. And then Dom Caminiti running fourth in that 16 machine, who is looking to get back some valuable points for himself after his outing in race 1 yesterday. Stacey Vickers is fifth, and then we have Tom Derwent, and Matthew Boylett, the championship leader, has made his way up to P7. So as long as he can keep it on the road, he'll be in a very, very good spot for taking out this year's Formula RX8 championship.
Yeah, definitely still in it, but I wouldn't like to be calculating the results just yet. That's going to be a bit tricky.
There's still a lot of permutations and points to work out there as well. And then behind them, it's Terry Lewis in the number 29, who currently sits 8th, Ross Forbes, and the number
55 of Jacob Mayer is 10th.
In 10th. And you can see Emma Griffin there. She'll be pretty devastated with what's happened as a result of that, especially after starting on the front row. What an absolute roller coaster of a race it's been for Amber. So
certainly has.
She'll be parked up there, hoping that the rain stays off her at the very least, and she can watch the race from what would be a pretty cool vantage spot, I'd be sure. But
now, do you think she's in a safe spot that they're going to leave her there and restart? Or we can't really tell from here, can we?
I haven't seen too many recovery vehicles mobilised from my point of view at the very least, not less on the screen. So we'll keep an eye out. I think where she is there on the inside of Lukey Heights is not the worst place to put a car, because you've got everyone, like it's a long sweeping right-hander. Everyone's going to be drifting out to the right-hand side. So we'll wait to see what the stewards and race control decide to do in that regard. And in the meantime, we are still circulating.
Car has stayed out. So,
yes, we are still
one more lap.
Still circulating behind the Waverley mini garage safety car, and it's a good opportunity to chat through some of the people who can make this happen, particularly TFH.
Yeah, thanks for that. We wanted to give them a big shout out as a category. They have been a fantastic sponsor for us. As you know, motorsport's not cheap, as they say, so it really helps to have a great association like that helping us out as a category. Then you've also had a lot of hard work put in by a number of people. Big thank you to Justin Lewis and also Stacey Vickers for all their work behind the scenes. We've had Ben with us this weekend as our category manager, and he's been doing a great job in getting everybody organised and trying to lift things to another level. So there's been a lot happening, as you say, behind the scenes. I don't want to be the person that has to work out the point score, because it is going to be very tricky with all these changes. As you said before, Terry Lewis was in with a shot at second at one stage, so I don't know if that's still good. He probably could have used a bit more race time to get a little further up the front. That's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, it's a bit too much of a gap now, I think. It's still potentially possible, depending on the points. We'll have to see how it shakes out, but it would rely on Terry Lewis sticking very, very close to Anthony Cafiso in second position. So we'll wait to see how that shakes out, and we'll have a better idea of the points as we come through. But we have just got word in our ear that they are going to call this race early, unfortunately. So we won't see as much of the racing as we would have hoped, and they are going to be waving the checkered flag next time by. So whether this race is considered to be is counted against the points, or whether they end up just scratching it because there wasn't really a full lap completed under full racing speed, we'll wait to see. And you can see the safety car driver is keeping those cars well and truly locked in behind that Waverley Mini Garage, the countryman that's been rolling us around, courtesy of the Victorian Mini Club, who have been doing a fantastic job putting this event on for us here at Phillip Island. And I also want to give a big shout out from the Trico Vic State Race Series and the Australian Sports Sedans Association, who'd like to acknowledge their generous contributions from our corporate partners throughout, who, through their sponsorship of this round, have empowered us to provide live coverage of this weekend's racing live and free on Blendline TV. Because without the support of sponsors, we just wouldn't be able to bring you this action that you're enjoying, whether you're trackside or whether you're at home watching on the couch, wherever you are in Victoria, in Australia, around the world even. So please support the sponsors who support us, and sit back, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the action coming through today, because there's going to be a lot of fantastic stuff coming through. So massive shout out to everyone who sponsors this and puts it all together for us, and also to the hardworking, the volunteers, the officials, all those people, because it's not all just about money in motorsport. So many people donate their time and their effort to these race meets to be able to allow us to go racing, and that's been the backbone of motorsport at every level for as long as it's been a thing. So we could not go racing without the hard work of so many officials, flag marshals, medicos, so many other people. So take a look at that link there, motorsport.org.au/officials, if you'd like to get involved and find yourself in one of the best seats in the house, such as the person waving the checkered flag right now to car number 37, Jackson Rice, who finds his way up into the lead of the race and crosses the line to take P1. It'll be Anthony Cafiso across the line in second, and then Justin Lewis in the number 50 machine in third. Then it's Stacey Vickers, Thomas Derwin, and Matthew Boylett across the line in Ps 4, 5, and 6. Dom Caminiti's actually gone up to fourth. There was a bit of a transponder issue there. So Caminiti fourth, Vickers fifth, Thomas Derwin in P6, and then behind them Boylett, Terry Lewis, Ross Forbes, and Jacob Marr round out your provisional top 10 with Ayrton Filippi and Michael Starr, the last of the runners. Amber Griffin and Liam Hall, unfortunately, were both DNFs. I didn't actually see what happened to Liam Hall there because he was starting on the front row and we don't have track of him there. Shad Hassan, unfortunately, didn't take to the track either. So a lot going on in that Formula RX8 race, but
certainly was. They've got time to regroup and regather for the last race this afternoon, so I imagine it's going to be another interesting and exciting one.
They absolutely will. You won't want to miss it later on today in the broadcast, but we've got so much great action coming up before then. Next up, sports cars will take to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit alongside Vic V8s, and I'll be joined by Darren Smith. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's going to be a ripper.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here at the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big shout out to Trico, seeing you clear, the windscreen wipers of choice for motorsport right around this country. A big shout out to Trico for their support right throughout season 2025. We're looking forward to welcoming them part of the team for 2026. Of course, 888 Home Loans for all of their support over many, many seasons now. Check out 888 Home Loans. Give them a call, check out their website. Everybody needs to make sure that their home loan is well and truly tuned up. Earlier on this weekend, we launched the 2026 Championship calendar, the Trophy Tour Victoria Round 1 at Sandown on the 13th, 14th and 15th of February. Calder Park, March 21 and 22. Winton Motor Raceway, May 2 and 3. Sandown, 21, 22, 23 of August, and then the final round back here on this exact same weekend, October 2, 3 and 4. We welcome to the track right now the Victorian Sports Car Championship and of course the Vic V8's combined field, and they combined brilliantly yesterday, and we're looking forward to seeing how they roll out. That will lead into this afternoon's program. Of course, the National Formula Ford and Victorian Formula Ford titles have all but been decided. I think we've got a Victorian champion. Matty D, you've been keeping a close eye on the Formula Fords. We do have a Vic champion, don't we?
We certainly do. Lockie Evident has locked that one away in the Duratec class. Kent class is still up for grabs at the moment, but Richard Davison basically has it locked away. And also in the National Series, Kobe Williams is match point. It's an 18-point gap that he has. So all he has to do is finish the race. And even if he doesn't finish, as long as Joey Fawcett doesn't win, he's got it. But that'll come later on. For now, we've got some tin tops floating around, and they are quick ones too.
Tim Wolfe will be on pole position for the sports cars right alongside Cam Reese, and that's a championship title hunt right there. Thomas Stockdale is next, and then it's Stephen Sluger in his number 68. All Porsches. Sluger in the 991 GT3 Cup car. Richard Green is next in the number 63. The Valvoline 991 GT3 Cup car. Andrew Smith in the number 70. Back to Rowan Little in the number 7. In fact, I didn't see the flak bow roll out on track, the slant nose Porsche. So that is the Porsche field. The Vic V8s will roll out next, and it is Greg Lynch on pole there with Matt Horn fighting out for a championship. Malcolm Michel and Mark Kukuri, Brett Lehman, Craig Eddy, Nathan Bell, Steve Bonner, Frank Turrell, Pete Owen, David Ramsey, Nathan Ford, Roy Itzeny, Michael Costas and Gary Finnemore off the rear of that grid. As this is a rolling start, the cars will start to form up side by side, and it will be Tim Wolfe that will control the sports cars. Yes, the flak bow is out there, so that has made its way onto track. Rowan Little, I know there's quite a few people that have come specifically to the racetrack to see that magnificent car out there. Of course, Chris Hones ran it very successfully back in the Porsche Cup era and in the Australian GT Championship. That's the number 7 at the back of this field. But these two on the front row, these are the title protagonists. There's only a couple of points between each of them as they roll around. The Vic V8's off in the distance there, and Greg Lynch is going to control that field. The sports cars, the red lights are on. They'll run over the top of the grid spots. Red lights still holding, and away we go. That's a good run from about grid spot 8 there, and they charge down into turn number 1. It'll be Tim Wolfe. He's got the technology on his side. Cameron Reese has certainly got the bravery to go with him. So the number 66, which just happens to be the 992 GT3 Cup car, the newest car in this field, and Cameron Reese will go right with him in the 997.2 Cup car as the Vic V8s blast away, and it'll be Greg Lynch that's controlled that field right down over the grid spots, and the field make their way down into turn number 1. It'll be Lynch holding on very, very nicely indeed to Horn, and they've got themselves a handy little gap just back to the next car there. Can't quite make it out. There's the 39, and that's Mark Kukuri, so it must be Malcolm Mitchell in there as well. So the field stream on by. There goes Craig Eddy, and they all start to barrel their way down into the middle of the pack there. Rohit Sati has rounding out the back of that battle pack.
They went 3 wide there through Stone and Corner, did 3 of those cars. Some awesome racing starting off in the Vic V8s here. Fantastic looking machinery, a lot of it harking back to the 90s, 2000s, the V8 Supercars era, and even previous in the Touring Car Championship with that McLeod Ford machine rolling around there. Beautiful looking car there. So a lot of awesome machinery as we see the cars roll through Siberia. Hasn't been the coldest Siberia's been this year, thankfully, and the rain has stayed away for now. We'll keep an eye on the weather as you go through, but these drivers will be pretty stoked that it's been pretty dry running. That's the number 51 of Rohit Saini trying to look around the outside of Frank Turrell, but can't get the job done. Has to tuck back in behind that black Holden Commodore there as they all crest the top of Lukey Heights down into MG. That's the 36 of Nathan Bell who leads this little pack, and he has, I believe that's the number 35 car of Peter Owen right behind him. Yes, it is. So Holden's, Fords, it's on for young and old. We've even got a ute out there on the track, and that thing is rapid. We saw that one yesterday.
Whoa, one going backwards there, slowing very quickly. That's the 36, Nathan Bell. You just touched on there, Matt, and he has gone out the back of that group in the VESS 6 litre. And we just get a good shot of that Falcon running down the front straight. Only 2 Falcons out there this week. 3. Gary Finnemore off the rear of the grid there as well. So the XB Coupe, in fact, I don't think Gary has actually made it out on track, has he?
He did not, unfortunately. We saw that car gave up the ghost yesterday, yes, so it's not out there, which is such a shame to see for the Mentone premix car. But we've got a great battle here for second position in the sports cars. Cameron Reese is leading this one with Stockdale and Sluger behind him. Meanwhile, Tim Wolf has blasted away in front. He's got almost 2 seconds under his belt in the 992. Incredible bit of kit, that machine. Chalk and cheese, the 992, and then you go back to the rear of this sports car grid, and it's a Porsche 930 RSI. It's such a beautiful snapshot of Porsche sports car history,
isn't it? And they are very, very cool sports cars, the Porsches. No matter where you look, the 911 and its shape is absolutely synonymous with motorsport and the finest of German engineering. And they just keep reinventing the Mousetrap series upon series. It really is a weapon of choice. And Tim Wolf, of course, is a pit lane clothing athlete, so he's very much involved in the pit lane clothing brand and representing that as a brand ambassador. So all the best to Tim Wolf in his pit lane clothing. Always looking good in the pit and paddock and out for dinner at a race meeting, Tim Wolf. So cool to see that. Not only does he look good in his 992, he looks good as well. He's a snappy dresser.
He certainly does. We've got a bit of side-by-side action there. Not much passing gets done, but it's looking like it's going to be tantalising for these drivers as they go through. Reese on the inside is just keeping Stockdale under wraps. And Tim Wolf, we normally see his fellow pit lane clothing compatriot Andy Tudor out there in the R8. Oh, that's the number 6 car of Michael Kostos, who's taken to the infield there on the final corner. So that is not a place where you want to find yourself. We did just see the number 36 of Nathan Bell, who was very, very slow last lap, still out on track circulating as it stands. So intermittent problems for the 36. The number 6 has given up the ghost and is parked on the inside of the final corner there. So I'm trying to keep an eye out to see if I can see any locals. Let's see the reason why he's there. He just lost the rear end all on his own and has already started the landscaping for the MotoGP in a couple of weeks' time. I don't think the groundskeepers here are going to be too happy with the amount of mud and grass he just picked up and thrown all over, and the safety car has understandably come out as a result so we can get some recovery. What a shame that is, but the officials need to get out here and get everything tidied up as we see just how close that battle for second got before they neutralised the field.
Yeah, they were close, weren't they? 0.19 of a second between all 3 of those Porsches as they came across the line. Reese, Stockdale and Sluger were absolutely going for it, and then they all luckily saw the Waverley Mini Garage safety car here this week. A big shout out to the crew at the Waverley Mini Garage for providing the safety car. Sadly, it's done more laps than we wanted it to, but I guess for them, they're getting some good exposure for that fantastic-looking mini wagon, and they just seem to get nicer and nicer, those minis, and as you'd expect under the ownership of BMW, but a really cool-looking car leading the field around. So big shout-out and a big thanks to Waverley Mini Garage. We've got that other car parked up, which was from a lap ago there, Matt. So a bit of attrition in the Vic V8 field as this season sort of starts to draw to a close. Here's the car that we saw airborne coming over those infield bumps only moments ago. So car number 6 with Michael Costas at the wheel, the 6-litre VS Commodore, makes his way back over the grass there as well. So we'll not need a recovery as such, but just making its way back onto track. There was, of course, that other car which is parked up, which they'll recover. But number 6 has gotten back underway. Tim Wolfe has led the way and on his way to leading this race on lap number 3 did a 1:35.5. Cam Reese a 1:37.83. Importantly, Reese, Stockdale and Sluger on their last lap did their personal best. So a 1:37.83 to Stockdale, a 1:37.63 to Stockdale. He's gone faster, and a 1:37.0. So Sluger is 4th in the race, but out of those 3, the fastest car on track.
100%. So if, fingers crossed, we do get a resumption and the recovery of Nathan Bell's car doesn't take too long, fingers crossed we're going to see an awesome battle between those 3, potentially 4 Porsches when you throw Tim Wolfe into the mix there at the front of this. But Richard Green and, of course, Andrew Smith behind them are going to want to get stuck in as well in their cars. So Richard Green, he's running a 991 GT3 Cup. Andrew Smith, a 991.1. So very, very similar machines there. In terms of just like the recency of them, just how technologically advanced they are, how quick they are, and how fearsome they look, they don't hold a candle to the 992. That is an awesome beast of a Porsche car, as we've touched on a lot. And we've gone through the sports car grid. So as they stand, we'll take stock of the Vic V8s as well as they are. So it's currently Greg Lynch from Matt Horn, and then it is Malcolm Mitchell. Behind them, it's Mark Akuri, Steve Bonner, and then the number 34 of Craig Eddy. And then we have Peter Owen behind them, and we'll just wait for the timing screen to cycle through as the cars take to the stripe.
Peter Owen is in that bright blue Falcon that's out there, one of the few Falcons in this field. In fact, I think with Gary Finnemore not taking any further part, I think he's the only. Oh no, the number 15, David Ramsey, in the orange XA Coupe is also in there. So 2 Fords, the rest of them at GM products, and Greg Lynch poised to grab that trophy. Oh no, there's another car 90.
Steve Bonner.
The HSV Club Sport parked up.
So he had crossed the stripe and was a little bit further up the field the last time by, but there's been an issue with the car under safety car. So that's such a shame for Steve Bonner, but he's now got recovery on the go. Nathan Bell has finally, his prince has arrived, and he'll be towed out of there very, very shortly. And yeah, as you mentioned, there's a couple of Falcons that are racing in sports cars, not Finnemore, unfortunately, in the Mentone Premix concrete machine. It's a 4th generation family-owned business, Melbourne's leading supplier of decorative concrete, and they welcome all to their state-of-the-art showrooms to showcase their services and the very latest of their finishes and products, delivered via their team of expert staff on hand to assist you at every step of your customer journey. Mentone Premix specialises in all aspects of decorative concrete, so remember to get exposed, Darren Smith, with Mentone Premix.
And you can see, next time you're at a Vic V8's race and you see Gary Finnemore's car, it does show a concreter with a pair of shorts with what's called, I'm going to call it the plumber's crack, but it's clearly concreter's crack in those ones. But they deliver the very best concrete for your application. Get down to Mentone Premix for your next concreting situation. Vic V8's trundling around. There goes Pete Owen, as we mentioned, in the blue Falcon, just watching the Waverley Mini Garage safety car. It's slowed going out of Siberia, so I guess they're trying to get this car number 90 of Stephen Bonner back into control, and the Bell Commodore as well, also back in behind safety areas. The lights are still flashing on the safety car. Let's hope we get resumption of racing, because it'd be a good 3.5 minutes plus a lap that we can get this show underway, and we get the yellow flags withdrawn. So it's all eyes on that Waverley Mini Garage safety car for the moment to see the lights go out. Normally around about now.
Both of those cars getting recovered are going to be surely towed straight down the escape road at turn 4, and as a result, the lights are out on the Waverley Mini Garage safety car. Safety car in this lap. Some of the best words you can see in motorsport.
Isn't it? Yeah. They really interrupt the fun, don't they, the safety cars? But I tell you what, a fun car is the Mini from Waverley Mini Garage, as it absolutely accelerates away from the Porsche field. You don't hear that too often, do you?
You really
Mini
don't.
accelerating away from a 992 Porsche, but in this case, it's the safety car, and it is Tim Wolf. He goes and gets on with the resumption of racing. The flag is waved, and the Porsches, off they go down the straight. The pit lane clothing adorned racer, Tim Wolf, rockets away. 2 minutes and 58 seconds left on the clock. So you're going to say 3 laps, Matt. I reckon 3 laps will get in with these guys. As we say, Greg Lynch now, he's actually bunched right up, and the big V8 start to get right onto the back of these Porsches. That'll be Richard Green, I think. They're just coming up onto the back of
Andrew Smith in the number 70 machine. Richard Green is in the red car a little bit further up. That's an ex-Sonic machine, that being absolute weapon of a car. So Greg Lynch, though, is rounding them up in that HSV Commodore at an absolute rate of knots with the lights ablaze. But Smith does not want to let them by, parks that Porsche 911 right on the inside of Miller Corner and puts in a very defensive drive there, because he's got a lot of Holden Commodores in his rearview mirror right now.
He does, and I tell you what, you're going to be hard pushed in anything to outbreak a Porsche, and they are renowned for the massive stopping abilities of those cars. But Andrew Smith continues on, and he is not going to relinquish his spot in this race, the 991.2 GT3 Cup car, as they climb up over the hill. The 22 of Greg Lynch now will look to the inside and try and get through on this Porsche, and he will execute that manoeuvre beautifully. So Greg Lynch power down and drives the Commodore away from Andrew Smith. They have no race against each other. They are in separate categories, and Greg Lynch is reaching out for a championship here in the big V8s here this weekend, but it's looking very, very nice indeed. There goes Richard Green, aforementioned, and we've got the last lap board also being displayed to the field. So Tim Wolf engages the last lap with a 1.8 second lead over Cameron Rees, and then we go back to Thomas Stockdale. So there's Rees now in the 175 Cook's Bodyworks outfit, and the Bushman entry chasing him down there in the Porsche as they go around through turn 3. Very, very fast, high-load left-hander. Have a look at the 81 here. Thomas Stockdale looking left, looking right, trying to find where he can get through on Rees, even holding on tight on the exit. That's going to affect the flow of the car coming up to push up the hill here.
He's getting a big hurry up from Stockdale, who's filling every single mirror on Cameron Rees's number 175. Watch, he's going to swarm quite a bit as they go through the Hayshed and up to Lukey Heights. There's a couple of different lines you can try and set up here to try and make a move happen, but Cameron Rees is looking stoic in second position there, keeping a very, very tidy line. He'll probably move to the inside of the track to defend, and he certainly does. Shuts that door immediately, doesn't even give that Bushman 911 in the number 81 car a chance to get past. So 2 more corners left to negotiate for Cameron Rees if he wants to hold on to P2. But out in front, Tim Wolf has been flying ahead in the number 66 car, and he will take through the final corner there, the checkered flag. Tim Wolf will go 2 from 2 in the Victorian sports cars here, but behind them it is going to be Cameron Rees just holding on to second position with a very, very short gap to Stockdale behind him. Great finish there.
0.8 of a second between the Porsches there in second and third place. So that was a ripping run to the end. Talking about ripping run, Greg Lynch storms across the line in the shadow of Richard Green and his Porsche, the Commodore home, 6th place in the race, but first place in the race for the Vic V8s. Leads home the entry of Horn, so Matthew Horn home in the number 50. Here is an amazing silhouette in Australian motorsport. They're a big, wide beast of a car, aren't they? As the XA Coupe comes charging to the line. Always very cool to see those things out there. David Ramsey does a terrific job. The checkered flag has waved and encapsulated the field, so it will be Wolf, Rees and Stockdale winning the sports cars. Lynch, Horn and Michelle taking out the Commodores, or the Vic V8s there. So there it is. Results, Tim Wolf to Cameron Rees, Thomas Stockdale, and that all disappears off our our screen. We have got a massive afternoon of racing. We go back to the start of today and the next category out on track as Matty D, you're about to go straight into Formula Ford racing for the final race for the season, mate.
I certainly am, and this is going to be an absolute ripper here. Race 3 of Formula Fords will be getting underway very, very shortly. No time to wait around for these guys. They are itching to get involved, so they are taken to the track. Darren Smith is going to be taking to a salad roll, and I'm going to have Tom Reed alongside me to call this one. Last day of school. It's the last race of the season for the Victorian and the Australian Formula Ford Series, and there's still quite a bit to play for. Let's take a look at the grid firstly. My name is Matt Dunlop, and Tom Reed is alongside me, who's going to run us through the grid.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, looking forward to this, the final race for the Australian Formula Ford Championship and the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Quickly run you through the grid here. It's very simple, the equation. Kobe Williams pretty much just has to finish this race to lock this championship up. He starts from pole position in the ACMF Finance Spectrum. Alongside him is Lachlan Evanett in car 88, the Cam Quarries and Concrete car. Joe Fawcett, the other championship protagonist, lines up behind Kobe Williams there in position number 3. Then we go back to Jamie Rowe in the Fabcom Spectrum. Seth Burkhart's off of P5, Caleb Black in the Pioneer DJ Spectrum off of P number 6. Brad James and Jack Johnson there. Then we go to Jared Hurst and Tabitha Ambrose. And the final starter for the Duratec field will be Ashton Geely in his Spirit. Then we move back to the Kent field, which the first 2 races have been won by Andrew Tordy, and he starts off of pole position. Alongside him will be Richard Davison. Peter Fitzgerald in 3rd, Craig Arnold 4th, Adrian Wilkinson in his Spectrum off of 5th in class. Then we go to Frank Harris and Jason McGrath, who had a spin in that previous race.
The championship for the National Series is still technically up for grabs, but technically is probably the only word you can use to describe it. With an 18-point advantage at the top of the field, all Kobe Williams needs to do is finish this race to guarantee it. Even if he does not finish, the only way that Joe Fawcett can win this title is if he wins this race, with Kobe Williams failing to score. So it is match point for the number 94 machine. Behind him is the number 88, earlier today crowned the 2025 Victorian Formula Ford champion, so he has locked that position in. Behind him, Joey Fawcett, the only other person who can challenge for the National Series title at the moment. We do still have a championship battle on our hands for the Victorian Kent Class 2, but much like the National Duratec field, Richard Davison basically has that one sewn up. If he finishes the race, he will be champion once again in 2025 in the Victorian Kent class.
40 points paying for the feature race win in the Kent field. That is 10 points extra than a normal race. So it goes 40, 36, 32, 29 and 26 points for your top 5. So a couple more points here up for grabs.
The cars come around to the grid for the final time in 2025 in the Victorian and the Australian Formula Ford Championships. And we are set to witness some fantastic racing, as we've seen all weekend so far, all season, and for so many years, as this wonderful category has produced incredible shows for us, has produced incredible drivers for Australian and world motorsport. The 5-second board goes up, the red lights are on, the revs are rising, we're underway at Phillip Island for the final time. Jamie Rowe gets a ripping start, but we've got a stall on the back of the grid. It's Caleb Black in the number 43 machine, who is stranded. Everyone gets around him just fine, and the field will continue to stream down. Williams leads, gets the whole shot. It is Evanett in 2nd position, and we are still rolling here as we go through. So we have, let's take a look here. Looks like we've got Burkhardt has made his way up into 3rd position. Jamie Rowe, Joey Fawcett has dropped back to 4th. Side by side here, Richard Davison has made his way past Jack Johnson in the Duratec. So these fields are basically combined.
Yeah, well, Jack Johnson got balked behind Caleb Black there, who has unfortunately broken the left rear drive shaft on that car. I can see it was spinning and going nowhere. So I assume we may go safety car here. Jack Johnson's got to get around the Kent field here. And if we do go safety car, he will be able to join right back up. But here is the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Big oversteer moment there from car 88. Lachlan Evanet, he slots back to P3. Jamie Rowe up to P2. That's his best position so far this weekend.
That is Jamie Rowe indeed in second position. We are still green. Safety car has now been called. Not yet, actually. Sorry, double yellow flags on the main straight, but we are still green around the rest of the track. So get your racing done now, boys, because you may not have a whole lot of time to get it done. Although the car has now been successfully recovered from the main straight. So we're going to stay green here. Great stuff to see. Kobe Williams is still leading this race, and we have second position is Jamie Rowe. Apologies for the early call on the safety car there. No safety car yet. The Waverley Park Mini will stay in the stable just for now. Evanet and Fawcett side by side through the final corner here as they go into the main straight across the stripe for the first time in anger. As they take to the line, it'll be Kobe Williams who still leads this one with Jamie Rowe second. Fawcett, Evanet, Seth Burkhartz, Brad James, Jared Hurst, Tabitha Ambrose, Ashton Geely, and Jack Johnson are the top 10, the only 10 runners in that order in the Duratec class.
Kobe Williams with the big moment there through turn 1, dropped 2 wheels off the back of the curb. But the guys behind him are going to have to get a move on if they want to stick with him. We saw Kobe Williams drive away in race number 2 earlier this morning and took a commanding win, smashed the field. So hopefully these guys work together enough here where they can catch back up to car 94. Your race leader down the inside, Lockie Evanet, thinks better of that move on Jamie Rowe, and Joe Fawcett slots back to P4, so no changes at the moment within the top 4.
Joey Fawcett was very, very sketchy on the inside there of turn 3. Couldn't get the move done there, but he may get it done here at Siberia, but he's not got the pace he was hoping for. Jamie Rowe in the 48 is still holding around the outside. Will take the inside line into the hay shed. If he's got the pace, he may be able to stop this one. Joey Fawcett is going to fall back a little bit. They go side by side as they go across Lukey Heights. Fawcett is going to slot back into second position, but he has Rowe, Evanet, and Burkhart's all over the back of him. It's a massive scrap here. Big lock up for the number 88. Just pulls it in time, and he keeps up one on the straight and narrow and out of the wheel tracks of the other cars. So no contact there. Kobe Williams, they'll be seeing this in his rearview mirror, and he will be chuffed because he's able to open up a very tidy gap at the front of this field.
Lockie Evanet going back to P4, Joey Fawcett going forward to P2, and now it's up to him if he wants to close this gap to your race leader, Kobe Williams, with a 1 second margin out the front, setting a fastest lap time there of a 38.0, considerably quicker than anyone else in the field. So through turn number 1 and 2, Fawcett running a little wide here. He's really got to stay on track here and keep hustling at the back of Kobe Williams, who looked to me like he also dropped a couple of wheels off the back of that curb.
Joey Fawcett at all 4 wheels outside the white line. He's using every single millimetre of the track and then some. He is wringing the neck of his number 23 construct machine, getting every last bit out of it, as is Lockie Evanet in the 88, who's trying to find an inside line into Miller Corner, but he cannot get it done there, has to tuck back behind, and he'll have to wait to see Jamie Rowe going side by side with Fawcett once again. Rowe is going to sneak up the inside at Siberia, get that move done. A lot of cars sliding around here. There's very, very minimal grip here for these Formula 4 drivers, and they are trying to use as much as they can. Every lap around this Phillip Island track in changing conditions is a learning experience, finding where the grip is, where it isn't, and making sure you've got your car pointing relatively in the right direction at all times, because there's a lot of sliding going on.
Yeah, for sure. Over the top here, move from Joe Fawcett on Jamie Rowe. He's going to hang tough around the outside through the penultimate corner, but can't stick there. The inside line proving it better there for Jamie Rowe in the Fabcon Spectrum. So through the final corner, Kobe Williams has skipped away again and has opened that margin up to a fair distance here over the line, side by side between Jamie Rowe, Joe Fawcett. That margin in the race lead is now skipped out all the way to 2 seconds. So Kobe Williams is gone unless we get a safety car here. Hopefully I don't put the Moz on him. No commentator's curse out front for Kobe Williams.
I tell you what, he's looking pretty close to the pace that he had in qualifying, where he beat the field by a second in the qualifying session. An unbelievable performance by Kobe Williams. That car just has buckets of pace this weekend, and he is getting every last drop out of it as well. But these drivers here, it would do them a pretty solid world of good to be able to just lockstep and just punch in a hole through the air combined.
Ambrose and Jared Hurst locked wheels, and that spits the Pertec Spectrum into the gravel trap there at the entry to turn 4. Jared Hurst has been able to keep going, and Tabitha gets that car out of the gravel trap. Nicely done. So we remain under green flag conditions, but it has broken the rear right, unfortunately, as you can see that car crabbing its way to the exit road, and it's becoming a handful for it to get off the track.
So she takes it straight into the exit road at almost a very sideways angle with suspension damage. So what a shame that is for Tabitha Ambrose in the Pertec machine. As we see the battle for second still very, very hot. Lockie Evanet got very unsettled on the bumps and on the lightness as he went over the crest of Lukey Heights there. Held the car back together, hasn't lost a spot, but he has lost a bit of a gap to Jamie Rowe, who is now trying to eke out a margin behind him in second position. We now have a 3-car battle for the last step on the podium. Evanet is leading Burkhart's, and let's take a look and see what happened. In the background of this shot, there was a tangle there, so that was the number 45 of Tabitha Ambrose, thankfully able to keep it off the wall. But, yeah, I don't imagine you'll have too many kind words to say to Jared Hurst after that incident.
I think, yeah, maybe just a racing incident perhaps there, moving towards the corner. Not going to throw the blame on anyone there as we press on here with Seth Burkhart's going through on Joe Fawcett, who's unfortunately gone all the way back to P5. So any shot at that championship for Joey is falling by every lap we complete, with Kobe Williams again extending that margin to 2.2 seconds out in front.
Joey Forster's not letting this one go without a fight, though. He goes very, very wide on the run into Miller, gets the move done and finds his way back into fourth position as the cars in front of him stay lockstep. Jamie Rowe is still holding off the number 88 of Evanet, and here's Joey Forster now with a very, very racy Seth Burkhardt in that Tickford machine, number 24 behind him. These drivers are all over the road, and now we've got another player. Player 6 has joined the game. Bradley James wants to have a go at this.
For the first time this weekend, yeah, he's locked on to this top 6. And around the outside here goes Lockie Evanet, who just seems to be able to throw the car up the inside of the hay shed. Not sure how he gets all that momentum out of Siberia, but it seems to be working from him. And he goes into MG with about a 1-car length lead over position number 3 there of Jamie Rowe, who'll be right in the slipstream. Taking a look further back through the Kent field here, Andrew Torty actually leads this, and he's looking to go 3 from 3 here in his spectrum. Peter Fitzgerald running in P2, Richard Davison running in 3rd. All Richard really needs to do is finish this race, and he will come home with the Victorian Kent Championship for about the 3rd or 4th time in a row, I believe.
So many championships have been won in that machine, both by Richard and by his son Will, the 2001 Formula 4 champion in that very car. And let's see who's going to make that add to that list here in 2025. It's very likely going to be Kobe Williams unless something incredibly dramatic happens. And with how this field is racing, drama is all the way up and down this Formula Ford field. Jamie Rowe is doing an awesome job holding off the hard-charging Lockie Evanet, but Evanet had a pretty good run there. He's going to have a look up the inside of Miller Corner and get that move done just for now. Jamie Rowe is doing his absolute darndest, but has to tuck in behind. And we saw yesterday Lockie Evanet is a very, very good defensive driver. So he will be keeping that car as wide as possible. And we now go back to the Kent class, where we see Peter Fitzgerald leading Andrew Torty in a very, very close battle. Richard Davison's currently sitting 3rd with Craig Arnold just behind him, and it's on for young and old.
Fitzy's been able to overtake Andrew Torty here for the race lead. The first time he's been able to do that all weekend long and run in the top 2. So fantastic job from Fitzy. Looking in his mirrors, he'll know where Torty is. Torty goes to the inside through turn 3, Stoner Corner. Does he move over to cover his line? He's a bit cheeky. He thinks about it. Deep under brakes, and Peter Fitzgerald's tapped the back of Andrew Torty there, unfortunately, and it has allowed Richard Davison and Craig Arnold through for 1st and 2nd. Just a little bit of a deep moment under brakes there for Peter Fitzgerald. Got the rears locked and just tagged the back of the Hewland gearbox.
It's very easy to get a little bit too eager at Miller Corner, which is what those drivers have done, and unfortunately have taken each other out of contention for the win for the time being in the Kent class. But back in the Duratec field, we've got an awesome scrap here once again for 2nd position, as Lockie Evanet is still holding off these cars. Joe Fawcett has made his way back onto this pack here, and he's right behind Jamie Rowe. Seth Burkhardt has started to drift off a little bit, but an awesome 3-car battle has ensued here. Watch Lockie Evanet. He's already going all the way to the outside. That may actually give Jamie Rowe the pass early. So Lockie Evanet may have inadvertently conceded that position, but Jamie Rowe had a lot of pace going through turn 3 and has been able to hold on comfortably through turn 4. So that's not the game plan that Lockie Evanet was expecting in the number 88. And we've got just under 3.5 minutes left on the clock. That's going to evaporate that time in an instant. So Lockie Eminent, super keen to get back in a second, which he has done very quickly as they go into the hay shed. Jamie Rose not letting it up without a fight.
There's that drive out of Siberia that I was talking about that Lockie Eminent gets. The 48 spectrum there is of Jamie Rose, incredibly oversteery through turn 5 in Siberia, and it's just allowed Eminent to get the momentum. Now watch for Seth Burkhardt just in the background there. He's trying to get back onto this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, where he is running. Joe Fawcett right on the back here of Jamie Rowe through the final corner. 2.5 minutes remaining when they get to the line, and it is still Kobe Williams way out in front. He's got a lap car of Frank Harris to contend with. That will be pretty much his only obstacle in this race.
3 wide as they cross the stripe. They are getting very close to each other for the 2nd place battle here in Formula 4. Jamie Rowe from the middle is going to be the beneficiary, sweeping around the outside of Lockie Eminent as they go into turn 1, with Joe Fawcett just tucking in behind. And they come up on Frank Harris's car, which is going to make things a little bit interesting as they go through the Southern Loop and into Stoner Corner. And that's brought Seth Burkhardt right back into the mix in 5th position, has tucked directly back onto this train. Now look at Lockie Eminent. He's not making the same mistake twice. Punched it up the inside at Stoner Corner, but he's not going to have the line into Miller. Jamie Rowe still keeps that position as they go side by side. Joey Fawcett hoping to see if he can make a little bit of a sneak through there. Couldn't get it done there. Around the outside of Eminent, has to tuck back into 4th position there. So they go line astern once more through Siberia, but let's take a look at that drive out of there that Lockie Eminent has it described. All the way out onto the runoff curb, through the hay shed. He is basically bolted to the gearbox of Jamie Rose, number 48. Jamie is not giving him any line to get through here, so they are tucked right in. Let's see if Lockie Eminent can try to make a move into MG as they crest the hill. Will Jamie Rowe defend, or will he take a pretty wide line? He's very confident about himself, and Seth Burkhardt has gone for a lunge up the inside of Joe Fawcett. Can't get it done, though, because they flip back to the left-hand corner. Fawcett slots back into 4th position for now.
So here we go through the final corner, a minute to go on the clock, so I assume maybe 2 laps to go, just seeing if they're going to hold the last lap board out this time by, and they are. So Kobe Williams commences on the final lap of his Australian Formula Ford campaign to hopefully come across the line and be the 54th champion in the history of the Australian Formula Ford Championship. This battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th isn't finished yet, though, with Jamie Rowe still holding off car 88 of Lockie Eminent there. Joey Fawcett running in 4th, and Seth Burkhardt's not really able to get past that spectrum in front of him.
Incredible racing all the way up and down this Formula Ford field. They just take almost a quick breath here, this pack of cars racing each other for 4th. Kobe Williams is almost 5 seconds up the road. Lockie Eminent, both feet on the brakes, just got it pulled up, and an incredible move to take the lead through Miller Corner once again. Can he get back in front and hold it through Siberia? Yes, he can. Great move there from Lockie Eminent. He'll stand on the pedal on the way out of Siberia, and he'll have a great run potentially up the hay shed and through the back here. But he has a big slipstream train going into a headwind who are trying to make it past. Jamie Rowe goes to the outside, but Lockie Eminent just holds firm. Rowe has so much pace around the outside. He's going to have a great position as they go into MG. Can he get a move done, or does he have to tuck back inside? No, he can't. Look at Joey Fawcett around the outside of Rowe. Is he going to get back onto the podium in the dying stages of this one? He may potentially do so because he's got 2 seconds. Meanwhile, up the front, we have Kobe Williams, who's about to join the likes of Larry Perkins, Thomas Mazira, Craig Lowndes, Jamie Whincup, Chaz Mostert. Now, Kobe Williams is a national champion of the Australian Formula Ford Series, adding his name to a pantheon of legends which this category has produced over decades and decades. Lockie Eminent crosses the stripe in 2nd with Jamie Rowe in 3rd. And back here we are looking at the battle for the Kent class. They still have a Victorian championship on their hands as well. And Richard Davison, the champion-elect, you can say, is leading the way ahead of Craig Arnold. The only other driver in with any chance of a shout at this is Fitzgerald, back in 4th position, but it would take something incredibly dire for that to be a gazumption of Richard Davison here. He's got Craig Arnold rounding around the outside of him, but Richard Davison is looking rock steady in the number 40 wins machine.
Doing a fantastic job in the Ellery Motorsport prepared Van Diemen, the car that his son also raced back in the day, that started the roots for Sonic Motor Racing Services, which we've seen take national Formula 4 championships and run competitively in Carrera Cup. Look at Andrew Torty, though. He's made his way back to P3 and is right on the back of these guys. But I think it's going to be a little too late for him to get onto the top 2 spots of the podium. Here we go out of the final corner. Craig Arnold with the better drive. Can he beat Richard Davison across the line? It's almost a dead heat, but give it to Richard Davison in car 40. He wins the Victorian Kent Formula 4 Championship.
Congratulations to Richard Davison. An incredible season once again. Another fantastic performance from that machine, which has had so much success. And that brings to a close a spectacular season of Australian Formula Ford racing, of which Kobe Williams is your 2025 Australian Formula Ford champion. He's netted himself a test drive in the Cool Drive Super 2 car. Second place in the championship will be Joe Fawcett, who gets himself a full driver assessment from Focus Driver Performance. Awesome stuff for those two there. Your final results, Kobe Williams leads from Lockie Evanet, Jamie Rowe, and then Seth Burkhartz and Joe Fawcett rounding out your top 5 on the road. What a season of Formula Ford it's been, but we've got plenty more racing to come. Next up is Improved Production Race 3 with Steve DeVries. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
What a great final to Formula Ford for season 2025. Let's get another final race of the year going for Improved Production with the state title on the line. Adam Poole and Jared Tonks will be your front row starters for this one, with Damien Milano and Andrew Butcher in the BMW starting 3rd and 4th. Then back to Cade Lehman and Ian McLennan, who is currently the high man on the totem pole in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. He is the current leader, and they're chasing him down in this final race. Mark DeFarnis and Royce Line starting in 7th and 8th. Then Andrew Tickner and Callum Jensen, who's the highest placed of the under 2 litre cars in the Peugeot. They're in 10th place, with Brett Porter and Larry Merrifield in a pair of Civics right behind him. Steve Johnston, who's come all the way from the Northern Territory for this one, and he'll be here a little bit later on in November for the Nationals, in 13th. Brett Harris in 14th. John Perkins in the RX8, which does belong to Bruce Henley, in 15th. And Andrew Barstow's VW Golf occupies the 16th spot, ahead of Andre Noy in the Falcon in 17th. And then come the XLs of Lee Seelenmeyer, Carly Fleming, Peter Fleming, Dallas Harvey. And then the plethora of drivers that did not finish race number 2 this morning, the shortened race number 2 this morning. Matt Logan, alternator issues. Brett Lehman, unknown issues. Travis Mitchie slipped on the oil that was left behind from the Reese Howell Honda Civic, who starts out of 25th. Danny Timewell unfortunately dropped a valve yesterday, so he is not starting this race. And Peter Dixon did not take the start this morning. He is also a non-starter for this one. As we hone in on the right-hand side there of the number 28, the TRP Duckworth Monaro of Adam Poole. You can see a little bit of damage there on that right-hand side. That's from the contact we saw a bit earlier in the day with Graham Gilliland. Of course, Adam Poole doing double duty this weekend in both Improved Production and in Sport Sedans, trying to shake the car down as much as you can for the Improved Production Nationals. Same too with the BMW of Andrew Butcher, doing double duty this weekend. A lot of tales of woe coming out of the first couple of races. Drivers with things that should have been. None more so than Brett Lehman and Matt Logan. They were right in that fight for the state honours, and both of them failed to see the checkered flag at the end of the shortened race 2. So Brett Lehman officially now out of contention for the state title. It is down to Ian McLennan starting in 6th place and Matt Logan starting up the back. It is 11 points, McLennan's favour. Let's decide this title. Revs are rising, lights are out. We are underway, and out of the 3 races so far that have been started this weekend, that's the best start that Poole has got out of the lot of them, away from the pole position. But I'll tell you what, Tonks, with a huge amount of commitment, roars down into turn number 1, snatches the lead away from the TRP Duckwork Monaro, and Milano tucks in behind the man from South Australia and holds on to 3rd place. Bit of a lock-up back there just behind the Henley RX8, which is in the hands of John Perkins this weekend, and the Larry Merrifield Civic. That was Matt Logan trying to make his way through the field. Likewise, you got the VP Commodore here of Steve Johnston from the Northern Territory trying to round up the little yellow Honda Civic of Brett Porter on the run through turn 3 and 4. Down to Siberia now for the final time. Have a look at the couple of car lengths margin that the Rod and Gun number 91 Commodore Jared Tonks has got over the pole-sitting Monaro. He's got at least a half a dozen car lengths in hand here and really trying to stretch the legs here and stretch the field out on lap number 1. Andrew Tickner there in the Commodore leading the under 2 litre car of Callum Jensen. There's Matt Logan. He's made some great progress from the back of the field. On for the lead now. Big dive at MG corner for Adam Poole. No chance to get through there. Door firmly closed by Jared Tonks. And now around the top side of the circuit he goes. But you get the impression it's not too much time is going to be lost here. Poole is going to look for the lead of this race, and he's going to look for it very, very early on. He might do it this lap at the beginning of lap 2. Down the hill they plunge towards the ocean. The ocean comes, the ocean disappears, and he decides it's a better time just to tuck back in for the moment. But he's sent the warning sign. Oh, as Tonks goes very, very wide. He just misses out on getting the part of the gravel there. He has no choice. He has to concede defeat. And through goes the big Monaro, Darren Smith.
Certainly does there, Steve. What a opening lap there, Damien Milano just in the background here with Butcher.
Been passed by Butcher.
Yeah, the 6-cylinder getting well motivated. And I tell you what, coming to this time of the year, the imminent nationals, that this car, this number 59, starts to work very, very well. But it is such a big hurdle to get to Adam Poole, isn't it?
It certainly is. Ian McLennan still holds down 6th place. Matt Logan looks like he's made his way up to 9th. He's just passed Andrew Tickner's number 140, the VH Commodore there going through turn 4. And then the first of the under 2 litre cars, that little Peugeot, is on song in the hands of Callum Jensen at the moment and looking likely he might be towards the top step of the under 2 litre podium this afternoon.
Beautiful looking car, that Peugeot. An unlikely looking car in this category. It's not often we've seen a Peugeot. There was one of those 205s early doors about 20 years ago that was running in the category. But certainly really cool to see that car. The beauty of improved production right throughout its history since the mid-80s is just the diversity. It's almost like you can walk through a car yard and like the look of a car and go, you know what, I'm going to dedicate some time and make this thing work.
Tell you what, looking at a car in a car yard's one thing. Looking at that Honda Civic there of Brett Porter going around at a snail's pace is not going to be delighting a number of people down in the pits because he has fallen right off the back of the pack quite comprehensively. So something not quite right with the D&D Radiators 52. It is crawling, and I'm looking to see whether he's actually limping that toward the pit lane. But tell you what, back to the front here. Milano has not given up hope of a 3rd place on the rostrum here, but he's in too deep, just like Belinda Carlisle. Suddenly in too deep at turn number 2, and he cops position 3 back up to Butcher.
Wow, that was a big understeer there. Almost looked like a deflating tyre for Damien Milano. He's gathered it all back up there, but certainly understeering in a big car like that at turn 2 here at Phillip Island does not bring you confidence. Down the inside, Macca in the 115 Pro Cut Tree Services outfit gets through and does a very, very nice job there on Lehman in that tribute livery. And the Monaro just looks a little bit understeery, doesn't it? He's certainly nursing The big bent 8 in the bonnet in front of that car, just nursing it through. There's a State Series Championship also to gather up for Macca. As Damien Milano, that is happening very badly there, isn't it? Ria's definitely on the replay, but Butcher gets through. And I'm going to say that gap now with Butcher is going to be very, very difficult for Damien Milano to gather it back up. He's lucky he actually didn't go down another spot to Ian McClellan.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that Pro Cup Monaro has been nursing its fair share of dramas this weekend, and this is very much a case of just trying to get home here. He needs to finish this race to make sure he can solidify the state championship for 2025. It's had some oil pressure issues. They've been trying to do the best to try and make sure that he can actually get home here. And you're right, he is just nursing it a little bit, but it's a case of no risk. If there's no risk involved in it, you do want to do the best you can, but you can see here is that little something just coming out the back of that car? Just it looks a little bit misty there as it goes down the front straight. But
well, that might be why Cade Lehman pulled out from behind. He doesn't want whatever it is on his screener or on his tyres. But I tell you what, he is circling like a shark. He's sensing the blood in the water, and it is definitely game on here between the 2-door and the 4-door coming out of the general stables. Numerous years apart here, but the coupe of Ian McClellan being driven very, very well right throughout this year. And who knew after that massive melee down at Dandenong Road at round 1 all the way back in February that this car would be in absolute title contention. But Cade Lehman, a very swift driver in his own right here, is you get the feeling he's just looking for a safe spot to execute something.
Yeah, I get the impression that if there's one misstep from Ian McLennan, the number 26 will be through in a flash. You talked about Butcher and that the margin he had over Milano was looking pretty handy. Well, I'll tell you what, the deficit to Jared Tonks has been overhauled at a vast rate of knots, and I'm wondering again whether Tonks is maybe nursing a little something here, because we know that the BMW is much more nimble through the corners. It doesn't have the horsepower advantage in a straight line, but that looked almost effortless at MG.
It did. Slipped on by there. The rod and gun. Number 91 has just succumbed to the 6-cylinder. Tonks is being right at the front of the field in season 2025, and that didn't look like a guy that had been right at the front of the field. He now has got the Charger coming up behind him as well in Damien Milano, championship winner, as Merrifield gets it on here with the 51 and slides on through on Steve Johnston.
Yep, very nice pass for Larry. He's wrapped up the club under 2-litre title with a round to spare. So this has very much been a case of just circulating and making sure that everything is right should he wish to contest the Nationals in November. But it's all gone well this season for him. Great drive this year in all the races. He said to me downstairs the one thing that he wanted to do after last year was just make sure he could be solid and finish each race. But I'll tell you what, someone who's not finishing this race is Damien Milano. That is buried up to its axles at turn number 1. This will be a safety car.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what,
doubt,
the 26, look at that, the 26, you're absolutely right. He was waiting for that moment to pounce, and he's just pounced, I think, precisely at the right moment to grab P5 back from the Pro Cup Monaro, because I dare say the double-waved yellows and the SC boards are about to be hung out.
Yeah, there it is. The safety car boards have definitely gone out now, being displayed. So Ian McClellan, this actually could play into his ball court. A couple of slow laps just to bring the tyres back and just to nurse the power plant through a couple of slow journeys around. This could actually help Macca. He could look at the gauges and just assess what might be going on in front of him. The under the bonnet there of the ProCut Tree Services entry, he'll be feeling that. The other thing about it is, and that's that car there, car number 4, Royce Line, will certainly come back to the field, and on any restart, we know what that young man can do. He is absolutely immense on restarts, and that again falls into his ball court, brings the field back to him, and let's hope we get underway. But I tell you what, that Damien Milano car, it was absolutely gravel up, filling the wheels and everything there. So the Sandtrap did what it had to do. He's obviously gone off there at a rapid rate of knots, and it's collected him up and parked him safely in the sand trap.
Yeah, that would have collected all bits of gravel trap into all parts of the car that you're going to be looking for weeks to try and get it all out. It'll be in the front air dam, it'll be in all sorts of brake ducts and all sorts of things. You'll be pulling that car apart and going through it like a fine-tooth comb. what this does for Matt Logan, if the race goes back to green, it actually is a good sign for him, because this now compresses the field and it puts him within touching distance of the rear of Ian McLennan. So he's only got the BMW of Royce Line between him and the Pro Cut Monaro. And there's a little bit of lap traffic here as well. So that's, I think it's Peter Fleming there and Dallas Harvey, who have just been caught in between the Monaro of Adam Poole and the 59 of Andrew Butcher. So they might be a little bit of a factor at the restart here, should we go back to full green flag racing.
Well, what Butcher has to remember is that he has to stay behind these cars before they get to the control line, and Poole could easily gap them quite substantially before they even get to that point. But no storming on through. The rules are very, very clear. You must remain behind, not even overlapping the car in front on a restart. Now, Steve, we've been talking right throughout this weekend on the excitement that is, we can't miss it. It's like a slow bass drum in the background, and we're going to end up in a drum solo at the end of November. The Improved Production Nationals are marching into Island Magic at the end of November. Tell us about it. You're mixed up with it right in the thick of things there.
It is looking very, very positive. There was already 120 expressions of interest at the earlier part of the year, with the registrations and official payments due and opened only about a week ago. Already 54 drivers have put their money down to confirm that they are going to be attending. So it's looking very, very good for the end of November. And at this stage, if everything goes according to plan, it'll be 2 grids of overs cars and 1 dedicated grid of unders following the regular national format. So plenty of racing, 3 heat races, repechage in the over 2 litre final, and of course the 3 heat races for unders and the under 2 litre final as well. And also separate Matthew Flinders plates for the first time in a very long time, as the checkered flag waves for the field. So there is a bit of a recovery effort there that's going to need to be done. So 3 from 3 for Adam Poole, another second place for Andrew Butcher, and third for the number 91 of Jared Tonks. A 5th place for Ian McLennan, just behind Cade Lehman. That will do him very, very nicely. He is now officially your Victorian State Circuit Racing Champion in improved production for season 2025. So Trico have definitely seen him through all 5 races of this season, and a 5th place for him means that that's enough for his first state title. Well done, Ian.
And I'll tell you what, he has put a lot on the line over the last few seasons to try and reach out for that coveted award. And, well, the good thing about that is that he now joins his good mate, Lucrece Gumbo, as a state champion as well. And I'm going to say the work in earnest starts in his shed now, because they have been nursing an engine this weekend. 6.5 weeks' time, you've got to be back here and ready to go with the very best of them.
You certainly do. And there's a very, very quick Monaro out in front of the field, and has been in front of the field all weekend long, that you suspect is going to be one of the ones to beat at Island Magic in about 6.5 weeks' time.
I'm looking forward to it, Steve. Certainly, Phillip Island is steeped in tradition as far as the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals go. I was an integral part of it 26 years ago in 1999 for the first of the Yokohama awards that went here. And sadly, last week we lost Alan Bradshaw from Yokohama, who has been instrumental in the background of keeping that massive relationship well over 2.5 decades with one category. And now we see those same tyres on Formula Fords, E30s, Porsche 944s, all of that. And sadly, our condolences go out to Alan, his family, and all his colleagues at Yokohama and Traction Tyres, etc. So couldn't let that one pass. Alan was a very big supporter and proponent for improved production.
Yeah, he certainly was. He'd be sorely missed, and I think very, very influential in improved production, getting them onto the Yokohama back in the day. I guess the superlatives that we can say about Alan, won't be enough to just underscore how much of an involvement he had in improved production over the better part of the last 25 years. He will be missed.
Absolutely. We will go racing again in the not too distant future with the Australian prototypes due on track next for their final race for their season, and this weekend for that category. Back in just a few moments with prototypes.
the front of Pino's, a favourite pizza restaurant down here at the Island resort location. And we've got 10 beautiful examples of VSRS's finest cars, which have actually made their way from the track to the town.
Yeah, look, it's always good to show the people how good motor racing is and what we've got to offer, and great experience.
It was pretty rough, but it's good. Yeah, good. Cool to come down into the town and show everyone what we've got.
It's great. I love it, especially when the kids come along and they all want to sit in the car. I could almost make an income from it, to be honest. There's a lot of kids that love it, but yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it was really cool driving in a convoy of all the cars in all the categories. It's lots of fun.
I was thrilled to bits to be asked, and it's a privilege to be able to come and do it. And we're having a ball here today, and we're getting some kids in the seat.
When the Mentone Premix car came in and when Ben came in, the people just came out of shops and everything. I just happened to be in the surf shop buying his surfboard and came trundling out and went, I'm going racing this weekend as well.
As soon as we came over the crest, the crowd was here, and it's grown since. It's been great. The council, absolutely. Thank you to Janine especially at Bass Shire Council. She's been fantastic and guided me through what was necessary to get this to happen. So next year, bigger and better.
Welcome back trackside here for the final round of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and 888 Home Loans bringing us all of the coverage right throughout season 2025. Can't wait for season 2026. The Trophy Tour Victoria Sandown Raceway will see us there. Here is the grid for the final race for the season. Mark Lauke has, you'd have to say, sealed the deal on this one. 541 points. And he is 200 and just under 200 points clear of Jason Macris, multiple series champion who hasn't been able to get here this weekend due to business commitments. John Paul Drake, 348. So I was relishing the thought of those two getting together here this weekend, but neither of them have fronted up. Trent Gove will make P2 in this championship with 348 out there. So pretty much Mark Lauke off pole position has got this season's Australian Prototype Championship in his locked away in his trophy cabinet essentially, but we've still got to get through this one. Mark Lauke will start out of pole. He hasn't been headed this weekend. Paul Trengove in car number 5 right next to him as well. Simon Gardner in the 54, then Glenn Stalbaum, Ian Eldridge, Phil Andrews and Andy McKee. A little bit of housekeeping also on the Andy McKee car. His car was parked up on Friday, so he is now the engine gone on his Wolf Thunder, and he is now the Aprilia powered Wolf Thunder. His Mistral is parked up, so he is in the Thunder with the Aprilia, not the Ducati engine there. Thank you very much to Phil Hughes, the Ferrari fixer, for cleaning me up on those facts via text message. Big shout out to Phil and his son Thomas, who are normally racing in their Radical SR8 or some other car they've borrowed from someone else throughout the weekend. Looking forward to seeing how Phil and the Hughes Sports Car Services go racing in season 2026. But we have got one final race to go, and we are already ticking down the clock on the start of this race. A rolling start. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me, Tom Reed, who prior to this weekend hadn't really seen a prototype race. Tom, your thoughts on prototypes as they come to the line?
All over it now. Pretty good racing actually throughout the relatively small field, but that doesn't mean that the quality isn't bad. We've seen multiple lead changes here, and notably between car 55, 5, the 54 there off the second row. It's always been pretty good racing.
Red lights are on, and they've got to come down over the grid spots on the straight there. Mark Lauke just giving the field the pace he wants to go at, and away we go. The lights are out, and Lauke gets a very, very nice start indeed. Trent Gove just jumps in behind the Lauke Flour Mills car, and he is going to have to deal with the Nova and the rest of the field coming through. The Wolf's in there behind there as well. He gives away a lot in technology there, but the thing about the Wolf and the Store there in fourth place is their absolute lack of frontal area, and every surface on those race cars is measured for its aero performance. Not saying that the Wolves aren't, but as you can see, they sit down underneath the rear wheel of the Wolf in front of them, so they just get through the air so efficiently.
And this is evident here. You watch the different speed that car number 5 can take around the high line in the cleaner air. Gets right up to the back of Lauki, a race leader, but Lauki sort of extends that margin down the straights.
The 1600, Phil Andrews, hasn't made it out. Did park it up at the end of that last race, so we are on with only 5 cars in this one. So Phil not taking to it. There goes Trengove, and he's broken a wheel. A wheel rim has broken. Paul Trengove.
Left rear departed.
And that was air underneath the car. That's all we saw. We heard a bit of gravel noise in the background, and that has ripped the centre out of that wheel, and that gives you the very, very clear aspect of the load that is on these cars with the aero spec. And we go safety car for this one. Mark Lauki just slowing as he hits the straight there as well. So not a nice spot to be parking it up there at the top of Lukey Heights and getting it lost at the top of the hill there. So there's car number 5. Paul Trengove gets out, reaches right out over there. He's got the Bend Motorsport Park Racing regalia.
I think
of course, ran the facility there for a while, Paul. Here we go.
Pushing the left rear on the car behind. We sort of miss it in the shot there, and there it goes. Ouch.
No, that's not nice.
Oh, that gravel underneath that car.
That would have been a horrible feeling for Paul there. And as I've said before, the experienced racer, race Formula Holden, so he knows how to get around racetracks fast.
Car 23 has made it back out onto the field a lap late. That is Phil Andreas in the other Wolf Tornado, who we saw taking it up to Lauki. So unfortunately, I think he will be a lap down now, so not really in contention for this race lead and to challenge Lauki out front, but good to see another car join the field.
Phil Andreas is back in the field. That's great to see. And Simon Gardner is in P3. A ripping bloke, Simon, and good to have him in number 54 in this field. In fact, this field, as far as the way they go racing and the way they have fun and the camaraderie well over a decade now is fantastic. They all stick together. They do have a balance of performance, which the cars and drivers succumb to. So you have numerous ways that you can do it. One of the ways with the turbo cars is boost reduction, and that can really start to play havoc with the drivers. There's also the standard way of adding weight to the car. There's throttle position opening, all different ways of going about it, but they certainly keep right on top of that. Just a shame, as I mentioned before, that a couple of the great legends of this category with Jason Macris, Phil Hughes and John Paul Drake not here this weekend to take it up to these front runners, and I'm sure they would have been many starts between those 3 races in this category, and I would suggest that it's going to take them a long time to catch this guy that's leading this race. Mark Lauki has an absolute passion for this style of racing, and the fellow competitors and even all the guys in the garage, as Mark Lauki just absorbs himself in it. A very successful businessman during the week, and just loves getting out there with the prototype field. And you approach him in a garage, and he just doesn't want to talk about anything else other than racing cars, which is fine by me. That's why we come to the racetrack. But he does too, and he loves the business of going motor racing. He also loves the sport and the camaraderie of it. And the crew down at Jam Motorsport there have looked after him for quite a long time. Aaron Steer and his very big crew that travel around and look after the Wolves and the Wolves and even some of the Wests there as well, as we've got this recovery that is taking place at the top of the hill, and it will be a flat tray that they're trying to get it onto the back of the truck there. So this could be an elongated safety car session. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised, Tom, if they sneak a checkered flag out if it doesn't get back underway in the next lap or so.
Yeah, we saw a wheel fall off an RX8 earlier on in the race, and they deemed that too big of a clean-up and called it there, perhaps also to get a bit of time back as we are running a tad behind schedule. But if you are looking to become an official like these guys in the beautiful, sunny, warm weather, visit motorsport.org.au/officials and become a part of this amazing sport.
Really is a great place. We talk about the camaraderie in pit lane and in the garages and that sort of thing, the camaraderie amongst the officials that really are out there, and they're facing it together in all sorts of different conditions, and they do a terrific job. Great friendships, lifelong friendships are born out there, and I can certainly recommend it thoroughly after doing 30 Australian Grand Prix and numerous other events over many, many years. You do meet a lot of great people and some unlikely people from doctors and lawyers and solicitors and stars of stage and screen, right through to your traditional sort of people involved in the automotive industry and the law courts and all sorts of different people that go volunteering trackside at motorsport. Great way to spend the weekend out there in the fresh air. Or like any organisation, you have a structure at the top, and it is very much like a military operation. There's a chain of command, and it does get adhered to because, let's face it, it says it on the back of the ticket. Motor racing is essentially fun and can be dangerous. And the officials around the track are right on the live edge of it happening everywhere around the track. Safety cars still out on track. Of course, Trico, seeing you through, have been a fantastic sponsor. For more than 100 years, Trico has been the industry leader in wiper blade technology, proudly supplying OEM wiper blades to manufacturers worldwide. Trico is a proud sponsor of Australian motorsport, from supercars to grassroots competition. Their official series partner of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for 2025, and their support is the reason we bring you the best state-level competition live and free on Blendline TV and on their YouTube channels. Trico wipers are available at your local retailer, or look up Trico on the socials or their website, www.tricoproducts.com.au. Of course, 888 Capital Home Loans or 888 Home Loans, the right home loan advice can make a big difference to your life, doesn't it ever? Whatever your needs and situation, 888 Home Loans can find you a suitable solution whilst guiding you through the entire home building process. 888 Home Loans has been a proud supporter of grassroots racing and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for years now. The team is led by Cam McKinnon, who's an active racer in his Datsun 1600 in the sports sedans and lives and breathes the Victorian State Race Series. Call 888 Home Loans now on 1800 188 800 or visit their website www.888capital.com.au. Cars continue to circulate under safety car, and we're just waiting for Paul Trengove's West WR1000, which had the wheel torn out of it, the centre essentially torn out of it from what we saw, departed the car, and there was no centre left in that wheel. So I dare say the wheel hub, or the centre of the wheel, is still attached to the wheel bolt in the middle of the wheel, but it is broken. And Tom, that is certainly, I guess, as a result of the amount of downforce that these cars run and the amount of cornering load, which ultimately gets bared through the wheel, the tyre, the wheel bearing, the uprights, etc. And if there is any weak point, it'll find it.
At some point, eventually something has to give, and unfortunately that was the component that seems to have failed on the Trengove West WR1000, although he has had a terrific weekend running at the front, challenging for the lead, definitely giving Mark Lauke something to think about, and also Andreas in that race earlier today and even yesterday afternoon. So an unfortunate end to his weekend. Hopefully that car is up on the tilt tray in a second, which I can just see from the commentary box, and maybe we do get a lap or two of racing.
It'll be interesting to see how we go here, because Stylbaum and Eldridge want to go with Mark Lauke. They want to try and jag some sort of result back from Mark throughout this weekend. But Mark Laucky's just operating in season 2025 like he did a number of seasons ago. Just found the groove. He's just driving nicely. He's hitting all his marks. He's definitely a student of this sport and does take it very seriously. His execution on a lap and is almost forensic in his overlooking of his own results and those of others around him. He likes to know exactly what's going on by his other competitors, but Mark Laucky enjoys it a lot of the time. He goes racing. He loves it. I mentioned it before. And away from the track, he tells everyone about this category. He just loves getting people involved in his beloved Australian Prototype Series, and it is absolutely fitting that he's got the 2025 championship. He's got his hands on the base of the trophy. He's just trying to rip it off the stand and take it home with him to put with many other prototype trophies he's gathered throughout the years. Tom, we're hearing on the back channel here that Race Control does intend on restarting this race. In fact, the Paul Trengove car is now rounding turn 11 on the back of the tilt tray. The cars now are still under safety car conditions down at turn 4, but there is word banging around on the back channels that we can hear that the safety car lights will be out this time round. I'm going to say it'll see 2 laps of blazing glory for the Australian Prototype Series to come our way.
That's all we can hope for, and a special thanks to Waverley Mini Garage for operating and lending the safety car this weekend, which has unfortunately been used quite a bit. We've had a number of incidents, but that hasn't taken away from the fantastic racing we have seen elsewhere.
And the lights are out now. They've given them a very clear signal we're going racing, and it accelerates away. It's very impressive for what looks largely to be a wagon, sort of high-ride SUV type of version of the Mini. It accelerates like no tomorrow. Going out of the pit lane a couple of times, I thought it was a race car the way it jetted out of the pit lane. Mark Laucky now has control of the field, and he has caught the Waverley Mini Garage safety car. Big thanks to Waverley Mini Garage. If you're in the market for a Mini, head down to the Waverley Mini Garage. Awesome contribution to this weekend's racing, and they should be congratulated for that. If you're looking for a Mini, make sure Waverley Mini Garage is your point of contact. Green flag, Mark Laucky buries the pedal, and away they go. He gets away very sprightly indeed on Glenn Stahlbaum and Ian Eldridge as they go rocketing down into turn 1, and they're going to go 3 wide down into turn 1. Stahlbaum holds on to it, and we've got Phil Androas, is it, that's parked up on driver's right, heading down into MG now. Just stopped, and there's smoke blooming out from under the engine cover of that car as the field stream out of turn 2. They might get 3/4 of a lap down. There's actually flames licking out of the back of the 23 there. But the race goes on. There's Mark Laucky. Got a handy gap now of 0.8 of a second over Stahlbaum. And in fact, it's Gardner that's gone into P2 there. No, it's not. It's the 99 there. It is Stahlbaum. He stays there. Eldridge has gone back a spot as the cars climb their way up the hill, and they will be greeted by a yellow flag where their fellow competitor, Phil Androas, is parked up. And Mark Laucky plunges down into MG, which looks like it might be the last time. Checkered flag has been readied at the starters rostrum, and they are looking for the bright 4 yellow lights of car number 55, driven by Mark Laucky. And that is the season 2025 that goes to the South Australian Mark Laucky, celebrating his multiple championship wins in the Australian Prototype Championship here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit today. What a fantastic weekend. 3 from 3, albeit the last one didn't quite make the distance. You've got to be in it to win it, and Mark Laucky has just proven that over Glenn Stahlbaum, Simon Gardner, Ian Eldridge, and they are the 4 finishers in this race. Andres and Paul Trengove not making it to the line there. The other minor placing. Stay tuned to the socials for the prototype series, but I'm pretty sure it is Jason Macris into P2 for the series. And it might actually be Trengove, so he could succumb, or he could actually grab third place off John Paul Drake, champion of the past there in the category as well. So all that aside, Mark Lauke is your 2025 Australian Prototype Series champion. Congratulations to Mark. What a fantastic drive in his West right throughout this season. A worthy winner of the Australian Prototype Series. Fantastic run there by the prototypes. We're not too far away from welcoming the Minis onto the racetrack. We're going to take a quick break before the Minis get themselves trackside for their final race for the weekend. Back in a moment. Without too much further ado, the Minis make their way out on track for the Super Mini Challenge race number 3 for this weekend. A ripping-looking field of Minis made them most of the way down from Queensland. It's Craig Linsell in the number 33 that leads the field around on pole position. Out of position number 2 is Neil Turner. Back to Anthony Elliott in the number 66. Stephen Turner in the 91. Alan Murray in the 23. And then it's Andrew Mills. Blake Mills in the 25 will start out as 7. Bernard Hogan, who battled hard in that last race to get inside the top 10. Thomas Campbell in the 83 will start out of position number 9. Out of 10 is Adam Deuce. In 11 is Brendan Cawley. Out of 12 is Lachlan Campbell. Stephen O'Malley will be next with Christopher Baptista. It sounds like an IndyCar racer, doesn't it, Christopher Baptista? And then we go to Alexander Lee, Braden Larkin, out of position number 16. 17 is Trent Spencer. We're looking for big things from the number 39 to push back up through the field. Leighton Ward will be out of position number 18. Josh Mills out of 19. Christopher Cotton starts out of position number 20. And James Campbell has to battle again from the rear of the field. In fact, I haven't seen James take to the course as of yet.
No, neither have I, Darren Smith. I'm having a look around, and I tell you what, if that car is out there, you don't miss it, because it is one of the most spectacular looking Minis you'll see. It's the silver Martini liveried car with the aerodynamic, almost like a 45-degree angle down that front lip there. But unfortunately hasn't taken to the track.
How they got a wedge shape out of a Mini, I don't know, but they've done it very, very well. It looks very effective.
We did see that car was having there's a little bit of smoke coming out of it towards the end of the last race earlier today. He then ducked off the track after he was given a black flag. He hasn't come back out, so unfortunately it sounds like there's some issues that just couldn't be rectified ahead of race 3, which is a shame for Jim Campbell. Luckily for him, it's a non-championship round of the Super Mini Challenge, but he does lose out on some bragging rights that Lindsell in pole position will be very, very close to clean sweeping here this weekend.
Craig Lindsell's done a terrific job. He's head and shoulders lap time above anyone else. Last time around, fastest lap of a 1:48.4021. Neil Turner, who lines up right alongside him on the grid, he did a 1:47.68, so best part of 1.8 seconds per lap faster, and finished the race some 18 seconds further up the road. 9 laps was the journey in the minis. They've had some really, really clean racing. We did see a little bit of a coming together between two protagonists. They did battle on, but certainly it was a bit of a tough battle, and it was a very awkward coming together. But we move on, because we've now got this entire field making its way down to its grid place, and the Super Minis have got just over 14 minutes left in their time to get this race underway. We are running a fair bit behind time at the moment, probably about half an hour behind time with the Super Minis were to start at 1:40, being that it's now 2:15, so 25 minutes behind time. So has been a lot of safety cars. In fact, it's more like round 1 of the series than round 5, the final day of the series, the amount of safety cars we've had here this weekend. And the recoveries have been complex and time-consuming right throughout the day. But the Minis haven't wasted any time getting around as they're about to head off on their first lap. First time we've seen this series on Victorian soil. It's been a pretty good entertainment package. They've bought a big field of cars, and we've enjoyed it immensely. The 33 gets great clutch take-up, but Neil Turner in the Pizza Capers car does as well. And the 24 coming back from row number 3, Andrew Mills. He gets an absolute ripper. That's the bright yellow with the black headlights car heading down into turn number 1. He's grabbed 2 spots off the line there as we watch Stephen Turner just drop into P3.
Big discrepancy on the launch times between Andrew Mills in P6 and the car ahead of him, Stephen Turner, in P4. I just caught the back end of that, so I wasn't sure exactly the ins and outs, but we'll keep an eye on that. But the field is racing around the southern loop at the moment as they all go towards turn 3 for the first lap of what is the last race of their outing here at Phillip Island. So they've had a sensational run so far, action aplenty all the way up and down the field. And it's going to be an awesome one here as they all pile into Miller Corner for the first time. It is still Craig Lindsell that leads the way with Turner behind him as well.
Big charge from car number 19, Stephen O'Malley. That is a ripping start there. Went wide around turn 2 and just found his own high line and drove around about 4 cars there. He got bottled up behind the Super Cheap Auto car on the exit of the corner, which seems to have gone slow. Here's one of the cars that was mixed up in the melee in the last race. You can see the damage on the back there as it was run into. As I said, very awkward, and there's the car that is in it. So O'Malley is the sandwich here between the 5 and the 9 that got a little bit feisty in the last race this morning.
Yeah, he might be pretty keen to get out of the middle of that pack that he's in right now and make his way forward, but it is a very, very quick car, that number 19 Mini, as he touched on there, and he's looking all over the place, not far enough ahead to make a move, and he's actually under threat now from Batista, because he's trying to go around the outside of the second last corner. He's got some great pace in that number 9 car, setting himself up quite well, but I think the number 19 there of O'Malley might be in a more beneficial spot to take the lead back again in this battle pack at the very least as they go through the last corner, or it could be a drag race.
This is very willing. They go around there. There's a little puff of smoke out of the 9. So just keep an eye on these two as they come down the straight side by side. The 9 seems to have good straight line handling there as well. So just gets that front guard clear in front, and there it goes. Drives on through. So O'Malley has to succumb to that, but boy, what an opening lap for O'Malley. That went very, very well indeed.
Awesome run for O'Malley. We see just behind him is a 339 of the Uptiles car there. That's Spencer, who has normally been a lot closer to the pointy end of the field, but didn't have a great race last time out, so he's got a lot of work to do to try and make his way back. He goes up the inside of Adam Juice. He's got the window down, possibly to say, "G'day, mate, thanks for letting me through. I'll go on straight past, thank you very much." And now he's all over the back of Stephen O'Malley, who's one of the guest drivers from South Australia, who's joining us this weekend, and normally from a Queensland category. So Spencer goes up the inside of O'Malley, gets that move done, and Adam Juice also finds himself in the clutches of Campbell in the number 30 Red Bull machine.
So Trent Spencer now driving very, very well this weekend. Lap record holder for the category at Queensland Raceway. I reckon these guys are really relishing in the wide open, fast and flowing spaces of the landscape here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. and absolutely relishing and flowing these cars magnificently. They have great dips in them so they can drive all the way through the corner. We've got 2, 3 wide as we go back to the top of the hill here. That is Josh Mills. Right around the outside goes Leighton Ward in the R53. Got a bit of a wobble there for number 3 and a lock-up. Ran deep, ran very deep, succumbed to position. So Leighton Ward goes through on Josh Mills. One little lock-up and you lose a spot just like that.
Josh Mills was the car that was very, very quick on Saturday. Qualified quite well and was up in the pointy end of that class in the battle there. Had a tyre let go. DNF'd in that race, did not have a great finish earlier today either, and is trying his darndest to get that car back up through the field, but with lockups like that, it's going to cut into his ability to do so quite significantly. So he finds himself all the way down in 15th at the moment, and that may even be down to 16th if this car of Alex Lee can get past as well.
Oh, that's pushed wide there. Number 3. This has been a torrid lap for Josh Mills. Gone wide here, gone wide there, gathered it up. You don't want to use up too many of your lives like a cat. I think he's got about 6 left and still got over 9 minutes of racing. So count your lucky stars, gather it all back up and try and keep it on the black stuff.
Alex Lee's got the go fast lights turned on, makes his way past Jordan Mills on the inside, and Lee's going to have another duck up the inside of the number 4 car of Lee, of Ward, I should say. Another massive lock-up from Josh Mills there. That car's going to be rolling on 2 50-cent pieces on those front wheels.
I'll tell you what, Josh Mills has had an exciting lap over the last minute or so. Every corner he's had an extra dip at and had to send a bit of a plume of smoke off the front tyres to remind himself to keep it on the black stuff. But as we go climb the top of the hill, Stephen O'Malley now, he is the cork in this bottle. They're gathering up behind him. Leighton Ward, it's the black and yellow car. And it looks like it's got a bit of a either flapping front bumper or bottom there. The gap opens up under high speed. See that? Just bouncing around underneath the headlight there as we go through now. It's the 28 from Mini Sport, Alexander Lee, or Alex to his mates in the Mini Cooper S. O'Malley has now got a big challenge, and they're all lining up to have a crack at him. They're going to go side by side through turn 12 around Belinda's Terrace. They go to complete lap number 4. High and wide, NASCAR style there, Matty D. How's that? It's not a number 3.
Very, very close. The number 52 is using all the road and a lot more. Cops a decent chunk of grass there. That may have actually been not the 52. I apologise. It's the other red car in this battle of Alex Lee, the 28, who is the beneficiary of that pack. Gets past a lot of them.
Wow, that was brave. You don't do that. You don't put one wheel, let alone 2 wheels, end in a front-wheel drive car off in the main straight here at Phillip Island. He gathered it all up as we see, what is that car? Car 3 coming down pit lane. So in the lane now for Josh Mills. That's a shame. The battle goes on regardless of what's happening in pit lane at the moment. And let's go to a little quick Linsell watch, 5.7 second lead in 3 laps. Last time he had an 18-second lead over 9 laps, so he's well and truly sailed off into the distance again.
On par for Linsell for that car by the sound of it, based on the pace from last race. That thing is flying along. And the good thing about this category is even if you've got a car that's dominating at the front, you can still be duking it out all the way up and down with some very valuable points on offer in the regular season. Non-points paying round this weekend, but the Superminis will be back in action 1st and 2nd of November at Morgan Park for their final round of their series. So if you're liking what you're seeing here, have a look at their Facebook page, Supermini Challenge, because you won't want to miss the rest of it. But don't go away from Blendline TV just for now, because we have just under 6 minutes left of Supermini action here, right here for you at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit.
Just as a form guide, I know this is not a championship round, but heading into Morgan Park, Nathan Spencer right alongside the number 5 now, and this is a ripping battle because that's Brendan Cowley. Nathan Spencer fighting from 17th, and these guys are just chasing each other through the pack. And the move is executed. Just for a bit of form guide leading into Morgan Park, Blake Mills leads the championship over Braden Larkin, Chris Baptista, Trent Spencer, Brendan Cowley and Tom Campbell, with Jim Campbell in 6th place in the title hunt. So for those watching on from Queensland that are heading off to Morgan Park for the next round, they're the ones that are leading in the point score. they don't really feature in the results here today. This has been a completely different, I'm going to say, levelling of the playing field of sorts, Matt, because we're seeing a different bunch of front runners.
That's exactly right, and we see Trent Spencer, as you mentioned, all the way down here. This is now a battle for 8th position, I believe. No, this is still the battle for 9th position that he has, because the number 5 of Cawley has made his way back up in front of him after they cross the stripe. But Spencer is nowhere near where he wants to be. But from having started rear of grid in 17th position, he's having a rip snorter so far.
Good battle pack here formed up for a top 10 finish is what they're trying to execute here. Spencer 9, Cowley 10, Baptista and Campbell 11 and 12. And we got Willing in the last race between these two here, but Trent Spencer is now the 39 in the sandwich between the 5 and the 9. And they did get very willing. So Trent Spencer looks at the top of the hill to go wide and will plunge down under brakes, well and truly covered off there. Beautiful covering there by Cowley, or Cawley, and doing it nicely there. Indeed, the 9 having to go wide. And we've got another one join the party there of Campbell.
That's Lachlan Campbell, part of the Campbell clan here, one of Jim's sons. So he is thrashing that number 30 Red Bull machine around all over the back of the number 9 car of Baptista here and fanning out to try and have a look, because it looks like Trent Spencer is trying to look for some real estate as well. There's a little bit of a draft available to these cars if they can punch a decent enough hole through the air, but they will go line astern through turn 1. So this battle for 9th position still rages on. There's another 4.4 seconds up the road from this pack to the next place car of Mills in the 25, so I'd hazard a guess and say that 9th is the best that these drivers were going to aim for. And even for a 9th position in a non-points paying race, they're going pretty hard, aren't they?
They are, aren't they? They've certainly grabbed our attention for this journey. 3 minutes on the time certain clock plus a lap, so it's probably going to be another 4 laps. It'll take us out to around about the same distance as they did this morning. 9 laps around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, nearly 50 kilometres of racing, and they're still diving out from the car in front. Trent Spencer well and truly under fire here, and really starting to feel Baptista and Campbell breathing down his neck and getting joined. Now they're lining up behind these two as we see Leighton Ward just easing a gap out now. As Alexander Lee just gathers up a spot there, runs down into the corner, not covered off this time by the 5, just in the last moment there, just moves across to cover anything but a charge there. But Alex Lee in the 28 looks to be doing a nice run here. He's going to go wide and use the full advantage of the Mini Cooper S, and just ducks back inside Mini Sport and blazing down the side, the checkered flag across the roof. And they go 3 wide, essentially down the main straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. You can go 5 wide if you have to.
If you want.
In a Formula Ford.
If you're brave.
Yeah,
exactly. Even in a Formula Ford, that's a little bit how you're going.
It's a little bit too much in a Formula Ford.
Moto 3, maybe you might see it a little bit. So
XLs or something.
Yeah, XLs definitely. But these minis have been fantastic, even if they... 2, 3 wide. Like, the racing has been sensational all weekend so far. And it's been such a pleasure to have them on board in the Victorian State Series with us this weekend, because, it's just spectacular. And you just love looking at minis, don't you? An iconic car, like, always good fun. And the racing they've produced has been stellar, as I mentioned. As Spencer has a look up the inside at Miller, I don't think he'll be able to... inside at turn 3, Stoner, but he won't be able to capitalise in Miller corner turn 4. We'll have to duck back in behind the 28 of the South Australian Alex Lee.
You look at these JCWs, the John Cooper Works cars that run in their own class, and essentially you rock up to the mini showroom, you point to the JCW you want, take it home with you, put a cage in it, make sure it's safe with the harness and seat, and come join the Super Mini Challenge. It can't be too much easier than that. And let me tell you, for the kind of money you got to drop, our fastest car on track is a 145.8. Yeah, that's in the modified unlimited car, as we see a big move there coming up the top of the hill there. So Trent Spencer goes back a spot. But these Coopers, they're running at 48s, 49s, 50s. That is absolute rapid lap times for not a lot of outlay.
and it's going to feel, and even if it's, the 148 to 149s, feel incredibly fast as well, because you've got if throwing a front-wheel drive car around such a fast-flowing track like Phillip Island, it's very much not what those cars had in mind when they were designed, so it makes it a very interesting challenge. You see just how far the rear wheels will get off the ground in some of the very high-load corners, and that's part of the beauty of front-wheel drive racing.
I reckon that's what they did in visualising for. I reckon they went, let's make these handle like they're going around a, they handle like on a 10-cent piece, but they certainly go the part when you've got some decent drivers behind the wheel, don't they?
We've had quite a few cars missing a wheel at some point or another throughout this weekend, and now we've got these minis who don't even need the fourth wheel as they're going through the quick corners, and it's always brilliant to see. And I feel like improved production is a good example of when you can see front wheel drives going toe to toe with their rear wheel counterparts.
Checkered flag being at the ready now for our race leader, who is coming around turn 12 as well. We've hardly seen anything of Craig Linsell, but I tell you what, the crew have got the broom out and they are taking to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It is a clean sweep for the number 33. What a weekend. What an amazing weekend for Craig Linsell. He has dominated. And I say that with a capital D, and dominated, because he has just driven away from this field. This time around, 10 and a half seconds over 8 laps. Last time around it was 18 seconds over 9 laps. And Craig Linsell has just given us all a bit of a lecture on how you go mini racing. Next to the line will be Turner.
Let's have a look at this
Neil
replay.
Turner.
We just saw the number 18 car coming a cropper in that previous shot. Let's see how that potentially happened as they go around the outside of Braden Larkin in Siberia and just
got on the grass and looped it. A little bit of a lock-up.
Looped it, did Chris Cotton. Just not what he was hoping for at all there. Just a little bit too loose on the exit there. Not the way that Chris Cotton was hoping to finish his race, but having not really had a good run throughout the weekend so far, it's good to have him out on track at the very least.
Stephen Turner got home in 3rd place. Andrew Mills started out of 6th, getting home in 4th. Anthony Elliott started out of 3rd, ended up home in 5th. Great finishing record. Bernard Hogan started out of 8th, got home in 6th. And then Andy Mills, it was the B Mills, so that's Blake Mills, started out of 7th and maintained 7th. So I'm going to say, Matt, that was a fun old weekend of racing for the Super Mini Challenge. They've really got to sort themselves out to see if they can take it up to this guy in car number 33, though, don't they?
100%. It's an incredible mini, and there's your final results. Craig Linsell, as you mentioned, taking the chocolates and clean sweeping the round ahead of Neil Turner, Neil's son Stephen behind him to round out the podium as well. And then Andrew Mills, the best of the Mills cars at the end there, ahead of Anthony Elliott, Bernard Hogan, Blake Mills, and then Alex Lee, the South Australian, Brendan Cawley, and Trent Spencer in the Up Tiles machine, rounding out the top 10. Fantastic outing there with Adam Juice, Leighton Ward, Stephen O'Malley, Braden Larkin, Chris Batista, Lachlan Campbell. Christopher Cotton did make to the line in 17th with Alan Murray and Josh Mills coming around as well. So, great weekend of mini racing there. It was awesome to see so many great cars, fearsome looking cars like that 339 of Trent Spencer's just going across the shot there. And we hope to get some more action of Super Minis in our eyeballs soon. We loved having them on board here in the State Series. As mentioned, if you enjoyed what you saw, they'll be on track again up in Queensland at Morgan Park, 1st and 2nd of November. But for now, Super Minis done and dusted. Coming up next, Darren Smith, it's your bread and butter. Sports Sedans are about to thunder around.
They are out on their penultimate round of the series. Of course, it will finish at Isle of Magic. We'll be back in a couple of moments. Let's get our breath, because the cars are making their way on track. In fact, I'm not going to get my breath. We'll stay with it as the Sports Sedans start to roll around this magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. A championship at stake as everyone lines up for the final round here at Phillip Island at Isle of Magic for the Sports Sedans. Fantastic shot there watching Brett Dickey, who won the race this morning. And there is a fair bit of homework that we need to do. Jim Policino he's dominating out in front in the championship. It's then John Ippolito on 178 points and Greg Lynch on 169 for outright. But on points in the championship for the club championship, Darden Brown sits in a nice position, but it is Greg Lynch leading the way. No, sorry, John Ippolito leading the way over Greg Lynch, Ben McLeod, Aidan Munger, Jim Policina, and then Aidan Munger. Jim Policina is leading the 4 to 6 litre class over Warren Clellan and the McGlurkins, and Alan Nash on 38 points. The floor pan class is being led by Greg Lynch to John Ippolito, and then Aidan Munger. And the 2 to 4s is definitely Darden Brown over Tegan Collins leading the championship. They're being joined by Callum Brannigan. Callum, let's have a good look at this grid sheet as they come around for their rolling start. As Brett Dickey leads the field, Jim Policina in car number 7, Alan Nash in the number 11, John Ippolito in the number 97, Jeremy Davison in the RX7, coming around in position number 5, Graham Gilliland. Great result for Graham. He's really starting to gather momentum in the orange RX7. Greg Lynch is out of position number 7. He's in the championship hunt, as is the guy alongside him, Aidan Munger. Adam Poole, I don't think Adam has made his way out on track, but Andrew Parker in the number 14 is next there in the Commodore. Andrew Butcher in the BMW, been running an improved production trim. Andrew Cook, Ben Kelly in the black number 69 Commodore. Ben McLeod in the number 72 red Commodore. Ran McGlurkin in the 54. We'll keep an eye out for where the number 54, the Holden Calibra. And just watching, there goes the pink McGlurkin car. Yes, so that will be Rand McGlurkin in the 54. Darden Brown, Bruce Henley, and then the number 56 of the McGlurkins, which is the black Corvette TA type of car. David Shaw, he's joined us after a little bit of an issue in the last race. There's Tegan Collins. No Darren Hossack after resetting the lap record for the over 3s yesterday. Darren Hossack is not out on track, or no, that's Darden Brown. Just watching. So the cars lining up for their rolling start and looking the goods. Hopefully we can get a good result for the number 37, Jeremy Davison in that RX7. Been pushing hard over the last couple of rounds, has Jeremy, in the Bandit Security entry, and really cool that he is also helping Cadell Ambrose in his sports sedan career as well. But away we go. Brett Dickey gets gazumped by the 5 litre cars around him, but he winds up the turbo, and this is going to be 3 from 3 into turn 1. John Ippolito swoops into the lead of this one, and that is championship on right there. He has sent a very, very clear signal to all around him. John Ippolito goes charging on through there and lets everyone around him know he has chasing the from 192 to 205. Greg Lynch on 205. There's Greg Lynch. He's down at about 7th place, but Ippolito absolutely brained them into turn 1. Under brakes now. Brett Dickey in the Honda using all of his talent. A bit of a nudge there from behind. That was Jeremy Davison getting a little bit of a hurry along there with Greg Lynch, and just trying to see where Jeremy Davison has gone in the black RX-7 as Brett Dickey recovers the lead from John Ippolito.
What an epic start there by John. He snuck through the middle. He got a fantastic start there, getting the power down absolutely beautifully, but Alan Nash made a brilliant start himself in the number 11 Jack Daniels Perkins Engineering Commodore, but he had nowhere to go because Brett Dickey closed the door firmly. He had his sights firmly set on minimising the power deficit that he's got in that F-Series Honda S2000 turbocharged power plant underneath the white Honda Prelude, and just trying to make sure that he could try and maintain the lead. Now that's Aidan Munger into the back of Greg Lynch. Now that was a bit of an awkward moment there. I don't think Munger had control of the car under brakes. Obviously they've got cold tyres.
My apologies to Jeremy Davison there. Sorry, Callum. I thought that was Jeremy, but no, it was Aidan Munger. So Jeremy goes on, no harm, no foul, but Ippolito now coming under massive pressure from all of those around him. Did he overcook it on that opening lap? Has he not has he hurt a tyre, a cold tyre, and got a bit of graining on the slick? But certainly, yeah, there it is. There's tyre rubbing on the Ippolito car. Not too sure what that would be from. Maybe he's suffered a mount or something on the diff, but definitely tyre rubbing on the guard.
This looks epic, doesn't it, Darren? You've got two VE V8 supercars as close as they raced in period out there at the moment, racing against one another in the advanced car carriers, Race 3-4 Sports, Sedans, and Alan Nash leading the way from Jim Policina. Policina down from New South Wales. He's got a very busy racing schedule no matter what year it is, and he's got his commitments in the Australian Ferrari Challenge. He also doubles in the Touring Car Masters, and then he also competes in sports sedans as well. I think he's got two VE Commodores in the garage that he wheels down from Sydney, and he's been a regular this year in the Victorian Sports Sedans Championship, and it shows. Look how beautiful that number 7 Team Vodafone 888 Race Engineering built Holden Commodore all over the back of Alan Nash. And that Jack Daniels Commodore, that was chassis PE46. I've said it a number of times, Darren, but both of these cars here this weekend, they are beautiful examples of cars that have not been changed. We should give a big shout out as well to the Andrew Cook Better Electrical Falcon that is out there in competition. Obviously, that car did race in V8 supercars back in the day, but at the moment, it's got a 6-litre NASCAR power plant underneath the bonnet. So
not wanting for horsepower, that's
for
sure.
Yeah, it's got no issues in a straight line. Have a look at Policina around the outside. He's out in the grey. That is the long way around the Southern Loop, Darren. Nash gives him more than enough room, though. This is fantastic racing between these two ex-V8 supercars.
Jim Policina, at the end of today's racing, will take home the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for sports sedans. 228 points coming into this one, and Lynch is behind him, and Ippo is also behind him. So they're the two protagonists. John Ippolito led the first lap. He succumbed to something with that car, and these guys have just come through on him since then. But as it stands right now, Jim Policina will take the Victorian State Series for sports sedans. The Advanced Car Carriers Championship will continue on for the Club Championship within the Victorian Sports Sedan Association, all the way to the coveted 50k plate, which will be at Island Magic at the end of November. There's Jeremy Davidson, and that is a magnificent looking and sounding demonic matte black, or not exactly gloss black, matte, let's call it satin black with gloss black accents on that car. But Jeremy is coming along absolutely gangbusters, and I tell you what, his secret weapon is one Cadell Ambrose. He is helping with the setting of this car, and Cadell, we've seen it round one, and we certainly nearly saw him at the last round. Unfortunately, the car had a fire on board. A car that is brand new and developing with John Gourlay, but Jeremy Davison is enjoying having the enthusiasm of Cadell Ambrose helping him out at Winton midweek here and there, just a quiet little practice day. And Jeremy Davison now is sitting very, very nicely indeed in this race. So gathering it all up, he's got another RX-7 behind him, another triple rotor there of Graham Gilliland.
We should point out we've got a GoPro bolted in that car of Jeremy Davidson for this race, so keep an eye on Blendline TV socials on Facebook and Instagram, as well as the Vic State Race Series. If you're not already following the Vic State Race Series on Facebook and Instagram, we highly encourage you to do so. We've been banking a few onboard cameras and a few pieces as well with a number of drivers up and down the pit lane, so we highly encourage you to do that, as well as follow basically every single category that does compete with us. From Formula RX8 all the way to Victorian Sports Sedans. You see plenty of love on the Vic State Race Series page, as well as on the Blendline pages between race weekends. So the action doesn't stop during the broadcast. Here is a fantastic story. Ben McLeod. It's been a weekend of trial and tribulations. It started in the best possible fashion by going on a beautiful Friday afternoon drive from the track to the town. Thompson Avenue in Cowes, parked out the front of Pino's Pizza. There's the red 72 on screen now, just ahead of Andrew Parker. But then, unfortunately, in race one, the car came unstuck on the cloud. But massive effort from the team to get it repaired for race this morning. And then they had a door flying open in that race as well. So it really might be a weekend to forget for Ben McLeod, but let's hope that he can finish on a high note, because at the moment he's currently sitting in P7. And if he had been looking, or if you had told him that at some point yesterday he'd be finishing the weekend in P7, he probably wouldn't have believed you, Darren.
Well, he's fifth in the outright points for the Australian Sports Sedan Championship of Victoria. This is another ripping bloke, Warren Cleland, out there as well in this marked car, getting his head around it. It's taken him just a little bit longer than he would like for the number 33 driver. Of course, we saw him for a number of years in that black RX7, but he is now out there in that marked car, and we've seen Tony Groves win the Victorian Championship in a marked car going back a couple of years ago, so keep an eye on it. Greg Lynch now coming under fire. He has got a very busy program here this weekend. He wants to take home podium results for the championship in both, well, in Vic V8's winning it, but also trying to remain in touch with the podium result for the sports sedans as well, and that is a mammoth effort that Greg embarks on, and should be congratulated. But at the moment, he's got Ben McLeod, who's really able to put that car wherever he wants on the track. Just over 6 minutes remaining. Brett Dickey is driving a ripper race meeting. He is absolutely on it. Old tyres, and he is continuing to do it. McLeod, the challenge is on, Callum.
Absolutely. He's got the blowtorch all over the back of Greg Lynch. Greg Lynch always smiling up and down pit lane. You'd expect that from the dentist. And Ben McLeod having a look around the outside. God, he's ranged onto the back of the VT Commodore. Let's get a fantastic comparison between the two power plants. The car in front, Greg Lynch, being prepared by Ravage Raceworks. We've got a number of cars here this weekend. And, of course, Ben McLeod of Black Mamba Racing. Great comparison between the two, considering these cars are both converted road cars. They couldn't be... there's so many variations and permutations between these two vehicles, but the performance is so equal between these two Commodores, from engine all the way to aero through to the bar work inside of the car, the technical ancillaries. They couldn't be more different, but they both produce their power and speed and ultimate lap pace in very similar ways. But Greg Lynch having an absolute ball this weekend, doing double duties. Very tidy under brakes. It must be pointed out that apart from the fact that the car is incredible in a straight line and it sounds incredible, it's very good and very capable under brakes. And as we've touched on, he's rotating through 2 sets of slick tyres this weekend, nominating the better set, I guess, by his own standards. The less used set he's been reserving for his Sports Sedans race, because he's actually in contention for both the Vic V8s and the Sports Sedans Championships.
Talking about Sports Sedans, here's a chassis and here is a silhouette synonymous with Victorian Sports Sedan racing. Graham Gilliland, he removed the twin rotor that served him like a servant over many, many years. He thought, let's go for it. Let's have a real dip at a lap time. Put a triple rotor in, and they've really had to scratch their head. They've changed some aero aspect on this car. They've changed the tune a couple of times as well. And Graham is no stranger to developing a tricky car, and he has absolutely this weekend bobbed his head above the water and gone, we're starting to get this thing pointing in the right direction. Here's a couple of cars that will draw your attention. The 66 better electrical car there is definitely one to watch, and definitely draws your attention. That's Andrew Cook in the AU Falcon, and Rand McGlurkin in the Pink Pig, the Calibra out there. It was demonic matte blue last time I saw it, and black. Now it is it's happy joy, and it's pink out there at the moment. So the man who was a tattooist, he's an artist, he's a rock band protagonist, you name it. He's a race car preparer. I think fancies himself more as a race driver than all those others. Ben McLeod and Greg Lynch just coming together there, and that pushes Greg Lynch down the Joker lap, or the return road for MotoGP, and ripped something out of the car there too. There was something black that hit the ground there. So a coming together of those two cars, and that really wasn't pretty. Not too sure what happened there, but certainly it has put Ben McLeod right back down there as we get a good look at Aidan Munger. He looks like he's had a punch in the left eye, doesn't he? The left-hand headlight out of that car. And our race leader, Brett Dickey for Bollards Direct and ACL Pistons in the family-built Honda. Here we go. Oh, Greg Lynch moved over, gave Ben very little room to try and turn into that corner there. So Greg Lynch jagged over actually to the left there, and left Ben really hung out to dry with no track to go, and kind of an awkward coming together. There's been a few of them this weekend. For advanced car carriers, though, this is our race leader, car number 29, Brett Dickey. Synonymous with Australian motorsport in Colorado in the USA. Fronts up every year in the freezing cold, wind and snow to take on Pikes Peak in the Project Imports team. Does this country proud, basically carries us all on his shoulders representing Australia. He took Graham Gilliland over there this year to enjoy the experience. I tell you what, this weekend, if he can carry this one through the next couple of laps, this will be as equal a mountain to climb. This time last week, Brett wasn't actually going to be racing this weekend. They were coming down to do Friday practice only just to get some laps in, make sure the car was good. Bollard's Direct put in the call and said, mate, we can pick up a couple of things along the way here, the entry and the garage, and Brett said, yeah, let's do it. Checkered flag, it comes out a bit early, and I guess Brett Dickey will be very happy indeed to see that. Jim Policina charges to the line. He'll have taken the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Series. So congratulations to Jim Policina. Here comes John Ippolito. He'll fight for another day, but Ippo will come to the line. Nash has got through it before him in the JD Supercar. Charging at the line, though, at the end there is Davison getting home in fifth. Very, very close there indeed. And Graham Gilliland on the back there. So he's found the sweet spot in the orange RX-7. Here comes Lynch and Munger after coming together with Ben McLeod on the final lap. Lynch gets to the line. Ultimately in seventh, Adrian Munger right in behind. That was close. And Ben McLeod just sporting a little bit of damage here this weekend, and is a tough fight this weekend for Ben McLeod. He needs to be congratulated for doing the track to town drive. It would have felt like more of a marathon in the heat in that car. Cook gets to the line there in that AU Falcon. Callum, I know you love an AU. You're a member of the Appreciation Society there. So the big Falcon gets to the line. Rand McGlurkin in behind in 11th place in the Calibra.
Absolutely, Darren. Who doesn't love an AU Falcon doing incredible things? So that wraps up Sports Sedans action for this weekend. Courtesy of Advanced Car Carriers. It's big thanks to the team for their support of Grassroots Motorsport. It's also a big thanks to Trico. When was the last time you checked your Tricos, Darren? We have to say massive thanks for their ongoing support throughout 2025, as well as the multi-year support the Vic State Race Series has received from 888 Home Loans. So without further ado, we've got E30s and XLs coming up next, and they're coming at you thick and fast. We've got a little bit of time to try and make up in the program.
Congratulations to Brett Dickey on 2 from 2 today. A terrific result for that family and his team, and his little girl who is cheering on from the sidelines. Fantastic to see the Dickey family walk away with a tremendous result here this weekend. Coming up right now is your XLs as they make their way out on track, and it'll be the E30s in the mix there as well. We go to Steve DeVries and Tom Reed.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith, for the excellent call of the last day of school, I guess we call it, in season 2025 for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships in sports sedans. It's over now to the BMW E30s and the Hyundai XLs, one of the 3 sets of combined grids we've had this weekend. And, well, again, 2 championships still mathematically in contention. One a little bit more closer than the other, with the E30s only separated, the top 2 drivers only separated by 11 points. It's 27 points between the 2 title challengers in Hyundai XLs. As they stream around Southern Loop, heading down the back chute towards turn 3, Stoner Corner. Plenty of heat going into the Dunlop Durezas on the Hyundai XLs. In the case of the E30s, it of course is the Yokohama. As we look at the grid here with Ben Munro looking to extend that streak. 2 wins so far this weekend. Jesse Bryan next door to him on the front row. He's going head-to-head with Brian Burke, who starts out of 4th, and between them Brett Stevens. So the men in 2nd and 4th are the 2 gunning for the E30 title. Shannon Cooper and Rory Plant, and Zach Dunn and Roderick Martin in 7th and 8th. And then over the page is the last 2 of the E30s in Adam Trapsky and Peter Knight. Then 2 grid rows separate the XLs.
So lining up on pole for the XLs will be Will Twining, who won first race today. Rio Campbell alongside him. We saw it have that excursion earlier on. We'll move quickly back through the rest of the field. We've got Emily Jones, Aidan Karadagli, Jake Harwood, Jensen Tilaskivi. Then we go to James Sarah in car 994. He'll be off position 21 on the grid. Isabel Rowe in car 50 alongside him. Carly Fleming, Ryan Bell there in car 93. Then we move over the page again to John O'Keefe, Bailey Perriman, Richard Outram, Lachlan Harvey in car 25. Then we go to Ed Narkowicz, Daniel Harvey, Jared Andervelt, and Joshua Marsh will round out the field.
Now, if you were watching a little bit earlier in the day, you did see that the Joshua Marsh car ended up in this exact spot on your camera here, just almost in the front of the spot with the right-hand wheel that departed company with the 83. Likewise, it was Daniel Harvey. It was in the wall at the opposite end of the front straight, around the corner, in fact, and facing the wrong direction with left side into the turn 1 and 2 wall. And I believe that he's managed to get going, I believe, as well. So we're just waiting to see those two drivers if they take up their positions on the rear of the grid. They'll be one of the last couple of cars. There is the 25 there. You just pointed out on the screen there. Thank you to Tom Reed, just reminding me, yep, he is indeed there. And that should also mean that Josh Marsh in the black car, I believe, is off the back as well. He is the last car on the grid. So a little bit of a slow form up just at the back here with the 2 split grids. BMWs are already raring to go. The last couple of XL still getting into place.
Look at the margin that the guys on row 2 are giving. A little bit of smoke coming out the front of Brian Burke's car, so that could be the difference between these guys being in the hunt by the time they get to turn 1.
Yeah, wondering if that might be just be he's overworked the brakes a little bit there. Maybe they are a little bit too hot, but either way, he's giving away a good metre or so to the guys there. Oh! A little bit eager to go there, the pole sitter. Just sort of started to get them going. They both moved, and they've stayed within their grid box, though. I think they realised pretty quickly that they were still in the grid box and stayed precisely where they were. Either way, we are underway here in the last race of the year for E30s and for the XLs. The top 2 getting away, well, I guess you could say as best as they possibly could, given the reset that they had to pause mid-flight with the lights were still on. They soar off into turn number 1. Brian Burke's managed to get ahead of Brett Stevens, who's actually started pretty poorly in this one. Yes, they did give away a little bit of real estate at the start there by starting a bit further back in the grid boxes than they otherwise normally would, but he's actually lost out quite badly against Brian Burke there at the start.
He balked as well, so I'm not sure if you saw something that I missed, but the guys on the left side of the shot there both jumped and then stopped just in their grid box, I think. So hopefully they should be okay. Press on here through the XL field. Will Twining leading Rio Campbell, and expect to see Emily Jones in third, and she is running in P3 of car 530 behind her of Aidan Karadagli doing a nice job.
Well, Campbell hasn't wasted any time getting right onto the rear bumper bar of Will Twining. There's been a little bit of a nip and tuck between these two so far this weekend, especially in race number 1. Saturday afternoon, there was a couple of skirmishes between the 333 and the 72, and we'll wait and see if the gloves fully do come off in this one. Let's see here. This is Josh Marsh, the 83, on your right-hand side of your shot here with the black car with the green stripes going over it, making his way forward from the rear of the grid. The car that we told you was in the gravel trap at the end of race 2 with the wheel missing. Likewise for Daniel Harvey, right down the inside there on both the 666 of Adam Trapsky and the number 86 of Peter Knight. So moving forward very, very quickly. Now's the chance for the 83. He just gets balked a little bit here and has to fall back into line. Don't want to try and pull any sort of sudden moves down here. The 6 cylinders of the E30 will have a little bit more horsepower in a straight line, so they'll be able to pull away just a little bit. The XL's just a little bit more nimbler all around in the corners, so it's going to be a bit of a difficult moment here for Josh to get past the couple of BMW E30s that have just started to drop off the back of the pack.
So a little bit of moving and shaking here as the XLs overtake some of the slower moving BMW E30s. Looking at car 93 on screen there as we go through turn number 2. just ahead of him is car 83, Joshua Marsh, who was starter off the rear grid. So good to see him. And now we go back to the E30s. Jesse Bryan going for a look here on car 66 for the race lead. Your pole sitter, Benjamin Munro, and nothing was done there. So still Jesse Bryan attacking.
I tell you what, Ben Munro's now managed to move ahead of Brian. Brian.
It's the other way around.
The other way around. Brian Burke has lost a place to Brett Stevens, if I can actually get my words out correctly there at partway through this lap. Well, I don't know if you noticed it or not, but Jesse Bryan was a long way to the right-hand side on the approach to turn number 4. Almost had his front right wheel in the weeds.
Well, I think he had him over that white line, which is all legal as long as you get it pulled up, but it would have been on the slippery stuff there and would have been a difficult move to complete, which he was unable to do. Having a look at car 17 here, under pressure from the number 27 of Brian Burke. So the top 4 still remain in the top 4, albeit a slightly different order, although Benjamin Munro still is in the race lead and looks to take it down the front straight with 9 minutes to go.
Here we go.
I think we've got a replay here of that move from Jesse Bryan at the front of the field.
Oh, yeah.
Slight contact.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there. Yeah, he did actually have his wheels over that line. You're absolutely right. Full out sideways there, trying to gather it all up. Now he's got to be a little bit of defensive-minded here because he's got the 17 of Brett Stevens right over his rear boot lid now. And with the 66 of Ben Munro starting to skip away, this championship is starting to slip through the fingers a little bit here for Jesse Bryan. If it stays where it is right now, with him in P2 and Brian Burke in P4, that would just be enough for Brian Burke. He would then win the championship by 4 points. Wow. It'd be very, very close. So Brett Stevens is going to make that task very, very difficult here as we're going 3 wide, and Jesse Bryan gets shuffled right to the back of the group of 4. Oh, in a little bit too deep there, Stevens. Maybe a slight amount of oversteer on the corner exit, but he comes out the other side with position number 2, and he now needs to give chase to Ben Munro. So the way it's got to work for Jesse Bryan to take this championship, he's got to win the race first and foremost. If Brian Burke finishes 4th, then they'll be tied on points, and it would go on a count back to the fact that Jesse Bryan would then have 2 race wins to Brian Burke's none. That's the simple math. Otherwise, if Burke falls behind Shannon Cooper, who's in 5th place here, and Bryant was to win, then it'd be a straight up, no count back required.
Yeah, fantastic demonstration, Chris. Steve, of all the points.
It's all right. It's a long weekend, and it's been a long season. So we're all getting a little bit nervous up here. There's a few missed calls and a few inappropriate names being handed out to certain people across the weekend, but we are getting there. It's been such an exciting series here, the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and it's not over yet, including this one, because what's happened here, Emily Jones has fallen now behind the 530 of Aiden Caradagley at MG Corner. So the other 2 drivers have skipped away here, Will Twining and Rio Campbell. They are some 3 or 4 seconds down the road. Emily Jones has now surrendered position number 3. But that's still going to be more than enough for Jones to be able to take the title out. It would come down from its current standing of around 27 points to 16. So still in the catbird seat is Emily Jones.
That margin last time by between 3rd and 2nd was 2.3, now extended to 3.7 with Emily Jones falling behind Aiden Caradagley. And those guys have obviously been squabbling for position. Just behind these guys is Jake Harwood in car 95, who's looking to close this gap and make it 3-car battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, the final spot on the podium.
He was slightly quicker than the 2 cars ahead as well. He was about a 10th quicker than Caradagley and about a half a second quicker than Jones. So don't rule him out. He might very well pop up into position number 4 in the next lap or 2. As a slightly defensive approach, almost looked like it was going to run down the right-hand side of the circuit there, Caradagley, but fell back into the traditional racing line pretty quickly. Jones knows this, will have probably done the math and knows that there's probably no risk associated with trying to force a move that's not going to come off or that's going to cause any damage or that's going to cause a retirement. You know, there's just a simple math of, yep, I know where I need to finish if this case scenario pans out, and I don't need to do anything to force the issue. But it's always a bit of trepidation in your mind when you see someone starting to get a bit closer to the back of you. You've just got to be able to sort of put that out of your mind for a little while and just think of, you know what, stick to the plan.
You've got to be able to focus on the job at hand. Hope there's no mechanical issues, which is the last thing you want to see in a title fight. It doesn't give you any fighting chance there. but she's on the back of car 530 here of Caradagley still, and it's probably close enough to get a tow down the front straight. Fast lap being set in the E30s by your race leader, Ben Munro, with the 53.6.
Immediately surpassed by Shannon Cooper, though, as well. We've just seen on their top six with 53.6 of his own, and not by much. It's about 0.06 of a second in that. So Shannon Cooper, he has launched himself onto the back of Brian Burke here. So this is a much, much improved showing from the number 90 race to race. So race 1, he was very much off the back. He gathered himself up in race 2, and he was a lot closer. He's right in the thick of this battle now for position number 3 in the standings. Stevens still trying to hunt down the 66 of Ben Munro. He's not making any inroads at the moment. He was some 0.3 of a second slower last lap around, so the margin out in front in the E30 race to 1.5 seconds. And he's not that far in front of this group of 3 fighting over 3rd, 4th and 5th. So is he maybe just nursing something a little bit in car 17 here? Is he now going to start to come back to Jesse Bryan and start to become a bit of a factor?
We'll wait and see what happens here between the battle, but 4 minutes to go. Like you said, car 17 has just sort of skipped away from Jesse Bryan here, and he's coming under pressure from Brian Burke, one of the championship protagonists in this battle.
He's been very, very consistent all season, Brian Burke. For the 3 events that have been contested so far this year, including this one, he's not finished lower than 4th place. He's had multiple 2nd and 3rd places along the way, and a couple of 4th place results to go along with it. So very, very consistent, and consistency wins championships. So he's just got to keep going for just a little bit longer, and he'll be a State Series champion in the BMW E30s.
Lachlan Harvey on shot here in car 25, one of your starters down the back of the grid. He started P28 on the road.
Being passed by Josh Marsh as well, who himself started right off the rear of the grid. In fact, he was plumb last after all of things were said and done, when the recoveries were done after race 2 as well. So he's made his way through the field very, very nicely. So Trapsky in the 666 just leads James Serra here, and then behind him you can see there the number 50 of Isabel Rowe, and then comes Marsh and Harvey.
So next car on the road, like you said, for Josh Marsh is that Fabcon XL car 50 of Isabel Rowe, and then the 994 just ahead of her of James Serra's been doing a pretty good job all weekend long.
He's just fallen a bit down the order. He was sort of in the top half a dozen quite comfortably. He's just lost a little bit of touch as the weekend's gone on. You can see your top 6 there in the XLs, Twining and Campbell, and then all the way through to about 14th place. And Serra was in that top group. He's now dropped out. Rio Campbell has asserted himself as the race leader now in the Hyundai XLs at the beginning of this race. You see a little something flapping underneath the bottom of the car there. There is a bit of a plastic cover, or a bit of a protective plate that covers the bottom of the engine, so maybe just something a little bit loose there. One of the grub screws maybe has come a bit undone, and just a little bit of flapping going on there under car 333. But he has now decided he wants a turn at the head of this queue. And with 2 minutes to go, it's not a bad choice to maybe just lead out here and see if you've got something that you can maybe just pull away a car length or two, break the spirit of Will Twining. If he feels he's got the pace, why not use it now? Don't leave it to the last lap. Go out now and try and make it work. But if you don't make it work, then this happens. Up the inside comes Twining at turn 9, bottom of Lukey Heights, up to the top of Lukey Heights, now down to the bottom at MG Corner, big plunge down the hill, and the margin closes up once more.
So Will Twining retakes the XL lead with just over a minute to go when they get to the stripe.
Last lap board, actually, sorry to cut you off there, last lap board's actually being shown. So that means the E30s are going through, and they've actually taken the last lap already. These guys are about to get the signal that it is one to go. Trapsky, that's down at turn number 4. And is he able to get that out? It's very, very slippery off foot, but he's a bit further down the order. Here is the race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, all in the same shot. The yellow flag very quickly withdrawn as Trapsky manages to get going. Brian Burke surging through on Brett Stevens at turn number 4. Likewise, Shannon Cooper, he shoves it down the inside there. The number 60 or the number 90 rather, has found a little bit of speed in this last quarter of the race. He is moving himself forward. He's probably not going to be able to challenge Brian Burke, but he moves up to position number 3. Very, very nice job for Shannon Cooper.
I think that might be disputed a bit later because there is still a yellow flag that I could see on that camera shot there.
Yeah,
and
Trapsky's still there.
He still can't get out of there. So the wet grass, we've had rain on all of Friday, which pretty much meant every practice session was a little bit wet. So it's still boggy out there.
Jesse Bryan now up the inside of Brett Stevens. He needs to grab Shannon Cooper. He needs to grab Brett Stevens pretty quickly. It's going to be almost a 3-wide approach down the hill.
Move.
Big bomb move for Brett Stevens. He can't manage to pull that one up. He has to pull a bit more pressure in the brake pedal to avoid contact with the 19. So hold your breath. We might not have the answer to this one straight away, but we will call it as we see it. As the cars come around the top part of the circuit. Checkered flag on display for Ben Munro. Get that man a broom, ladies and gentlemen. He has clean swept the weekend. So 3 wins and the pole for him. Burke officially over the line in second ahead of Cooper. Then just give it, I think, there to Jesse Bryan ahead of Brett Stevens. Meanwhile, Hyundai XLs, Rio Campbell, I think he might just have enough in hand here to get the job done, Tom.
Yeah, I think he will out of the penultimate corner. The last real overtaking opportunity, unless Will Twining finds a massive amount of straight line speed here. He's opened the corner up, maybe to get a slight slingshot on the Adam Macro Racing Marcus Ambrose Motorsport 333 XL with Penwright down the front board. Here comes Will Twining, a drag race to the line. Give it to Rio Campbell, first place in the XLs.
Absolutely fantastic.
Back
well
behind
done.
these guys, here comes Emily Jones to come across the line and win the Victorian Hyundai XL Championship. She comes home P5 on the road.
Certainly does. Great job, Emily Jones. Well done. Taking out the Victorian State Circuit Racing title for the Hyundai XLs. Here's the 225 of Daniel Harvey cresting Lukey Heights, one of the other cars a bit further down the order. And just can't see the other car then there behind him is, I think that's it is the number 24 of Jared Andervelt, who's chasing him down at the moment. So Hyundai XL Championship decided by 17 points was the final margin in the day with Emily Jones to Will Twining. If you're looking at the E30s, Brian Burke, as it stands right now, although being with a little bit of a question mark, we'll have to give that a little bit more time to see if it is indeed going to stand. It would be 11 points between Burke and Jesse Bryan if that finishes the way that it is, with Brett Stevens managing to at the moment, he's on a tie with Ben Munro in terms of third for the points, but Munro with 7 race wins for the year, that would go his way in the state title race for third overall. Confirmation of your results as they cross the line.
Ben Munro rounding out the field here, takes the win and the clean sweep from Brian Burke. Shannon Cooper doing a good job to come home P3, Jesse Bryan 4th, Brett Stevens, Rory Plant, Zachary Dunn, and then Rodri Martin 8th in class. Rio Campbell and Will Twining taking honours there in the XL field.
Great job for Jake Harwood there in third. Managed to get ahead of Aidan Karadagli and Emily Jones right there at the line as well. Your top 5 in XLs. From Teleskevi, Marsh, Sarah, Lachlan Harvey, and then Isabel Rowe rounding out the top 10. Well, I'll tell you what, we are rattling through the last few cars and the last few categories here at the final round of the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And if you like old school, well, you're about to be thrilled because you've got another combined grid coming up here with Darren Smith and David Amor about to take you through the historic touring cars and the HQ Holdens. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thanks very much, Steve DeVries. As he said, we're rattling through these classes now. We are on the downward slope of season 2025 for the Trico Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, with 888 Home Loans on board, alive and well. HQs and historic touring cars out on track now to show us their wares. Really, really good racing right throughout this weekend from both these categories. All the historic touring cars are a smaller type of field. The HQs have certainly presented themselves very, very nicely indeed here this weekend. Let's have a look at how this grid lines up. G'day, David. Welcome. Good afternoon to you, sir. We'll get through these historic touring cars and then have a good look at these HQs. It's Brett Trengove. We'll start off the front row of the grid. And we've had, for most of the weekend, the 43 of Peter Muleman on the front row. He's gone back to P5. And then it's Glenn Miles will start off the front row in number 16. Jeff Monday in the number 68. Trevor Talbot to Pete Muleman. And Stephen Pillickers. Pete Muleman, his own head has got him a little bit messed up with the last couple of race starts. He said he lucked it in qualifying, and he sort of feels as though the older NB car, that car we're looking at on screen, the black Mustang, is just left a little bit behind from the NC cars. But let me tell you, once he gets on with the job, Pete Mullerman will be like a rabbit after a carrot. He'll get out there and give it a red-hot go. Dave, the HQ's now on screen.
Righto, we've got the HQ's got Andrew Magilton, our pole sitter. There's 1-2 from 2 so far this weekend. Warren Truan has come back through the field, back up into second position. John Mahoney, Tony Maloney, keep an eye on him. Graham Crawford there in the ex-Andrew Williams car. Beautiful looking car. And also Mick Magilton in the 75 car. We've got James Kenner in the 66. Steve Banks. Why is he all the way back there? Because he had a bit of a touch into Honda, spun it around and went dead last. So keep an eye on him. Graham Francis. Now, he had a tyre issue coming onto the front straight, and he physically beached it. I'll tell you what, it wasn't a bucket and a shovel. He needed a front-end loader.
It's an
and
excavator
a Tonka
job.
Truck. He was well buried. Then we've got Eric Hill. He had an electrical problem, very unusual. The alternator fell off it.
Wow.
So he's put another alternator on it. He's ready to rock and roll. But Darren, they have certainly come around a lot quicker this time. They realise they lost a lap due to the slow warm-up. But, mate, it's going to be interesting to see whether that little stealth car, that 43, can get a rocket and a really good start in front of the big NCs.
Be interesting to see if he can do it in the Nepean Welding Mustang. The 289, 4.7 litre. It is absolutely singing its heart out to try and stay with it. But Brent Trico drove the fastest lap of the last race at 150.28, and away we go. The cars move away very, very nicely indeed. The big horsepower, the 6-litre cars, go charging down into turn 1, but it is going to be Treadgrove that leads them down there in the 22. But have a look at the six-pack go through here. Glenn Miles is absolutely on song in 2025. It has been a pleasure to watch this guy wheel this number 16, as he has got the higher horsepower of Jeff Munday and the number 68 ranging right into the rear bumper there. An Australian-built Chrysler up against the might of the USA, these other Camaros around him, and he just wheels it so well. Gets it into the corner, under brakes very, very nicely indeed. These cars don't lurch around like they used to. They've now implemented some modern thinking with the springs and shock absorbers in those cars. But have a look at these cars. Even the HQs don't roll around like they used to. They've got this modern intake or modern uptake of different sort of shock absorbers. The Petters shock absorbers, as you point out, Dave.
Petters red, that's exactly right. Thank you, Petters. Fantastic shocker, durability, wear and tear, spot on. We've also got the Kenda tyres. We all run on a Kenda tyre, which is a buff tyre that I do and a few other people do. So we take an 8mm tyre down to 2.5 mil, and they go racing, and that will last 2 to 3 race meetings, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, Truan, the Berryman car, all over the back of the middies, the Magilton car there, up over the top. We can see that to the commentary box, our far left. Doesn't this track look fantastic with all the seating and that ready for that big weekend next weekend?
Oh, I thought they'd fallen short on ticket sales here this weekend. I thought that was going to be a big issue after that, but no, certainly the MotoGP. It's why this track exists, and you got to hand it to the motorcycle community, because without them, I don't reckon we'd have all the money that gets spent on this place.
Have a look at Banksy, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, Darren. Banks, the number 7 HQ. He's gone from 7th up to 3rd. He's ready to come into 2nd over the start-finish line, doing about 155, 160 down into turn 1, which I say is about 178. It feels like 190.
Yeah, well, it would be. It'd be hard to be racing, mate, down there, down at turn 1, reefing on the wheel as you go for the big on the loud pedal. You bury the size 13 boot into the firewall, and then you slip it over a couple of centimetres and you bury that pedal to the firewall, don't you, in a HQ? It's all about, you're either on one on the other. You're not sort of mucking around halfway between pedals, that's for sure.
Well, people have said to me, David, what's it like driving a HQ? I said, have you ever driven a go-kart? You don't fit into a go-kart, all right? You fit into a HQ. That's about the only difference. As soon as you turn that wheel, you go slower.
Yeah.
So you've got to be smooth, neat and tidy Just like the first time you took your wife out for that dinner.
Oh, we will leave that one right alone.
Smooth.
Smooth, Dave. Smooth like suede, mate. Suede. Absolutely. Across the top of the hill now, we stick with Jeff Monday. He plunges down into MG, and he's got Glenn Miles all over the back of him. Trengover's actually eased away out in front, 2.49 seconds, and we've got a couple of Mustangs that have got together here, the 97 and the 43. So it is Mark Johnson and Peter Muellerman, and they are sitting in positions 4 and 5 actually out there on the road. So Johnson's gone through on Peter Muellerman in recent corners as they come around onto the top of the straight here. A couple of pony cars getting together as they charge down the very, very long front straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, plunge into turn 1. And there's a couple of Mustangs just really rapidly getting around there. Let's have a look at 153 for Pete Muellerman, a 152.6 for Johnson. So there's why he's gone through on Muellerman, about a quarter of a second faster on the last lap around. So it's hard work to recover that. But these cars, they're nothing quite like a Mustang getting boogie with it. I remember John Mann all those years ago in his pony car, the white, blue and red GDS stripes or GT stripes over the bonnet. Serious entertainment.
That's for sure. Absolutely fantastic. Phillip Island, pristine. Blendline TV. We're getting zoomed straight up here, ladies and gentlemen, so we can actually see the action. We don't have to make it up. And it's absolute.
Although
brilliant.
don't let that stop you, Dave.
No, it never has, and it never will, mate. You know what it's like.
That's right. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. There's a story in every manoeuvre as we get a good look at two Mustangs manoeuvring their way around the 4.48 kilometres. Have a look at Muellerman, though. He's putting two wheels out on that ripple strip there, just trying to get a bit of a hook in. And no one needs to use ripple strips here. In fact, they do, but they don't need to. Our race leader, Andrew Magilton, is leading the way, a 204.37 to Truan, a 204.43 and a 204.5. So those three cars, in fact, Mahoney even weighs in on it there as well with a 205.4. So they're all within under a second of each other, and that's what we're looking at now.
Certainly is. You can see that, mate. That's half a rollie. We don't know what that is, but we'll say a can of paint between second and third there as they come through, up and around. 77 car, the Berryman car. That's the Warren Truan car. Then we've got the fastest plumber, Steve Banks, there in the 7 HQ with the fluoro orange wheels. Doing absolutely fantastic. Now, Magilton wants to put it on pole. He wants race 1, 2, and he also wants this one to have a clean sweep. Can anyone do it? I don't think so. He's very neat and he's very careful. But fantastic to see in the pits. Rod Rogers is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Rod's had a bit of a medical thing happening to him over the last few months. He's walking, he's talking, he's on the right side of the grass, and he's really hoping to be back out there racing HQs by Christmas at the very latest, Darren, which is absolutely fantastic.
So the
Rocket
4 hour
Rod
then.
is coming
The
back
4 hour.
for the 4 hour.
Yep.
He wants to even get back to Sandown, but you just have to see how he goes with his doctors. He's looking fit, he's looking strong, he's looking dangerous.
Well, I tell you what, when he's in full health, he's a weapon. If he's had a bit of a tune-up, he's going to be like a big weapon, isn't he? He'd be absolutely gunning for it. So big shout out to Rogers, a massive entertainment factor in HQ racing. Always puts on a show in the bright yellow wheels in the red HQ. As we go back to the front of the field here in the historic touring cars, it is Mundy and Miles, because Trengove, he has wheeled away from these guys by quite a margin. Over 8 seconds last time around. It's going to be even further this time. He's already on the straight, heading towards the control line. Boom! He goes across the line, and the two behind him, they've absorbed themselves in their own race. In fact, they've gobbled each other up. They're that close to each other. 7.9 seconds last time over. 11. Lost 3 seconds to our race leader. So Trengove Championship, yeah, he's putting it in the bag. He's packing the bag.
He's driving it like he stole it. You can physically say that.
Absolutely.
He's wringing its neck, and he is going quick, mate. And it sounds very, very good. Oh, Eric Hill on the 91 car looks like he's come off. So over there at Honda, you can see on the far left-hand side, hopefully he's out of the way enough. You see some yellow flags there. That means you've got to slow down, just be a little bit observant, but you can keep racing. Gee, we'll see the next flag point. I know it's something different, Darren, but that'll be green. Bang, and away we go again.
I tell you what, the way your body deflated the air out of it when you saw Eric Hill in it, it was like someone had walked into the room with a chicken schnitzel roll and hadn't offered you a bite. All the air just exited your lungs then. Oh, Eric Hill, he's parked it up.
Yeah. That's all right, mate. That's all right, Darren. You know, we've both got a mirror and we don't use it.
That's exactly right, mate. Look, let me tell you, someone said get into shape. I said rounds of shape.
Yes, it's a beautiful shape too.
It is too. Let's stop this chit-chat and get back on with this historic
Have a look at 22,
race.
22. Now, he's starting to come onto the front straight. That's where you turn left to come into the pits. Mate, he is annihilating second and third. Second and third are playing their own game. They're slowing themselves up. Oh, here we go. The six-cylinder, has he got it? Oh, no, he's called him behind. But talking about six cylinders, we've got Magilton. Righto, we got Banksy. He's gone in front of Warren Truan. Maybe he just done that because he touched him up last race, mate. But
maybe someone dropped the chicken schnitzel and they got a race to the end, mate. It landed on the passenger wheel well.
Anything's possible, but it's good to see. Close, door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper. The Crone horn is always the only way to go with HQ Holdens. They're presented absolutely better than brand new. Just try and have a bit of a look there of who's in fourth position. Yep, Captain America himself is there. Our president, John Mahoney, is in fourth. He's having a really, really good run. And he done the Nationals up in New South Wales there at Sydney Motorsport Park not so long ago. 54 Holdens from every state of Australia, including Tassie, doing the Nationals.
Have a look at this, the number 7 of Stephen Banks. Now, he gave it a good lunge, got through on Truan and managed to get away there. But I tell you what, he's not making any inroads into our race leader, Andrew Magilton. We're down to 2.5 minutes on the time certain clock here, and they stream down the straight. Magilton cuts the big hole in the air. Banks is following him with it too. Tried to shake him, but they all went with him as they come down the straight. Magilton, a guy that knows how to win races. He's going to do it again here today, I reckon, in the Piedmont number 4 Middy's electrical car. He's already got 2, so he could get 3 from 3. Great shot there, Dave. Not sure whether you saw that on the live stream there. The white gloves just trying to get an extra edge on that Kenda tyre as we get towards a very long weekend of racing for the HQs. Lap 6 at play. Here we go. This is Mick Magilton.
Yep, yeah. Oh, bit of a crone. Just testing out the Kenders, that's all. No, he's fine. Come on, Mick.
A big test. I like the way he put the fronts onto the grass so he didn't tear any rubber off them. They just went sliding across the grass, didn't they?
All right, they go past the Eric Hill car that stranded, the 91 car. All right, now Banksy is catching. The Magilton car, the Middy's car. You can physically see that. That's less than half a finger, I reckon, on the TV screen, ladies and gentlemen. That's getting close. But look at this. First, second, third. Oh, they're closing up. And
have a look at this. Old mate Muleman has gone through on the orange car there. So the 97 of Mark Johnson, he's fought hard and he's fought well. But have a look at Pete Muleman now. He looks at the inside of the 16. Covers it off nicely. Well done to Glenn Miles. In fact, I reckon Glenn Miles this year has been the hard charger in the historic touring cars, and closely followed by the guy in front. Actually, I'm going to rephrase the whole sentence. I reckon all these cars that are on track right now have all been charging very, very hard with the historic touring cars. Oh, have a look at this. Banksy goes through. He leads the HQs. For how long, though?
Oh, not very long, mate. Here they come, down the front straight. Have a look at this, side by side. Door handle the door, bumper to bumper, over the start-finish line. What is that? Point what, Darren?
0.5. 0.5.
0.05.
It's a Peter Brock
number.
gap.
Yeah, Peter Brock gap. Oh, have a look. Banksy's in front. Truan's trying to go to the outside. Oh, have a look. Oh, hang on, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on to those armpits. I tell you, it's tight. We've got Banks, Magilton, Truan. Oh.
Checkered flag.
Oh.
The checkered flag has dropped.
Yeah, it has.
Trico. He takes the win in the race there for the historic touring cars. What an absolute massive result there for car number 22. He's done it by a massive margin, 13.5 seconds. Mundy, Miles, Muellerman and Johnson get across the line in under 0.39 of a second. In fact, between third and fourth, 0.04. So that was massive. 2, 3, 4 and 5 in this race in historic touring cars. Bang, 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 across the line they go. Our attention now goes to the HQs.
So there's Magilton's gone up the inside of Banks. Banks has been a bit too much of a gentleman there, I'm sure. I would have, if I had the chance. Closed him off, shut the gate, closed the door, locked it, and left him out there. But he didn't. Here they are side by side. Once again, 7, 77 and 4. As they come up past the Haysha, the old Fosters. Banks is in front. Magilton's right behind him. Banks, righto now. He's got to brake hard. Back down into second gear. She revs up to 6,000 revs. Out of MG. Come on, Banksy. The fastest plumber this weekend at Phillip Island. We've got Magilton trying to go around the outside. Keep an eye on Banks. Truan. Magilton, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. She's right on Blendline TV.
Is there any more zap in the Middy's electrical car? Will he take on the Plumber? Order finding its level at the end of the weekend in the HQs. Plumber, electrician, the Berryman racing car in the mirrors. To the line. This is a massive run for Stephen Banks. He sees the clean sweep, absolutely swept away right from underneath of Magilton. And gets to the line magnificently. And Warren Truan, just a watching brief in the end, wasn't it? Close.
It was absolutely
he had a
fantastic.
good eyeball on it.
It's all about HQ Holden. It's all about affordable excitement. And it's all about the guys here this weekend. And from the HQs, Darren, thank you, everyone. All the volunteers and everything from our association, HQRA Victoria. In around about 45 minutes, we'll have our presentations. You're more than welcome. Bring families, kids, wives, or girlfriend. It's up to you if you want to bring them all. Come and meet us. If you want to sit in the car, take a photo, do all those things. It's a family event, and that's what this racing's all about. Once again, Darren, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dave Amor. Pick up your chicken schnitzel on the staircase on the way down. No one wants to slip on that before they head home at the end of racing today. Hey, we're going to stay on air because we have got MG and invited British cars about to roll out on track, and we are in a rapid trying to make up some time here this afternoon because we are running very, very late. Chris Gidney has, without too much further ado, he's slipped into the hot headset. That must be hot and sweaty and greasy after D. Amor's been in that headset. Chris, how does that feel?
Yeah, what an act to follow this
is. Hey, there you go. So, the MGs now invited British cars rolling out on track. And we wave goodbye to the historic touring cars and HQs for season 2025. We'll catch up with all those guys at the presentations over the next few weeks. So, MG and invited British cars come on track. Let's have a look at this grid, Chris.
All right, so lining up in pole position is Phil Chester, followed by Simon Elliott, joining him on the front row. Richard Milligan and Michael Trathen in the MGB V8, followed by Trathen's midget on the second row. Fifth and sixth, Pageant and Edwards. Edwards has been doing a look to the sky all afternoon. He's praying for this rain to come. And in seventh is Murray Stevenson and Trevor Dunford in the eighth. So it'll be interesting. I'd hate to break it to him, but I think the rain's going to miss. With Maddie Chester in ninth, Kaylin Chester in 10th, Johnny Macomb from Bennett Signs in 11th, Jim Dodd in 12th, and Hank Zwaardeveen in 13th, but he will not be joining us on the grid.
That's a shame. It's always good to see Hank. He's one of those guys that goes racing for all the right reasons, takes the helmet off with a smile, loads the car on the trail at the end of the weekend with a smile, comes back in the next race weekend with a smile, and a really good part of the MG and invited British racing cars community. And the cars heading around on their warm-up lap. This is a really good example of MG and invited British cars here this weekend. 13 cars making up this particular grid for this race, and some really class acts in right throughout this field in the various different models of MGs, and representing the brand over many, many decades. It just happens to be a couple of behemoths of MGs in the first two rows of the grid, with Phil Chester, Simon Elliott and Richard Milligan. And the juxtaposition of car number one of Michael Trathen is that car's not a behemoth. It's actually a pocket rocket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's anything but a behemoth. It's the smallest car on the grid, probably a little bit smaller than Johnny Macon's midget. But,
and lighter.
Yeah.
It's just lighter, smaller physically. And I guess if there's anything behemoth about that outfit, it's the brain in the driver. He has got a very, very good functioning racing driver's brain, the guy in car number one.
Yeah, he sure does. He'll be doing everything he potentially can to stay within striking distances of those V8s, just in case anything happens to those highly strung cars.
Well, the other thing is with Mike Trathen is finishing record.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And as you've mentioned many a times, that's what's brought him that number one plate.
It certainly is. Phil Chester would really like to take another win here today, and I'm going to say that Simon Elliott and Richard Milligan want to ruin that party of Phil Chester's. That smoke getting out the side of the 55 again. It's definitely coming out the exhaust. And good clutch take up on the 55, as it is on the 10 as well. He gets away beautifully. Richard Milligan just absolutely motors off the line there, and he is going to slot in behind Phil Chester this time round, but a lot closer than the other two times. In fact, there's a bit of overlap. Phil will have him hold him out wide there into turn two, and the 72 will just hold the inside line. Richard will try and just close over on him. It's a little bit difficult, but the 10 getting it done. Power down now, and definitely have a look at Richard Milligan off the second row of the grid, doing a ripping start there for the number 10. What it's done is these two getting a good look to each other, as it's given the 55, Simon Elliott, who just got a really nice start, walked it off the line there, grabbed second gear, powered away and drove away from these two fellow protagonists.
Yeah, it's been able to give Simon that gap that he had at the start of yesterday afternoon's race. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly or when Phil can clear Milligan and start the hunt down onto Elliott. So as they come up through the back of the circuit, through the hay shed, start to rise. Here we go. We've got Edwards and Bajan, followed by Stevenson, Dunford, Hayden Chester, Makem, Matty Chester and Dodd rearing up the field. Coming through the hay shed, it's Makem again, who seems to have dropped back off the start, so he's got all the work to do again in this 15-minute final race for the state series. So how far up can he make it? So as they rise Lukey Heights down into MG, and it's Makem looking all over the back of Kalen Chester, trying to find his way around. That slick shot midget there should have the grip to run around the outside. Will it have the pace? We have seen this car not perform at its best at this part of the circuit. So this is where she got the slingshot to pass him on the final lap of the last race. So she'll be looking to gap him down the main straight and run away from her sister.
So John Makem now on the charge. Very, very strong club man within the MG and British racing ranks. Loves to rope people in to enjoy his passion and enthusiasm he has for this style of racing, and uses his car as much as he possibly can. It's one of those things that's there to be enjoyed, and John gets out in it, whatever form of the sport that he's running it in on that particular weekend. And we're getting reports of rain. In fact, on the commentary booth window now, there's just a little bit of spitting coming down there as well. So it doesn't look as though it's going to be too much effect on the race meeting. But we'll get a bit of an update on the radar and see if we can pick up on that as this MG race continues along merrily.
Yeah, it will really throw something into the dynamic of this race if the rain does start to get a bit harder.
Wow, there is a lot of rain on the way through through Port Phillip at the moment, out off Cape Schanck and Cape Patterson, heading right for Western Port, and we sit right on the edge of that area. So prepare yourself in the next couple of races to see some rain. Of course, we've got the MGs on track now. We've got Formula RX8s, Vic V8s and sports cars. Now, Vic V8s and sports cars will run exclusively on racing rubber, so they may start to look to their reserves of wet weather tyres. John Makem goes through and makes a spot on the two Chester ladies, and Maddie takes advantage as well and slips on through there with Kayleen, as well as Jim Dodd. He's ranging in the back of the number 8 there as well. So looking closely at the Bridge Builders Youth Charity entry that was going to have Paul Vernell at the wheel. Paul stepped out, and he's working with the two Chester sisters. And he's stepped out of the car graciously and said, there you go, your car didn't make it through Friday, and we're going to have another couple of spot changes here as the two sisters go side by side.
This will be interesting into turn 1. Can Dodd make anything of this as well? Looks like Kaylin's made the move before the breaking point, so she slots through into 10th, and Maddie slots in behind. Dodd ever present on the rear bumper there.
Has Maddie asked the tyres when they're too cold just a little bit much, and now just sort of suffering a little bit maybe?
Yeah, well, it's also the same set of tyres you've got to carry through. Well, you don't have to, but these guys all have carried the same set of tyres all through the weekend, so have the tyres been stretched too far this weekend as well?
She looks to have got back on with it there, just a bit of a moment of lack of high performance, but getting back on with it now, and ranges right back up the side. Her sister in the number 8, and this battle rages down to Siberia. Essentially the same car, aren't they, these two?
Yeah, basically. I think Phil's made it on purpose that these two are the same car, so there's no fights over the dinner table about who's got the more power.
They love the argument about who's the favourite daughter too. I think that's hilarious. But down through turn 1 now, this is back with our race leader. Simon Elliott has cleared off from Phil Chester and Richard Milligan at the moment. In fact, it's half a second further up the road to Simon Elliott. No, actually, Elliott's behind him. Sorry, I get that wrong. Chester's gone through on Simon Elliott in the 55. So Phil Chester recovers and takes the lead. The interesting thing about it was last lap around, Phil Chester's fastest lap, a 144.5, and Simon Elliott a 145.2. So that's where Phil's made up the performance to jag back the lead in this race. And the final race for the season in the MG and invited British racing cars for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And across the line astern with each other is Edward Stevenson, Dunford, Makem, Kayleen Chester, Maddie, and then James Dodd. There's John Makem in the number 33. He's had a good push since about the end of lap number 2. The last sort of lap and a half now, John's been pushing pretty hard, and he's chasing pretty hard down on Trevor Dunford at the moment. Just distracted a little bit by the weather radar and how quickly that cell is moving our direction here at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, it is coming in quite quickly. The Chester sisters and Dodd have seemed to catch this battle pack quite quickly over the last lap and a half. This is going to end up, as Kayleen Chester looks up the inside of Dunford, is Maddie Chester going to... No, Dunford just breaks a little bit later than he usually does to keep them behind. That's the experience of Dunford showing there. But these girls are going to learn their racecraft. They're going to come back next year being so much stronger as they go through Siberia. Kayleen Chester leads Maddie Chester. Jim Dodd right. He's having a look now. He's had enough of sitting there. But again, just out of that, under that bridge there, that MGF seems to just skip away a bit. It's almost like it's yo-yoing this.
Yeah.
As soon as I said that, Dodd catches up again.
Just watching Trevor Dunford going around there in the 160 trophy. If you've got an MGF or any iteration of that particular model of MG in the shed at home, this sort of racing it'd have to grab your enthusiasm to get out there and have a go, wouldn't it?
Oh, definitely.
There'd have to be a lot of these cars because there was a one-make series for these things.
Yeah, they've got to be hiding somewhere. There are a couple around. There's one up in New South Wales who has come out a couple of times. But, yeah, we haven't seen the rest of them for a very long time.
Yeah, it would be cool to see a lot of these MGFs out there. Certainly Sean Hurley has shown that you can maintain them, and you can maintain them to do a full championship year as well. Phil Chester now flicking on the headlights as Elliott has grabbed onto that race lead again. We've just missed that change for the lead, but Phil Chester now gone for the bright LEDs. Don't know of too many MGs that came with such bright headlights of that era. Or normally like a couple of candles behind a piece of glass.
At absolute best
as
well.
Lucas, the Prince of Darkness, reigned. But certainly these cars now, have a look at this. This is on. We've got 4 minutes remaining, so the best part of more than over 3 laps still to go in this journey, although some of the races have been called short. This has gone green all race long, so there'll be no need to call it short at this point in time. Going through on his 2 daughters there, Phil. I do like it when Phil catches the girls. He's very, very careful about how he executes his pass. Anyone else, he just about tears the stickers off and going past, doesn't he?
He sure does. It's almost like he wants to hang around and watch for a little bit.
See the girls growing in their racing. You'd normally take the stickers off the side of Johnny Makeham's car on the way through too. That's all right. John's got a whole sign business. He can replace them.
He might replace them every round. Who knows?
Who knows? The Derby Works car, though, is leading this one around, the number 55, Simon Elliott. And what a magnificent piece of kit. Probably won't get the chance to have a look at this one, but if you see this RV8 or this MGB GTV8 of these two leading this race at a race meeting, make your way over and just marvel at the shiny engineering that goes into these things. The Derby Works entry, this number 55, is just a work of art. You can stand there just mesmerised by the shiny bits.
Yeah, it's incredible the amount of work that they've both done on these cars. As Elliott moves across, is he looking for shelter from the wind to get a bit more aerodynamic?
Oh, I tell you what, he's going to need more than shelter from the wind, because creating his own weather pattern is Phil Chester. He might have had radioed through. There's rain on the way, Phil. You're on slicks. You better get to the end of this one before that all fronts up. 2.5 minutes left in this journey, so there is still time, and we are looking from one side of the commentary booth to the other at the moment at this storm cell that is heading towards the Grand Prix circuit. It is certainly going to get wet at some point within the next hour, and that will see us before the end of this race meeting will be over. Here we go. We're in close company now. John Makeham has succumbed to Kayleen's charge here, and now Maddie is all over the back of the midget there as well from Bennett Signs. If you need a sign made, get down and speak to Johnny Makeham.
Looks like Makeham has the straight line speed still, so he should be safe into turn 4. Kaylin Chester is catching the back of Dunford really quickly. Makeham goes defensive real early though, so he's obviously still finding, as Kaylin pops through on Dunford as well, so she's having a great race.
Yeah.
This is a very good drive, so this is going to be the test now. Can she put her head down and run away from these guys?
So it's not a lot of time to do it. She's got a minute and a half to do it, plus a lap there. John Makeham goes around the outside now of the Trophy 160 as well, puts the car right on the apex of the corner, and that makes it hard as Dunford has to go wide. He'll hold on to the inside. He's going to hold on to the ripple strip as they come up side by side. John Makeham sweeps around the outside, and that's where the nimble, lightweight midget over 5 decades now has been such a potent racing car, and we haven't seen anything of car number 1 of Michael Trathen, because he's just got his own bit of track and he's just ticking the boxes. 155.63 is his fastest lap. Johnny Makeham at the moment is doing 208s, 209s, 207s. So, Trathen is, in as far as the midgets is concerned, operates in his own stratosphere, really.
He sure does. And I can tell you from sitting behind that car on track for many rounds that car is super, super nimble. And very frustrating to follow.
It would be. Yeah, I think you just look at you get out and go, it's not 1300cc. And
Sometimes it feels like that.
Yeah, it is. Sometimes it feels like a 5-litre V8 the way it gets around the track. But the consistency, reliability, I sing the praises of Michael Trathen every time I can because it's just so entertaining at the end of the year when he gets up and takes the big trophy.
Yeah, it's a credit. It's an absolute credit.
It is. It's the guy that gets in there and
big spin.
Matty's gone round, come into the screen backwards. Matty Chester just coming into screen backwards there as we watch the final part of the MG and Invited British Racing for the State Series unfold. Of course, historic Sandown coming up for these guys as well.
Yes, that's the final round of our championship, and it's our traditional final round of our championship. So anyone heading along to that or thinking of heading along to that, come down. All these cars, I think 90% of them will have already entered.
Checkered flag, and it will be Simon Elliott being chased down by Phil Chester in the number 72. So 2 wins from 3 for Phil Chester, but Simon Elliott at the end of the weekend when the rain threatens on the horizon drives it to victory as we watch a couple of other cars trying to drive it to their own victories within the MG and Invited British cars. I just wonder where the number 40 Stag would have been amongst all this. I reckon about P3.
Yeah, between Milligan and Trathen, I reckon.
Yep.
Maybe pushing Milligan along for that final spot on the podium.
Yes, geez. I hope he's watching. We
I'm
missed
sure he
the
is.
number 40 Stag as we watch John Makem, who is a worthy replacement. The entertainment that this guy gives you out of the car, let alone in the car, is second to none. Charging to the line now. There goes Kayleen Chester. She'll beat home Stevenson in the bigger saloon car. Johnny Makem, Trevor Dunford, and Matty Chester, who went backwards around a corner. She's just squeezing the last bit out of her red MGF around the top of the track as Michael Trathen chases her to the line there as well. So Simon Elliott takes race number 3 for the weekend over Phil Chester, Richard Milligan, Michael Trathen, David Bajan, and then we go to Edward Stevenson, Kayleen Chester, John Makem, Trevor Dunford, James Dodd, and interstage left. Michael Trathen confirms his 4th place, and Matty Chester comes home in 12th. Chris Gidney, thank you very much for all your efforts throughout today. I'm sure we'll see you at Sandown at the Historics.
And just quickly, thank you to Shannon's, the officials, and everyone that makes this event happen.